faithfully reckless response to the pandemic. Of course, his response was dangerously dysfunctional, regardless of how it got started. And his own advisor on COVID-19, Deborah Birx, said that we lost hundreds of thousands of American lives because of the flaws in the response. But even if the virus came from a lab, as indeed it could have, we don't know that yet, that would only deepen Donald Trump's culpability, because he was the one who repeatedly and enthusiastically praised China's early handling of the pandemic and assured us that he was working closely with President Xi on the response to it. So let's just get the facts straight and leave all the political myth-making aside. Now, we've heard claims repeatedly that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins set up the February 1st, 2020 conference call as part of a plan somehow to suppress the lab leak theory. But the committee majority's own June 2023 subpoena to Dr. Anderson says that it was Dr. Farrar who organized the conference call. Well, which is it? Dr. Anderson, it's my understanding that the conference call was indeed set up by Dr. Farrar so top scientists could discuss SARS-CoV-2 genomic features and whether those features could illuminate the origins of the virus. Is that correct, that it was set up by Dr. Farrar?
That is correct.
Okay. Dr. Farrar provided the agenda and the roster of attendees via email. You can see in the top box here in red the agenda, and in the bottom box in red the roster of attendees. In the agenda, Dr. Farrar assigned himself the role of introducing and defining the focus of the call, setting up desired outcomes, and establishing next steps afterward. Neither Dr. Fauci nor Dr. Collins were assigned roles on this agenda. Dr. Garry, it looks like this was in every material respect Dr. Farrar's call. Is that how you remember it?
It is how I remember it.
And what contributions did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins make, or did they mostly just listen?
Well, they did mostly just listen. They had very little to offer on the science. I think they were there to gather information.
Okay, now, Dr. Anderson, you said you began yourself with the initial hypothesis that there had been or may have been a lab leak, but you ended up not believing in that theory. Why? How did you change your mind?
I think it's important to understand that we're talking about early hypotheses here on which our thinking over time evolved. And that then led to the conclusions published in a peer-reviewed paper. I would like to point out that this timeline of 3 days, I don't know where that's coming from. The paper was published on the 17th of March, 2020. That's 45 days after this conference call. What's important to understand is that the thinking evolved from initially thinking that this could have been engineered to relatively rapidly discount that idea as being inconsistent with the available evidence. However, the lab leak theory itself, or the idea of a lab leak, can be many different things, and our continued evolution of that then followed that I was quite convinced that maybe it was cultured. And then from there, eventually realized that actually that is also unsupported. And that's what led to the conclusions in proximal origin.
But I have your paper, The Proximal Origin of SARS-CoV-2, in which you write, our analyses clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposefully manipulated virus. Did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins pressure you to come to this conclusion or to suppress the lab leak theory?
They did not. That is fully a conclusion of the authors on the paper. Okay.
Now, one of the things I admire in what you've been saying is that you follow the scientific method. You say in the conclusion of your paper, although the evidence shows that SARS-CoV-2 is not a purposefully manipulated virus, it is currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories of its origin described here. In other words, we fundamentally don't know, but have there been papers following your original paper that have caused you to revise the view that you have now and to go back to your original hypothesis?
No, but I will say there has been additional data and analyses, which obviously we have taken all of those into consideration. However, these early conclusions remain to this day.
Okay. And Well, let's move on to an email that you sent to your co-authors. You wrote, and this has been, I think, much misunderstood. Our main work over the last couple of weeks has been focused on trying to disprove any type of lab theory. Now, you explained in your opening statement that you meant pursuing the scientific process by which you have an hypothesis which stands unless it's disproven. Is that right? Is that what you meant by that?
That is correct. I'm referring to the concept of what's called falsification, as Chairman Wenstrup mentioned too. Yes.
The falsification of a theory.
Yes.
All right. So has there been any attempt, to your knowledge, to censor any papers that would contradict the conclusions that you arrived at here? Or put it differently, you mentioned in your opening testimony that Dr. Fauci had encouraged you to write a paper about the lab theory if that's where the evidence took you. Is that right?
That is correct. I'm not aware of whether papers has been censored specifically focused on the lab leak. I will say again, if you look at the scientific evidence, it all points in one direction, which is the single market in the middle of Wuhan in China as the starting point of this pandemic. There are many papers out there that have described potential lab leaks, which are typically using sort of gods of the gaps type of analogies, where you're trying to say that the data is not perfect, so everything remains still possible, and that's something we agree with. As we specifically say in the paper, you cannot disprove or prove any of the hypotheses of the origin. That was true at the time, and that's still today true.
Well, I just want to commend you for following the scientific method here, for being open to all new evidence and all new data, and not succumbing to a series of political polemics and attacks. Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. I yield back to you.
I now recognize the chairman of the full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Discovering the origins of COVID-19 is vital. It's vital to preparing for future pandemics and to save lives. Dr. Anderson, in your prepared testimony, you say that you're being investigated because, quote, published peer-reviewed studies that go against the preferred political narrative, end quote. Now that goes opposite to what we have seen. The preferred political narrative has always been to attack those that think this may have come from a lab. Your co-author says on the poster right behind me what the real political narrative is. Quote, given the shit show that would happen if anyone serious accused the Chinese of even accidental release. Dr. Anderson, you responded to this message, quote, yep, I totally agree, that's a very reasonable conclusion. Although I hate when politics is injected into science. But it's impossible not to, especially given the circumstance, end quote. Sir, do you have a degree in political science or international relations?
I do not.
Do you have any experience in the Foreign Service or diplomatic corps?
I do not. I'm a Danish citizen.
You are the one with the preferred political narrative. You said it right there. This preference was reiterated by Dr. Collins, saying that the lab leak theory would, quote, do great potential harm to science and international harmony, end quote. We heard at our last hearing that the Biden administration was working with social media companies to censor the lab leak theory. I think you have preferred political narratives backwards, sir. When was your first conversation with Dr. Fauci about the origins of COVID-19?
I believe that was on the 31st of January 2020.
And yes or no, he suggested you write a paper during that conversation, correct?
Dr. Fauci suggested that I consider writing a paper specifically predicated on my initial hypothesis, which was that of a lab-associated virus, correct?
Then you had the February 1st conference call that had Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, and Dr. Farrar on it, correct?
There were several scientists, including those, yes.
Was Dr. Tabak also on that call?
I believe he was on the call. I'm unsure about that.
Did Dr. Fauci reiterate a suggestion to draft a paper on that call?
I don't believe that he directly suggested it, but there was support for us looking further into the origin of the pandemic, yes.
Well, did the February 1st conference call lead to the drafting of proximal origin?
At the time, no. These are separate events. Eventually, the conclusions from that conference call, further conversations among the authors, ultimately led up in the March 17, 2020 paper, The Proximal Origin. However, the purpose of that conference call was not to write a paper.
Well, I want to shift to the conclusions of that paper. First, our analysis clearly show that SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or purposefully manipulated virus. Dr. Anderson, do you stand by that statement?
I do.
Dr. Garry, do you stand by that statement?
I do.
Dr. Garry, are there research techniques that can purposefully manipulate a virus without leaving a trace?
There are.
What about having a virus be a laboratory construct without leaving a trace?
If I understand your question correctly, yes, I believe there are.
So you can't make that conclusion with certainty then?
We didn't base it on those facts, though, sir. It was other facts and other evidence that we'd gathered during the course of our investigation.
Well, you conclude that you do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible. Dr. Anderson, do you stand by that statement?
I do, and I think it's important to understand that when we're talking about a purposefully manipulated virus, specifically what we are referring to in the paper here, and as you will see from the record we have handed to the committee, is that we are talking about the idea of building this virus with the intent of creating this virus. For example, a bioweapon would be an example of this. The normal engineering of a virus, while I certainly believe that that is fully inconsistent with the evidence we have available to us, is not specifically what we're talking about here. In a laboratory construct, we are talking about many of the different reverse genetic systems available for SARS-like coronavirus.
My last question. Dr. Garry, a recent interview you had saying that statement went too far. Did that statement go too far, and is a laboratory-based scenario for the origin of COVID-19 plausible?
So I said maybe we went too far, and I think in that particular statement that is really out of context with almost a 6-hour interview that I gave to a BBC reporter. We were talking again about the scientific method, and I'm simply just referring to the fact that we were early at the time in the analysis, and that yes, we would change our minds if other evidence, other data came forward to support another theory. So, a scientist that is 100% certain of their conclusions is not a very good scientist. That you need to evaluate new data and go back, and that's all I was referring to in that sentence.
Mr. Chairman, my time's expired.
I now recognize Ms. Ross from North Carolina for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just this morning, the Select Subcommittee Democrats released a report to correct, on the record, the allegations that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins had involvement in the proximal origin paper. And I'd like to revisit some of the questions that Mr. Raskin asked about who organized and facilitated that paper. And I want to be clear that I'm not suggesting that there's anything untoward or nefarious about the paper or the events leading to its publications. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have made allegations today, unsupported allegations, that I believe misrepresent who did what for the paper and why. From what I understand, again, this all started on February 1st, 2020, in a conference call where some virologists and scientists, including those from outside of the United States, got together to discuss a novel coronavirus and make an analysis of its genomic features. Dr. Anderson, is it accurate to say that because this was not their area of expertise, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins attended the call with the goal of hearing what you and other experts, including your eventual co-authors, thought of the virus's genomic features?
That is correct.
And in the period following the call, you and your co-authors began to work on what would become the proximal origin paper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The Select Subcommittee has reviewed thousands of pages of documents and communications between you and your co-authors. In our review, it became abundantly clear that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins had little to no involvement in the paper. For example, Dr. Anderson, when asked about Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins' role in the paper, you told the Select Subcommittee staff, quote, "They played no role in the paper." Is that correct?
That is correct. I think it's important to understand that we are talking about an international group of known experts drafting a paper. The whole idea that NIH directors would have a role in that paper is obviously false. So it is true to say that, yes, they played no role in this paper. Of course, they appear to have been interested in the paper because they were interested as non-experts in the conclusions and the research itself.
Thank you. In my remaining time, let me turn to you, Dr. Garry. In the final stages of drafting the paper, you sent an email to your co-authors stating, quote, Jeremy Farrar, you were referencing him, had been an amazing leader. You also told Select Subcommittee staff that Dr. Farrar played a substantive advisory role throughout the drafting of the paper. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins ever influence the conclusions drawn in your paper?
Not in any way.
So it seems to me, when we don't have the cameras rolling, even my Republican colleagues might concede that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins did not organize or facilitate the proximal origin, and that Dr. Farrar did instead. For example, on March 5th, 2023, Select Subcommittee Republican staff memo stated, and I quote, Dr. Farrar led the drafting process of the proximal origin paper. And the subpoena my Republican colleagues issued as part of this investigation last month acknowledges that Dr. Farrar, quote, organized the February 1st, 2020 conference call that they allege led to the proximal origin paper. These findings underscore the fact that scientific rigor, especially in the face of global health emergencies, requires international cooperation among experts in the field. Epidemiologists, virologists, doctors, and public health experts like Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins must be included in the discussions concerning how we investigate and respond to pandemics. However, just their cooperation and inclusion is not evidence of collusion or secrecy. It's simply the way the scientific process works. This kind of coordination enables us to have accurate information, strong lines of communication, and ultimately helps us save the most lives. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks from Iowa for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I thank our witnesses for appearing here today. Do either of our witnesses, can you comment on why the origin of SARS-CoV-2 would be important?
Well, we need to figure out how this pandemic started so that we can put measures in place to prevent the next one. There will be another coronavirus outbreak or spillover that could potentially lead to the pandemic. Let's figure out how it happens so that we can stop that.
And Dr. Anderson?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's first of all, it's the natural thing to do. We're all humans. We want to understand what happened here. And I think from that perspective itself, I think it's important. But as Dr. Garry said, is that the ability to take corrective action and understand what specifically led to this pandemic so we can hope to do better and prepare better for future ones is an important one.
Thank you. And the reason I wanted you to state that on the record is because of comments within your testimony and comments of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Since the pandemic, I am also a physician. I'm a former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health. We had a hearing on origins with the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic in 2021. And from the time we were looking at origins, I have said specifically, the reason it's important to understand the origins is not to undermine scientists, it's not a conspiracy theory, it's not a political hoax. It is for 3 reasons. And those 3 reasons are to prevent and respond to the next pandemic. 1, the international community and scientists in particular have a vested interest in understanding what type of laboratory research is done and what type of laboratory safety. Critically important. Number 2, disclosure. The international community has a vested interest in disclosure occurring properly and within 24 hours if, in fact, there is a virus or bacteria that's released that could lead to a pandemic. And then number 3, the ethics of what kind of research is done and in what laboratories, and if we have assurances that those laboratories and those scientists can be trusted. So my colleague mentioned that it was natural to have collaboration and to get information from various scientists around the world, and I would agree with that. Did you have collaboration and consensus and readily available data from the Wuhan Institute of Virology?
Only what was in the public domain.
Dr. Garry?
Same answer.
Okay. I would also like to point out that when you have a phone call and 4 days later a paper is presented, and as you said, you're looking at data, when did you put the paper up submit it for publication?
17th of February.
Okay, but yet there was changes to that paper or changes, as you both have said and stated within your testimony, that you got information which led you to believe that it was improbable or that a laboratory leak was not available. So it seems to me the paper was constructed and then sent for publication, and then data came out after that. So specifically, in reference to the paper, one of the referees said there are 2 recent reports about coronavirus in pangolins. The authors might want to comment on these. Dr. Anderson, you stated, we have included these references as well as several others that have investigated pangolin CoV. In addition, we should point out that these additional pangolin CoV sequences do not further clarify the different scenarios discussed in our manuscript. There is nothing in these reports that changes our statements regarding a potential role of pangolins. Then you also, a second referee asked another question that says, they're surprised that you did not hypothetically refute a lab origin. And once the authors publish their new pangolin sequences, a lab origin will be extremely unlikely. Your response was, our manuscript is written to explore the potential origins of SARS-CoV-2. We do not believe it is speculative. Unfortunately, the newly available pangolin sequences do not elucidate the origins of SARS-CoV-2 or refute a lab origin. Hence, the review is incorrect on this point. There is no evidence on present data that the pangolin CoVs are directly related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yet, in your paper, you dispute and consider highly improbable, supposedly having new data and information, highly improbable that SARS-CoV-2 emerged through laboratory manipulation. I'm not suggesting that laboratory manipulation was deliberate or was a bioterrorism, but by your own statements, Dr. Anderson, it seems to me that you're actually saying that it's inconclusive whether or not this emerged accidentally or on purpose from a laboratory, or if there was manipulation, or if it came from science, despite the thousands of animals that have been looked at to see if it could have emerged. I think my time is up, and I think it's what we're finding today is that it's not as conclusive as you would like us to believe that it emerged through nature. Thank you, and I yield back.
Now recognize Dr. Barra from California for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson, thank you for being here. You know, physician, faculty member at UC Davis, was an associate dean there, and I appreciate, you didn't sign up for this, but I appreciate that you're here. And for all the scientists, doctors, and others that work through this pandemic, some of the abuse challenges that they've had to face. Again, I apologize for that. As someone who has spent most of my time in Congress thinking about pandemic preparedness and global health security on national commissions, putting recommendations in place, traveling to Sierra Leone post the Ebola epidemic to try to get there, I understand how important this work is. I'm going to limit my comments to the topic today, which is proximal origin. If I go back to, January of 2020, when we first started talking about this, Congress had its first briefing, I think in the third week of January in the CVC auditorium. At that point, I raised, and again, Dr. Fauci was one of the briefers, the importance of getting to the hot zone, getting our scientists, the best in the world, to Wuhan and to the hot zone to understand proximal origins. Obviously, that did not happen. So, there was appropriate criticism of how the Chinese were handling the early days of that pandemic. The scientific community did the best that they could to try to understand the origins, and I appreciate the work that was published in your paper. I appreciate the openness to thinking about whether origins were from a lab leak versus a wet market, and we continue to explore that. To my colleague, Dr. Miller-Meek's test, I agree with a lot of what she said. It is important for us to understand that and continue to try to gather information to understand it. But given that we may never reach a conclusion, I also want to be forward-looking. I think it's appropriate for this committee, because it is the vehicle we have as Congress, to look at lab security and lab safety and to think about recommendations, working with the scientific community, because this type of research is going to continue, and it's important for us to understand and prepare, not just for future pandemics, because we will see those pandemics in the future, but it also, there are biothreats around the world, there are bad actors around the world, and we have to be doing that research so we have appropriate countermeasures and the like. In addition, though, we shouldn't discount the theory that this emerged from a wet market, because we should also explore and work with the international community to prevent that type of leap from animals to humans, because we also know zoonotic transmission of viruses is bound to happen and is the origin of many new novel pandemics. Would both of you agree that we should be thinking about both of these, Dr. Anderson?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's important that, there are several different objectives here. One is the scientific question of the origin, but of course, given what we have learned about coronaviruses, including the one causing the pandemic, but also all the related ones that have since been discovered, I do think we need to reconsider our lab safety practices around these viruses specifically. And that's because of what we have learned during the pandemic. And that's an important discussion, too, that I totally agree with.
Dr. Garry?
Well, we certainly, as virologists, take lab safety very seriously. The very lives of my students and myself and others working around the laboratory depends on taking those issues very seriously. And there are very good guidelines in place. I agree with Dr. Anderson that we need to rethink some of those, given the potential threat of wild coronaviruses coming over. We should probably do all those studies at biosafety level 3 instead of lower biosafety levels. But those are logical things that the scientific community will put in place.
Great. And again, I think that's where Congress should work with the science community and take guidance from the science community, as opposed to non-scientists in Congress dictating what might happen and what lab safety should look like. I also, just in the few minutes that I have, I would hate for this committee or Congress to conclude that we shouldn't be collaborating with the international community, having labs around the world, because if we want to prevent pandemics, we have to go out there where the pandemics are originating and work with those scientists around the world. And it would be a dangerous conclusion for this committee to say we shouldn't be working with labs around the world. We absolutely have to work with those labs. Thank you. And I'm out of time.
I now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both of you for being here to testify. I'm first going to ask, the same question first of Dr. Garry. In your documented emails to to Dr. Fauci and others, dated before or around the same time as the February 1st conference call, both of you seemed absolutely convinced that COVID-19 was not from nature. In fact, Dr. Anderson, when you spoke to committee staff, when they interviewed you, you were very concerned about the origin of COVID-19 and wondered if you should contact the FBI or CIA about your concern. Yet, on February 4th, 2020, which was 3 days after the conference call, Dr. Jeremy Farah sent an email to Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins. It says, quote, "Please treat in confidence a very rough first draft from Eddie and team. They will send on the edited, cleaner version later, pushing WHO again today." Dr. Garry, is this the very rough first draft referring to the proximal origin paper?
It was a report that was going to go back to the original people on the teleconference. Were there elements in that report that we eventually incorporated into proximal origins? Yes, but it wasn't a draft of that paper per se. We hadn't even decided whether we were going to write one or not.
How much of, Dr. Garry, how much of that original draft do you think was included in the published proximal origin paper?
I haven't sat down and compared the two documents, so I don't really know how to answer that.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson, I have the same question for you. Was that first draft of the proximal origin paper on February 4th?
I think it's important to understand what our conclusions were in the particular
Sir,
draft.
could you answer the question?
Is that
Was it your understanding that it's the proximal origin paper?
This is not the proximal origin paper, as Dr. Garry stated. This is a draft report based on our discussion so far, and we conclude that we believe deliberate engineering can be ruled out with a high degree of confidence. But we also state that
that was on February 4th.
This is on February 4th.
4th, you thought
Correct.
that it could be ruled out. The
Deliberate. Importantly,
Okay.
we talk about deliberate engineering. However,
Got
I
it.
want to point out that we also specifically mentioned that the current data are consistent with all three, meaning the three scenarios
All
that we
right,
described
thank
in
you.
the final paper.
Dr. Garry, my next question, you told Congresswoman Malliotakis that there was new evidence she said in the 3 days before your scientist team sent an initial draft of proximate origin. You said that that was not really the original draft, but had pieces of it. Is it normal for a scientist to totally change? Because I read your email from, I think it was February 1st, said, this can't be nature, this is, basically, I'm paraphrasing, too coincidental, this couldn't all line up together. To change in 3 days, is that normal?
So I think we need to step back a little bit from that one email. That was one email that I sent, amongst literally hundreds of communications with my co-authors, with other scientists, other people I was talking to about the origins. And in that particular email that you're talking about, I was doing what scientists very often do, and that is, take a devil's advocate position. So the questions that we were trying to answer is, could this have come from a laboratory? And I was taking that position.
Thank you, sir. I have 42 seconds
sure.
left. I have a very important question for both of you that I'm trying to understand. So Dr. Redfield told us in March of 2023 this year that either the Wuhan Institute of Virology or China itself deleted the COVID sequence in September of 2019. He also said that they turned over control of the WIV in September of 2019 to the military, Chinese military. He also said that the WIV changed the ventilation at their lab in the fall of 2019. If China wasn't trying to cover up something, why would they do this? Both of you.
You know, I'm not a member of the Intelligence Committee. Don't have privileged information in terms of what was going on there. I really don't have any basis to answer.
But you don't think it's unusual for China to cover up things if nothing happened, if it was all natural?
Well, I'm also not an expert on Chinese politics, so I really don't have a professional answer for you there.
Dr. Anderson.
All of this seems routine to me. The fact that you have a BSL-4 laboratory getting their air conditioning units upgraded, for example, seems unrelated, as the intelligence community has also concluded, is that is unrelated to the later emergence
How
of the
about
virus.
turning over to military control or to delete the COVID sequence?
So-
Is that just normal?
I have
Procedure?
no comments on the first. I think it's important to understand that the deletion you're talking about is specifically about a database, not actually the SARS-2 sequence itself. And that database has been on and off and seemed to finally be taken offline in February of 2020, not actually in September 2019. Also, we know that this pandemic very likely started in the mid to late November 2019. So I think with quite a lot of certainty, we can say that these events are unrelated.
Well, that seems very unusual to me, and I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Mfume from Maryland for 5 minutes of question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member. I want to thank our witnesses who have endured us for the last couple of hours, and I certainly want to thank the members of this committee who continue to try to make sure that we stay within our own guidelines in terms of what we're approaching and how we are approaching it and what we, of course, hope to achieve. I've used this microphone and other occasions during this hearing to argue that we went through COVID in real time. Every day was different, every week was different, every month was different, and unfortunately every year was different. And so there was a constant building process with building blocks about what we knew and what we didn't know, what we should do, what we should never do, and we came through that better as a nation because of the science which so many of us relied on, and the data and the approach that the healthcare industry took, particularly doctors and physicians over and over again, while many of us were free of that exposure in that sense. And so what we seem to do here is retrospective investigation, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I get the sense we do it with a vendetta. Like, I think this was wrong and you were the one that did it, or I think this was wrong and you conspired to do this. That's not going to get us very far, not at all. Given the critical role that science plays in advancing our understanding of emerging viruses, I'm appalled every time I hear some of my colleagues turn to politicizing and vilifying the researchers. Somebody had to do the research. Somebody had to come up with conclusions. Somebody had to follow the data. Somebody had to make an assessment. And so it's a little strange to me that we will vilify the people who did that at the time when we needed them the most, because now we're operating in retrospective lens. We in this subcommittee, Mr. Chairman, have attacked physicians, we've attacked labor unions, we've attacked public health officials, we've attacked teachers, we've attacked healthcare workers, we've really attacked the CDC and the NIH. We've attacked, as you've heard today, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, previously Dr. Walensky. We've attacked Joe Biden. We're in an attack mode instead of what I thought would be a real fact-finding mode about what do we do to get ready for the next novel virus, which could be set upon us at any time. And so in the 6 months that this committee has operated, I don't think that we've got an answer. I haven't seen what our steps are. If that's the case, how do we proceed? And if that is the case, we've got to rely on researchers and physicians all over again. And I think it poisons the water if we have already sort of predisposed who we think they are, why they are operating, what's wrong with them. The basic claims in the scientific article that we've talked about was developed to suppress the lab leak theory. It was somehow demanded by the United States government or else. That's an incredible disservice, in my opinion. We don't want to frighten off the very processes, the people, the industries, or anything else that will help us if and when something like this happens again. So I did not mean to get on a soapbox and make a speech. I actually have a few questions. I'll submit those in writing, if you would, Mr. Chair. But I just want to thank these two persons before us today and the others who have come before us and have had to feel like the weight of the world's been on their shoulders when all they really did was what they were supposed to do based on their profession, based on their desire to save lives. And as has been mentioned before, we followed other routines articulated by Dr. Burke, who was with Mr. Trump at the time, who said that we've lost millions of lives by doing the wrong thing, like recommending bleach and telling the American public, don't worry, come Easter, we'll all be in church together. And we were not in church together for another 3 Easters after that. I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Wenstrup and Ranking Member Ruiz, for holding today's hearing. And thank you to both Dr. Anderson and Dr. Garry for testifying before this committee today. This committee has worked tirelessly, peeling back the layers on the events that transpired amidst the devastating coronavirus pandemic. The members of this committee have been charged with a great responsibility by the American people. Our job is to shine a spotlight on the public health officials and agencies for their mishandlings and to hold them accountable. We are tasked with analyzing their misguided, their ambiguous, and their flawed policies so that we can learn how to better prepare and address any potential public health emergencies in the future. Further, this committee's investigations will finally expose the true origins of this deadly virus that destroyed millions of lives and livelihoods across the globe. In April, just a few short months ago, this committee held a hearing where the former director of the National Intelligence Agency, John Ratcliffe, testified. In that testimony, Director Ratcliffe said, and I quote, "If our intelligence and evidence supporting a lab leak theory was placed side by side with our intelligence and evidence pointing to a naturally occurring spillover theory, the lab leak side of the ledger would be long and overwhelming, while the spillover side would be nearly empty," unquote. Nearly empty. Dr. Anderson, this quote came from the former director of national intelligence and someone who has access to the most sensitive information provided by our intelligence community. If this is the case, can you explain how the proximal origins piece, of which you are an author, totally contradicts that information from our intelligence community?
The proximal origin paper is the result of scientific work by international well-known experts. I think it's important to realize that if we look at the recent report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence Community, is that one of their conclusions is that there's no indication that the VIV's pre-pandemic research holdings,
but I am
including
referencing, please allow me
SARS-CoV-2.
to address what information we had in front of us. I'm addressing what we heard Radcliffe tell us as a committee, that wasn't the case, that overwhelmingly the information at hand provided by the intelligence communities showed that this was not a naturally occurring process. Dr. Anderson, in your testimony, you said the recently declassified report from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence does, as you said, conclude that there is no evidence to suggest this virus came from the lab. However, the ODNI also states in their reports the Department of Energy and the Federal Bureau of Investigation assessed that a laboratory-associated incident was the most likely cause of the first human infection of SARS-CoV-2. Dr. Anderson, you also said in your testimony, we do not believe that any type of laboratory-based scenario is plausible. And yet the conclusions by the Department of Energy and the FBI directly contradict your position. How do you bring that together?
I think you could say that our conclusions completely contradict their conclusions too. I think it's important to understand that we are looking at different things here. You're talking about the intelligence community. If you look at the scientific literature, the scientific evidence for this pointing to a single market in the middle of Wuhan is overwhelming. There is no evidence.
But the intelligence committee had access to both scientific and the investigative reports. They had that overview. And their conclusions strongly contradict what your single conclusion projects. And we as a committee have heard this repeatedly, that the overview from both the FBI and the Department of Energy support that there was a lab leak, support that the most likely cause of the first human infection of SARS-CoV-2 was a laboratory incident. We recognize how that occurred. We as a committee have formed what we feel is most important in understanding all the information that's brought forward to us. And that information points directly to a lab leak. My time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now recognize Ms. Dingell from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I'm sorry, Ms. Takuda from Hawaii.
Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, we find ourselves being faced by our Republican colleagues that have convened another hearing under the guise of investigating the pandemic's origins to advance their extreme conspiratorial narrative against Dr. Fauci, Dr. Collins, and our nation's scientists and public health experts. I'd like to take a bit of a moment during my time to set the record straight about a number of things that have been said today. First of all, one of the things we heard earlier was that scientists don't flip-flop. No, scientists focus on the facts and the data before them, which can change in a matter of 72 hours, or yes, even 45 days between the time of discussion and the time of report, especially when we are dealing with a virus we know very little about, that even until this day is rapidly changing and evolving. So I ask both of you to assert coercion or political persuasion as the result of why that change took place during these 72 hours. Is this, in fact, a false statement when we're considering just the way that the scientific process works and the rapidly evolving, changing, and rapid evolving information that we're having at that time took place?
I think, again, it's important to understand that it's our thinking that is evolving. We are talking about the change from early hypotheses to realize that a subset of those can, in our opinion, be discarded with a relatively high degree of confidence. And that happens within just a few days when we're specifically talking about a purposefully manipulated virus. That's an evolution of our thinking. It is not a flip-flop. It is an early hypothesis which ends up being unsupported, followed by other hypotheses that are still on the table.
And so isn't it important that we, in fact, support this evolution of our thinking and our research in order for us to more quickly be able to really ascertain the proximal origins of things like the COVID-19 virus to start to really begin to save lives?
I think it's important that we continue to consider any and all evidence known and potentially to come in future, and that is exactly what we are doing as the scientific community, which may end up with previous hypotheses all of a sudden being no longer supported, for example. This is not a flip-flop. This is simply the scientific process.
So one of my concerns is when politicians start throwing around words like flip-flop, we are actually creating a very chilling effect on the scientific process, on our scientific community. I share the concerns that have been raised in this hearing by our ranking member, by the good gentleman from Maryland, that we're poisoning the water when it comes to active research and science that is looking at saving lives, taking care of our people. I worry that politicians' continued overreach and, quite frankly, weaponization of the discussions around the origin of COVID-19 will, in fact, heighten this chilling effect on the ability for our scientists and public health officials to thoroughly investigate and study future disease outbreaks, public health crises, and be able to meaningfully connect that and convey that to the public. Dr. Garry and Dr. Anderson, do you think political weaponization of the origins of COVID-19 will have a chilling effect on our scientific research, international collaborations going forward, and quite frankly, result in lives lost, our inability to really respond to public health crisis when it arises?
You know, I'm a scientist. I try not to let all the din of the politics around me influence my my analyses, my experiments, the choices that I make when I, work together with other scientists to write a publication. So, I understand what you're saying about the politics being influenced, but I can tell you that we did not let those factors influence our writing of the proximal origins paper or any of the other, papers in Science and PNAS and the other journals that we've written and influence our thinking about the origins of SARS-CoV-2 in any way.
Dr. Anderson, did you want to respond?
I think the whole reason I'm here today is because it's been politicized. The title is The Proximal Origin of a Cover-Up. I think there's no question that whereas the science itself is a scientific process focused on evidence analyses and then publications in peer-reviewed journals, which is exactly what we have been doing. People are free to disagree with that, whether it's the intelligence community or other scientists. That's why we publish the papers. I think, again, the reason why I'm here today is because of that politicization of that whole process, and I think it is deeply damaging. I think there's a need to rebuild trust. I think it's important to understand that scientists and politicians need to work together, and I think the way to do that, I think, is just focus on the facts and focus on the actual evidence.
Thank you. I think we absolutely do have to focus on the facts. I think that for researchers like yourself and others going forward, have to double think what they put on their Slack messages and channels and their emails and their text threads, and instead not be distracted from the actual work of the research. What it'll end up is lives lost. It'll cost us time to actually getting to what the origins of these disease and public health crises are. So we have to stop the weaponization of the origins of COVID-19 discussion. Thank you, Chair. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Garry, how many years have you spent in the field of immunology? Virology.
Yeah, sorry. About 45.
45, that is significant, no doubt. I think I'm not a scientist, don't pretend to be, but I think it's hard sometimes for the American people when we go through things and we read things like where 2 days prior to a draft being released, you are saying, literally, I really can't think of a plausible natural scenario where you get from a bat virus to one very similar to it to COVID. You said, I just can't figure out how this gets accomplished in nature. It's stunning. And then 2 days later, while it wasn't the proximal origins paper, it was basically the conclusion that you had outruled that as a hypothesis. And you said, what new data came available? We imagine it took, there's 2 days between that and February 4th. Your statement, I assume it took a day to write the draft, and so that's one heck of a data dump in one single day that would change 42 years of experience that led to this previous hypothesis. 45 years, I believe, was it? You said it was because of some new data that came available on the pangolin, and Dr. Anderson, you agreed with this in a interview in the New York Times. You said, for example, we looked at data from COVID being found in other species such as bats, pangolins, which demonstrated that other features first appeared unique to COVID were in fact in other related diseases. But during the peer review part, you said that was not data that was included, that the pangolin information had no leaning into the conclusions you made. Is that correct?
So the timeline keeps changing here. First it's 2 days, and it's 3 days, it's 4 days. It's actually 45 days when we're talking about
It's
the paper.
45 days before the draft was published,
I
but
think
there's
it's
a peer
important-
review period, and within 2 days, the conclusion had changed from, oh, this is not going to, oh, it's impossible that this could have happened. So that is true. And then you spent some time actually drafting proximal origins, and then you had it peer reviewed. During the peer review process, they brought up, there was questions asked to you, and you said there is no evidence on present data that pangolin COVID are directly related to COVID-19, in spite of the fact that a year later you said the opposite of that on national TV. And so that's concerning to me. You also said that anyone believes anything contrary to, the wet market theory is a conspiracy theorist. And then you corrected that statement, but you certainly said that those of us in the majority, that's not a scientific statement, that's a political statement. You've also said the only scientific data that is correct points to proximal origins, to natural origins. Yet we have the FBI, the DOE, we have a number of other scientists who've worked in this field for decades also pointing to this. Are you concerned that the lab in China deleted information?
So I think there's a lot of questions in there, there's a lot of words at least, but I think the important thing is that, again, if you look at the intelligence community, for example, the majority of them believe this is natural, right? If you look at the recent report, it says almost all agencies agree that SARS-CoV-2 was not genetically engineered. That's one of our main conclusions in the proximal origin.
And after recent information, they're changing their viewpoint. That was originally, and new information has come out. Do you have access to classified information?
I do not. I think it's important to realize,
Do you think it's not concerning? Do you think that the CCP is a trusted partner?
I don't think the CCP is the trusted partner, no.
You said you based your conclusions a lot on the publicly available data coming out of the lab. That publicly available data is what China has made available to the public. And at the meantime, we see them destroying data. We see them not allowing us access to the lab to research anything. And then we also see scientists disappearing who worked in China. You don't find that concerning, and that doesn't cause any sort of suspicion?
I think it's important to understand that the conclusions are based in part on evidence from China. Of course, the pandemic started in China, so necessarily early data on cases and what happens at the market will necessarily have to be from China itself. However, several of our conclusions do not rely on evidence from China. For example, the majority of the conclusions in proximal origin are based on publicly available data, which is not just from China, that's from elsewhere as well. In later papers, a lot of our conclusions can be replicated using data that is from outside of China. So there's no specific reliance on any single data set. There's also not, importantly, there's not one single piece of data that would convince me it's this or it's that. And I think the pangolins, which continue to be misrepresented of what we actually mean, is an important point of that. The reviewer said that based on the pangolin data, you can just reject any potential lab leak origin. And we say you can't do that. The pangolin data itself is insufficient to do that. You need to look at the consilience of evidence, and you need to look at all the evidence in concert, and that's exactly what we're doing in proximal origin. And that is also one of the reasons why our thinking on this particular question evolved over time from early hypotheses to later conclusions published in the peer review.
Can you not acknowledge that there are qualified scientists in this field who disagree with you?
Absolutely.
Are they conspiracy theorists?
They are not conspiracy theorists, and I think it's important to have scientific debate and disagreement.
Now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2012, 6 miners working in a bat-infested mine in southern China caught a coronavirus, had symptoms like COVID-19, and 3 died. But we didn't see a worldwide pandemic. We didn't see millions of people die. We didn't see governments shut down their economies, take away freedoms such as speech, freedom of religion, freedom basically to work a job and support our families. After that, samples of that virus were taken to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the only biosafety level 4 lab in China. The Wuhan Institute of Virology did gain-of-function research on these samples and other samples of coronaviruses. In autumn of 2019, the SARS-CoV-2 virus appeared in Wuhan, the closest known relative to the virus extracted from the miners held at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Even early in the outbreak, the virus was well adapted to human transmission. Wuhan authorities worked to silence dissenters and those affiliated in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The CCP authorities lobbied the WHO to announce an international emergency and blocked scientific investigations access into the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Here's what's interesting. Chinese military major General Chen Wei was put in charge of containment of COVID-19. He is the CCP's top biological weapons expert and raises questions about Chinese military involvement at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson, I'll ask each of you one at a time. Why would they put the top biological weapons expert in charge of containment of a virus that was very similar to the one that a few miners caught in 2012, that, by the way, didn't turn into a pandemic? Why would China put their top biological weapons expert in charge instead of just another virologist? Dr. Garry?
Representative Green, I don't have any idea. I have no idea.
Okay, Dr. Anderson?
I can't comment on that. I think it's important to realize, I assume you're referring to the virus RTG13. And what is very clear is that RTG13 cannot have led to SARS-CoV-2. These are very unrelated viruses.
Well, it's interesting, though, that you all wrote a paper claiming to know exactly the origins of COVID-19, but China put their top biological weapons expert in charge of containment. On January 15, 2021, the Department of State released a fact sheet entitled Activity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. It discussed 3 primary areas of concern. First one, illnesses inside the Wuhan Institute of Virology. The U.S. government believes several researchers inside the lab became sick in the fall of 2019 before the CCP first reported cases of COVID-19. That was in the lab. The CCP prevented journalists, investigators, and global health authorities from accessing the lab, including interviewing the researchers that fell sick in 2019. Sounds like they were concerned about so-called conspiracy theories, just like you were. There was also research at the lab starting in at least 2016. The Wuhan Institute of Virology was researching RATG13, just as you mentioned, the bat coronavirus, with the closest relationship to SARS-CoV-2, 96.2% similar. The Wuhan Institute of Virology has published record of dangerous gain-of-function research, gain-of-function like our government has funded with grants through EcoHealth. I'm sure you're familiar. There's secret military activity at the lab. The U.S. government determined that the lab collaborated on publications and secret projects with the CCP military since at least 2017. Perhaps that's why they put their top biological weapons expert in charge of containment, because they were very aware of the type of research that was going on at the lab, where people that worked at the lab got sick with COVID-19 first. But you guys think this came from nature. Do you still believe it came from nature, Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson?
Yes, I do believe that the natural origin via the wildlife trade is the most likely origin based on all the science, all the data that we've analyzed.
Dr. Anderson?
I do. And I think it's important you mentioned the six researchers here In the recent report, again, the IC continues to assess that this information neither support nor refutes either hypothesis of the pandemic's origin, because the researchers' symptoms could have been caused by a number of diseases.
Actually,
This is in the middle of the
Dr.
blue-
Anderson, I'll reclaim my time. The IC believes that the origin of COVID-19 is from the lab. Most of the intelligence community believes that, and they've stated so. So is the Energy Department. And so do many other doctors and researchers believe that it came from the lab. And from all of this evidence, it's very clear that China also believed it came from the lab. But it's unfortunate that you all are speaking the same pro-China talking points as some of our colleagues on our committee. And I think it's more important to really recognize it probably came from the lab. I yield back.
I now recognize Dr. Jackson from Texas for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Anderson, Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson in particular here, I just wanted to address one thing here. To start with, I know this has been mentioned again, but I just want to reiterate this. You emailed Dr. Fauci prior to the February 1st call, and you said, quote, "The unusual features of the virus make up a really small part of the genome," end quote. And then you went on to say, "After discussions earlier today, Eddie, Bob, Mike, and myself all find the genome inconsistent with expectations from evolutionary theory." Later on in the phone call that followed, Dr. Farzan said, "So I think it becomes a question of how do you put all this together, whether you believe this is a series of coincidences, what you know of the lab in Wuhan, how much could be in nature, accidental release, or nature event. I am 70-30. Dr. Garry, you stated, I really can't think of a plausible natural scenario where you get from the bat virus to one very similar to it, to where you insert exactly 4 amino acids, 12 nucleotides that all have to be added at the exact same time to gain this function. I just can't figure out how this gets accomplished in nature. It's stunning," you said. All right. Nevertheless, 3 days later, and I cleared this up in the hearing, so thank you. I thought this was the initial release of proximal origins, but it wasn't. But nevertheless, 4 days later, I have this email here, and it's been mentioned already by one of my colleagues here, but I just want to reiterate it again. This is an email on February the 4th that was initiated, at least what I have here, by Dr. Holmes, who I wish was here so he could answer a couple of questions I have about this email. But it says, it's addressed to Jeremy Farrar, and it says, "Here is a summary so far. Will be edited further. It's fundamental science and completely neutral as written. Did not mention other anomalies, as this will make us look like loons." I have no idea what that means. I'd love to find out, but he's not here to answer that question. It was replied to by Dr. Farrar, who also CC'd Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins, and said, "Please treat in confidence a very rough first draft from Eddie and the team. They will send an edited, cleaner version later." Dr. Francis Collins replied, "Very thoughtful analysis," and then Dr. Jeremy Farrar replied with something which I don't know what it is, because the vast majority of every bit of his response is redacted out, so I don't know exactly what that was. But my question was, you've cleared up that this was not the initial draft of proximal origins, that this was a response email or a follow-up draft report, or whatever you want to call it, in response to the phone call that took place on February the 1st. My question for both of you is, at that particular point, when this information, this draft summary was forwarded to Dr. Collins and Dr. Fauci, referencing the phone call that you'd had days earlier, were your conclusions changed? Had your hypothesis changed at that particular point?
I can take that. I think, let me just go back to the original email, because there's other sentences in that email that I think is important to. First of all, I say we have a good team lined up to look at very critically at this, so we should know much more at the end of the weekend. I also say, but we have to look at this much more closely, and there are still further analyses to be done, so those opinions could change. When you're looking at our February 4 summary, which is the one that you're referring to here, our main conclusion is that we believe deliberate engineering can be ruled out with a high degree of confidence. However, referring to both lab leaks, specifically the tissue culture hypothesis that we describe in proximal origin, our conclusion at the time of February 4th is that current data are consistent with all three. It is currently impossible to prove or disprove either.
Okay, Dr. Garry, what about you? Because you specifically said, I mean, Dr. Anderson says he doesn't believe it was engineered, but he said he hadn't ruled out a lab leak in that particular thing. Dr. Garry, you specifically said that, you find it completely stunning and implausible that this, that you insert 4 amino acids and 12 nucleotides, all that have to be exact same time to gain this function. That sounds like engineering to me.
Well, again, Representative Jackson, I think I started to or tried to address this before. That was a single email out of a lot of communications that I was having with people like Dr. Anderson and others. And in that particular email, I was, raising my concern about this one.
Let me ask this real quick. You reiterated, you did explain that. Let me just ask you guys real quick. So you're telling me that, and this was the actual first publication of proximal origin was published on February 16, 2020. It was posted on the website Virological. So from February 1st to February 16th, are you telling me that you gathered all of this? You gathered all of this additional information, because we know what your initial hypothesis was, or your initial conclusions were to start with before. You gathered every bit of this new additional information, which we don't know exactly what it was or where it came from. You completely changed your hypothesis. You collaborated with your co-authors, and you wrote the proximal origins paper all in that period of time. I just want to know, my time's up, but I just want you to know that sounds completely ridiculous to the American people, and it's completely in step with what a lot of people think is going on here, is that Dr. Anthony Fauci and Francis Collin realized that they had been implicated in the production or in the creation of this virus, and they were doing everything they could, including getting both of you to come on board as tools or vehicles to undermine that theory. Thank you. My time is up.
Now recognize Dr. McCormick from Georgia for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree that early hypotheses change. As for the politicization of this and the accusations made that this is entirely political, I think we do have something to learn about finding out the true origins of this disease. It's interesting that when they talk about censoring and politicization of something, only one side that I remember was ever censored, and that was our side. And when I say our side, I mean the fact that it was a lab leak. I was censored as the emergency physician who treated thousands of patients and who has a background taught by an equally adept professor in virology at medical school that taught us how diseases propagate. One of the things I thought was interesting, I think it's very wise of you to admit that there's many possibilities. And just to lay it out in front of the people, since I'm the summary person today, it's interesting that any other crossover virus or any virus that's ever really existed, for the most part, still exists in society today. It's very hard to get rid of an entire subset of viruses by itself. We still have the common cold, for example. We still have avian flu. We still have swine flu. And those still propagate in those species because they don't just go away. They continue to get switched around, and it still exists in society today. What I think is interesting is that I haven't seen any evidence, and I read your papers, by the way. I love reading and learning. And I consider myself a student of the game. And I saw how we talked about the raccoon dogs and the civet cat having DNA and RNA in the same place where they found the vast preponderance of the coronavirus in that market. However, what we didn't see is that there is any immune response by those animals to this virus that supposedly can propagate inside of that species also, which would be a natural way to propagate a virus by virology standards, which you'd have to admit. If it exists in the species, it has to be able to propagate and continue. It doesn't just go away. It's not just found in the same proximity of a species, but inside the species with antibodies and resistance. To say that it's just because it's in the same area as somewhere that a dog was found or a cat was found or a penguin, whatever you want to say, is for me just like smear some COVID on this wood and say, look, it came from this wood. To give our people who are watching this who are maybe not medical background to understand, that's obviously impossible. Just like it's impossible to have a virus that exists inside of an animal species go away or not have any sort of immune response or any propagation if that's where it came from in the beginning. And that's where I find a huge hole in your theory. As scientists, I love science. I'm trying to follow your science, and I don't get it. I just don't get it. It doesn't matter if it's found in the same area. Did it continue to live in that species? Is it still found? I know for a fact China has looked for it hard and killed lots of animals trying to find it and cannot find this natural immune response and this natural propagation inside of these species. So therefore, my natural conclusion is it didn't come from there. What I do know, if I use just logical thinking, And I've heard your responses, so I get it. I don't really have too many questions because I've heard your responses over and over again. But I'm just from a scientific standpoint, I want to summarize this for folks who aren't scientists. I just explained the science behind this. That if you can't find it, you can't find the immune response, you can't find disease propagating inside of a species, then it really never existed in that species, and therefore that's not scientific. And likewise, if you have a science lab talking about actually developing something and wanting funding for it, in other words, gain of function, and then it centers around that same lab that asked for it, I agree with your initial assumption, Dr. Garry, that most likely it came from a lab. And I think that's where the evidence has continued to point. Ironically, when it got politicized, it was myself and others that believe like me in the science that got censored. That's the irony of this. And yet I'm accused of politicizing this. I just want to make it very clear for those people who are watching who are not scientists that this is a scientific discussion. But it's also a political discussion because we have to figure out where it came from in order to deal with the next pandemic. And if we're going to try to assume that we're going to stop the evolution of viruses in the wild, that's not something we can really do much for. We can prepare for it, but we can't stop that. But we can stop gain-of-function research when we admit that that's where the disease came from. And I think that's what this discussion is about. And that's why it's important to actually combine the science with common sense, and we come to a natural conclusion. And with that, I yield.
I now recognize Ms. Dingell from Michigan for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say to my colleagues, we all want the facts. We need the facts because we have an enormous responsibility as members of this committee to make sure we are ready for the next pandemic, which you all got a lot more doctor's degrees on your side. I'm not one, but it's coming. And not one person over here has said, and the intelligence committees have said, we don't know where the leak has come from. Could have been a lab leak, could have been other ways. We're studying it. We want the facts. The Select Committee's purported investigation into the origins of the coronavirus, which for 5 months has largely focused on the publication of this paper, has included a number, and I am so offended by some of the things I've heard this today, of baseless allegations against our nation's scientists, our public health experts, including Dr. Fauci and Collins. And instead of being on a mission to destroy 2 people, I wish we were on a mission to get the facts. So I'd like to address them, starting with the egregious claim that Dr. Fauci bribed Dr. Anderson and other authors of the proximal origin paper to suppress the lab leak theory with a $9 million federal grant. Dr. Anderson, in your written testimony, you described these allegations as, quote, absurd and false, and explained the key funding decisions for this grant, including its scoring and review by independent experts, was made even before the first outbreak of COVID-19. Dr. Anderson, would you please reiterate for the Select Subcommittee why my Republican colleagues' allegations that Dr. Fauci bribed you and your co-authors with federal grant funding are categorically false?
They are categorically false.
In fact, the information Dr. Anderson laid out is publicly available for everyone. Those watching get the facts, including my Republican colleagues, to see online at NIH's website. We have a picture here. To make sure everyone is absolutely clear on this, let's take a look at this ourselves. As you can see here, NIH's grant database plainly notes, facts, I like facts, that this grant passed through the NIH's Scientific Merit Review in November 2019. Dr. Anderson, if the grant were scored and reviewed as part of the NIH's transparent merit-based process in November 2019, is there any way that the awarding of the grant could have been used as a bribe during the February 1st, 2020 conference call?
Excluding the possibility that somebody is a time traveler, no, that is just not possible given the timeline.
Dr. Garry, do you agree?
I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit a copy of the funding information for Dr. Anderson's grant, which lays out the timeline of its NIH review for the record. With my remaining time, I'd like to...
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address the broader allegation that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins were involved in any sort of campaign to suppress the lab leak theory through the publication of proximal origin. Dr. Anderson and Dr. Garry, you sat for nearly 20 hours of transcribed interviews with Select Subcommittee staff. During those interviews, you were asked questions about Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins' involvement with the paper. Dr. Garry, in your interview, you told the Select Committee that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins never contacted you or gave you advice about writing that paper. In fact, you stated that neither Dr. Fauci nor Dr. Collins, quote, did anything really to influence the paper in any way. Dr. Garry, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Anderson, in your interview, you refuted the idea that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins sought to suppress scientific inquiry into the origins of COVID-19. You told the Select Committee staff, quote, not only did they not do that, they encouraged scientific inquiry into the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic. Dr. Anderson, is there anything you want to add regarding that statement?
That statement is correct. That was exactly what they did.
The suggestion, my friends, that Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins were engaged in some sort of intricate cover-up to suppress the lab leak theory and bribe researchers is reckless, irresponsible, and grossly inaccurate. These baseless attacks on our nation's scientists and public officials need to stop. I want to get to the origin of what happened. I may even, in my heart, wonder with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But we're not going to get to it making reckless statements. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Jordan from Ohio for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Anderson, should we be doing gain-of-function research?
I think fundamental biology research, which includes gain-of-function research, is important. However, such research should, of course, be done safely.
Was gain-of-function research being done, Dr. Garry, at the lab in Wuhan, China?
I have not reviewed all the research that was being done at the Wuhan Institute, so I don't really have a professional opinion on.
Do you have a professional opinion, Dr. Anderson?
To my knowledge, there was...
Yeah, I know you got professional opinions about lots of things, but do you have one on that?
To my knowledge, there's no gain-of-function research, although there is work involving chimeric viruses, for example, as we discussed in our proximal origin paper.
Was the lab in China up to the code for doing the kind of research that you just described, Dr. Anderson?
I don't know about any of the codes, anything going on at the Wuhan Institute.
Would it be up to the, would it be, my understanding is it wasn't. Do you think it was up to the code necessary to do the kind of research that you think they were doing there?
Again, I can't talk to the code of the lab itself. I think what is clear from the published research from the Wuhan Institute of Virology was that a lot of this research was done at biosafety level 2, which I considered at the time to be insufficient, and today, especially given the diversity of related viruses.
So just to be clear, you guys don't know whether they were doing gain-of-function research or not. You think they weren't. I think they were. You think they weren't. But regardless of that, what they were doing there, what the biosafety level at that lab wasn't up to the code it should have been for the research they were doing.
Doing this type of research at BSL-2 using bat coronaviruses is commonly done at BSL-2. The lab work, the animal work, I should say, is done in BSL-3. Again, this is all available.
What level lab would you want? If you're doing the research, Dr. Anderson or Dr. Garry, what level lab, what level would you want, 2 or 3?
This would again typically be approved at biosafety level 2. However, as I said from the beginning, is that I believe, especially given everything we know, based on how many of these coronaviruses we have, that this kind of work should in future, via international regulations, be done at BSL-3.
Should be done at a higher level than it was done there. Correct. That's what you're saying. Got it. All right. And should it go through, we have this process, Dr. Garry, this P3 process, this approval process for this type of grant money to be used and this type of work to be done. Should it go through that process before it's approved?
I mean, in your hypothetical, yes. I mean, of course, we should follow the regulations.
Okay. So my understanding is American tax dollars went to this lab in China. Is that right, Dr. Garry?
I don't know what, I don't have any information myself about.
Been commonly reported, EcoHealth sent the money there. American tax dollars were used in the Wuhan lab, this lab we've been talking about.
Again, I haven't reviewed the financial transactions between the NIH and EcoHealth Alliance.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, just real quick, and I know you've touched on this earlier. So on January 31st, the now email that, somewhat famous email that you sent, virus looks engineered, virus not consistent with evolutionary theory. I think that was part of that email and comments Dr. Garry made, where it was what prompted the conference call. And then 4 days later, you come back and basically say, if you believe it came from a lab, then it's some crackpot theory. And what happened in that? I mean, that's a pretty dramatic change in 4 days. And I know you've talked about it before, but that's what I think I find so concerning is you went from virus looks engineered, not consistent with evolutionary theory, to you're crazy if you think it came from a lab, and that all happened in 4 days.
That is a misrepresentation of what the email actually says. Let me just read that sentence, because I say the main crackpot theories going around at the moment related to this firing being somehow engineered with intent, and that is demonstrably not the case. I'm very specifically referring to the fact that this is engineered with intent, i.e. a bioweapon.
Okay,
at that time, I still
fair enough.
believe-
So you're saying there wasn't an intention to have it done in a lab, but so you're not saying it couldn't have come from a lab?
That is correct. At that time of writing this email, in fact, I thought the plausibility of this being a lab-cultured virus was still high. I kept that belief until mid to late February.
Do you think, you've been strong on the zoonotic theory. Do you think it could have come from a lab, even today as you sit here?
Not as I said here today, no. I think the plausibility of this having come from the lab, given the evidence, I don't find that plausible at all.
FBI's wrong. People who disagree, people who think it came from a lab is wrong. The fact that American tax dollars went to a lab in China, a lab that wasn't up to code, should have been level 3, even based on what you guys say, wasn't up to code, doing, I think, potentially gain-of-function research, and it breaks out in that town in China. But somehow, no, it can't even be possible that it came from a lab. It has to be the zoonotic approach.
It is possible, as I'm saying. I don't find it plausible, or maybe I should say probable, given the evidence that we have available to us. Again, anything is possible, and as we are saying in the proximal origin paper and also in later papers, is that it is currently impossible to prove or disprove any version of the origin, whether lab or not.
Okay, thank you. Are you back? I now recognize majority staff for 15 minutes of questions.
Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson, it's good to see you again. Mitch Benzine, I'm the staff director for the majority staff. I have a couple follow-up questions based off your responses to the members, and want to start with Dr. Anderson, something you just said, that intentionally engineering is equivalent to a bioweapon. Do researchers not intentionally modify viruses that don't turn into bioweapons?
Again, I think the unfortunate fact here is that the words used here early on are confusing. When I'm saying engineered with intent, what I specifically mean is that you engineer the virus with the intent of creating something like SARS-CoV-2. For example, something that is highly transmissible between humans, bind well to the ACE2 receptor. And that requires the intent of people to create that virus specifically. At the time of writing the email, the crackpot theory, which, and I should say I use crackpot because I thought several people thought I was a crackpot at the time, is that I'm specifically referring to the call from the National Academy of Sciences, which was specifically based on the idea of a bioweapon. So that's what I'm referring to there. But of course, the intention to engineer any virus, any kind of engineering would be intentional, right? But specifically what I am referring to here is the idea that the intention of creating this virus.
Okay. I want to ask some questions, just base knowledge while you were drafting proximal origin, and go back and forth here. So to both of you, Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson, were you aware of all the research being conducted at the Wuhan Institute of Virology leading up to the drafting of proximal origin?
No, I'm not. I don't see how we could possibly be aware of all of it.
That is correct. I mean, I would say we were, of course, well aware of what has been published, which is what raised the initial hypothesis, which was that this could potentially have come from a lab, was because we are aware of the type of research going on at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
But not all the research.
Of course not, no.
You've testified, both of you testified previously that it's maybe not common, but researchers don't always publish everything, at least contemporaneously.
No, I don't think most researchers publish their results contemporaneously.
Are you aware, Dr. Garry, Dr. Anderson, were you aware at the time that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was conducting research on pangolin viruses?
I was not aware of it.
No.
Both of you, were you aware that the Wuhan Institute of Virology was conducting experiments that involved intentionally simulating natural recombination events?
In a broad sense, I guess, there had been some experiments that were published in the literature that involved, making pseudoviruses and other things that would involve recombination, yes.
Yeah, and I think I was certainly well aware of the chimeric viral work that they were doing, which is inserting spike proteins, for example, from one virus into another virus using well-established backbones like VIV1. I was very aware of that work, yes.
Were you aware that the Wuhan Institute of Virology had the capability to conduct those experiments without leaving a trace?
It is well known that you can do cloning systems that leave no trace. However, if you look at the published papers from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the vast majority of them do, in fact, leave traces. But, of course, the awareness was, I think we even discussed it in the Slack messages that you have, that, of course, it's possible to create recombinant viruses, for example, that don't leave a trace of the recombination itself.
I'm wondering how you're able to take genetic engineering off the table so quickly when you don't have awareness of what the Wuhan Institute of Virology is doing. They can conduct experiments without a trace, and they were in fact doing research on bat and pangolin viruses.
Again, we're talking about intentional engineering here, and if you look at the virus itself, you look at the viral genome, talk about the furin cleavage site, for example, is that the furin cleavage site is suboptimal in the sense that this is a crap furin cleavage site. Further, it appears to be inserted out of frame. These are the clear signatures of natural evolution, because natural evolution is just good enough, whereas engineering, typically we will be a precise insertion of something that will either be used before or certainly something that would have been optimal. And this particular furin cleavage site, which has since evolved in the human population, is not an example of that.
But in proximal origin, you eliminate not just intentional engineering, also not a laboratory construct. How were you able to eliminate that, not knowing what was going on?
So again, as I explained in my written statement, we're talking about the laboratory constructs, specifically referring to the well-known backbones being used and a purposefully manipulated virus, i.e. the virus with an intent. We don't actually talk about engineering per se, because that's a broader term. So we don't specifically say that the data eliminates that one, but I would say my personal opinion, as we also state, is that I don't find that particular version of events to be plausible.
Sitting here today, do you think that language in proximal origin is confusing or doesn't fulfill your intent?
I think it's a scientific paper written for a scientific community. I think overall, given how fast that paper was written and given just everything going on at the time, I actually think the language is clear. Could it be clearer? Sure. Could have been better explanations? Sure. It could have been longer, but we didn't have that ability to do that. But importantly, that's what we are continued to publish research on this particular question, where we can add additional evidence and analyses that adds to these early conclusions that we made in this particular paper. And I think overall, those conclusions are very clear.
Dr. Garry, do you think that could have been written more clear for the intentional engineering bioweapon language?
I mean, you're always, better prepared in hindsight, right? So, I think the paper has stood up very well to the scientific community and as a basis for, moving forward with some of our other studies that we did, looking into the origin of the virus.
Still regarding the experiments that were taking place at the Wuhan Institute, did either of you have any conversations with Peter Daszak about those experiments while drafting proximal origin?
We did not. I think, again, the type of experiments ongoing at the Wuhan Institute of Virology were well known based on the published literature. And again, this is why in the first place, we raised the what I thought was a likely hypothesis of a lab-associated virus. And I think that is also the reason why some of the suggestions from our colleagues that we could just dismiss that hypothesis out of hand without any further analysis or even consideration of that particular theory, I thought was wrong at the time. And that's because we were well aware of the type of work that was ongoing.
Dr. Garry, did you have any conversations with Dr. Daszak?
I did not.
Dr. Anderson, you testified in response to Ms. Lesko's questions that the Wuhan Institute's sequence database was actually removed in February of 2020, not September of 2019. Did you ever access it in that interim time?
I did not, no.
Okay. Dr. Garry?
No, I didn't.
I want to shift gears a little bit and go back to kind of the early days in the conference call. You've talked about this, so we can run through it briefly. Dr. Anderson, did you have a call with Dr. Fauci on January 31st, 2020?
I did.
Was anyone else on that call?
No.
And on that call, you testified here and testified in your interview that he suggested drafting a peer-reviewed paper about whether or not it came from a lab. Is that a fair characterization?
Again, the suggestions, as I recall it, given that my initial hypothesis was that of a lab-associated virus, was that he said that if I thought this came from the lab, I should consider writing a paper on it.
And then you were both on the conference call on February 1st, 2020, correct? In earlier questions and earlier testimony, you testified that Dr. Farrar set up the February 1st conference call. He was the organizer of the February 1st conference call. In the email from Dr. Fauci to you, Dr. Anderson, from January 31st, memorializing your phone call with him, Dr. Fauci wrote, "I told him," referencing you, "that as soon as possible, you and Eddie Holmes should get a group of evolutionary biologists together to examine carefully the data to determine if your concerns are validated." Does that sound like setting up the conference call?
That is not setting up the conference call. As I mentioned, that conference call was set up by Dr. Farrar in terms of who should be on the conference call. He conferred with Eddie, and Eddie conferred with us for suggested names, for example.
How do you read that statement then? What did Dr. Fauci tell you about convening a group of evolutionary biologists?
Again, to my I don't actually know what he is saying here, but again, that process, as far as I remember, was already ongoing because Jeremy Farrar himself was going to organize this conference call. Again, as far as I know, Dr. Fauci had no role in the conference call itself. That was fully Jeremy Farrar, as can see from the emails.
And then you testified earlier today that Dr. Fauci reiterated maybe not the suggestion to draft a peer-reviewed paper, but his support for a peer-reviewed paper on the February 1st call. Is that correct?
I don't recall whether he specifically suggested a paper, but yes, he was certainly supportive of us continuing to look into this particular question. But as we have both mentioned, is that we don't actually remember Dr. Fauci having any particular role in that conference call itself.
And then you had clarified in your transcribed interview that initially it wasn't about publishing it. Like, despite Dr. Fauci's suggestion for a peer-reviewed paper, your initial thought was more of an internal report back to the teleconference group, not necessarily publishing that. Is that correct?
That is correct. I think at the time, I just wanted to look at this more closely with a set of trusted colleagues and well-known experts in looking at these kinds of questions. Whether that would eventually result in a paper was, for me, too premature to even think about.
Did the initial drafts of that report provide a lot of the backbone for proximal origin?
I think that if you look at for example, the different scenarios that we are considering are the scenarios that we eventually end up considering in proximal origin as well. So did those early drafts and reports and summaries lay the basis for a later paper? Yes, of course. However, that was at the time not for the purpose of specifically creating a paper.
So would it be fair to characterize, since it laid the basis, that the February 1st conference call also laid the basis for proximal origin?
I wouldn't say so. I think scientists have discussions and conversations all the time that then later on end up in being actual papers. But again, the conference call was not for the purpose of writing a paper. It was for the purpose of discussing the questions that I specifically had raised with Eddie Holmes first, and then him with Jeremy Farrar.
Were drafts of proximal origin and or the report sent to Dr. Collins and Dr. Fauci along the way?
There were the summary drafts which you have seen. The actual drafts of the paper, I think we probably changed to a paper form maybe on February 8th or something like that. Those were not shared with Dr. Fauci or Collins.
Did either in emails or on phone calls, did Dr. Fauci or Dr. Collins ever ask any questions about your analysis?
I don't recall. I mean, again, there is some questions, I believe, from Dr. Fauci, for example, around ACE2 mice, for example. So I think he had questions like that. But whether there was any questions to the specific analyses or to our specific conclusions, no. My assumption is he was probably relatively busy at the time.
Shifting gears again, Dr. Garry, and I think you might have corrected it in your verbal statement, but not your written statement. In your written statement, you state that in November of 2022, you and your co-authors obtained access to large files containing the DNA and RNA sequences from the environmental samples taken from the Hunan market, but the subsequent paper said that those samples were accessed in March. Was that a typo in your statement?
Yeah, that was my mistake.
Okay.
I take responsibility for that. It was March.
In both of your testimonies, you say proximal origin specifically do not rule out the lab origin or a laboratory origin, and say it's currently impossible to prove or disprove the other theories being discussed there. On February 19th, Dr. Dazik of EcoHealth cited your paper to support the statement, quote, overwhelmingly conclude that COVID-19 originated in wildlife. Did you know Dr. Dazik was going to use your paper that way?
It's common for other scientists to cite papers. So
do you agree that proximal origin overwhelmingly concluded that COVID-19 originated in wildlife?
That was our conclusion in proximal origin, yes.
In the press release released by Scripps when the paper was published, Dr. Anderson, you were quoted as saying, we can firmly determine that COVID-19 originated through a natural process. And a spokesman for Wellcome Trust, Dr. Farrar's former organization, who the minority laid out played a crucial role in proximal origin, said, quote, proximal origin concludes that COVID-19 is the product of natural evolution. Were you involved in drafting that press release?
The one for Scripps Research? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you agree with those two statements that proximal origin concluded COVID-19 is the product of natural evolution?
I agree with those statements, yes.
How many scenarios in proximal origin were laid out?
There were 3 separate scenarios specifically laid out, but we considered many.
The press release from Scripps only lays out 2. Was there a reason you left out serial passage?
Again, serial passage is not supported, and that's probably why it's left out. But again, serial passage is clearly described in the paper itself, but as we say, our opinion is that we do not find that to be plausible.
In the discretion of the chair, I'd ask for about 2 more minutes.
So ordered.
The minority report that was released this morning laid a lot of the responsibility on Dr. Farrar, that Dr. Farrar organized the conference call, Dr. Farrar prompted the paper. Dr. Farrar was involved in where it was published. Dr. Farrar made at least 1 edit to the paper. Do you agree with the minority's characterization that Dr. Farrar was heavily involved in proximal origin?
I do not.
You testified in your transcribed interview, Dr. Anderson, that Farrar was the, quote, father figure of proximal origin. Can you explain what that means a little bit?
Dr. Farrar is a scientist with a lot of expertise in all kinds of different areas, not so much origins, but he has researched infectious diseases most of his life and understands a lot of what's going on out there that we don't. So from that perspective, he was very encouraging us to look at this particular question, but had no specific role in the process itself. Did not influence the conclusions, did not influence the drafting, other than the single edit that you mentioned there. He had several conversations with Eddie Holmes at the time, and I don't know what those conversations were about specifically, but that's why I describe him as a father figure, because I think that captures it. But again, the specific role of him was not to lead the drafting of the paper, nor was it to lead the conclusions of the paper, for example.
And was that why he was not credited on the paper?
I believe that Eddie Holmes asked whether he wished to be credited because, again, he did not add substantially to any of the science in the paper. I think that's why he is left uncredited.
In my final seconds, I have two questions for each of you. Dr. Garry, are you aware or were involved in every communication that Dr. Farrar had with Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins?
I was not.
Dr. Anderson, were you aware or involved in every conversation between Dr. Farrar and Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins?
I was not.
And then the final question, Dr. Garry, were you consulted by the intelligence community during their drafting and publication of their declassified assessment?
The first Biden assessment?
Yes.
I was.
Which agencies?
The FBI and the CIA.
Dr. Anderson, the same two questions to you.
The same.
FBI and CIA?
Correct.
All right, thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Now recognize the minority staff for 15 minutes of questions.
Dr. Anderson, I just wanted to ask a couple of factual questions about some of the things we've discussed here today. The first is just on pangolins. We've talked a fair amount about pangolins. I wanted to clarify something. Is it right that at the time that the paper was being written, there were two different things going on in terms of pangolins, right? There was, on the one hand, the fact that there was a pangolin coronavirus that had the 6 key amino acid residue mutations. Separately from that, if I understand correctly, there were public reports or somebody had said to you all that there had been a discovery of a pangolin coronavirus that was a 99% match across its entire genome to SARS-CoV-2. Do I understand that basic situation correctly?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so as you guys sort of grappled with the role that the pangolins were playing here, if I understand correctly, it turned out that the pangolin virus in question was not, in fact, a 99% match. What did it end up being, 90 or 91? Something like that?
Something like that, yes, correct.
Okay. So when the dust settled on the pangolin issue, is it right that the pangolin virus was important in the sense that it indicated to you that nature was capable of producing the key mutations that we were seeing in SARS-CoV-2, and that fact has obvious scientific significance, but the hunt for a progenitor virus with respect to SARS-CoV-2 remained unsolved, had to continue, and in that sense, the pangolin was not itself conclusive as to the origins of the virus. Is that a fair summary of the pangolin situation?
Yeah, I think it's a fair summary in the sense, and in fact, I have an email to that effect where I say, like, well, at least we need to wait until we hear about this potential 99%, because of course, if we had a near identical virus in pangolins, that in itself would be critically important. But that turned out just not to be correct. In fact, it was the receptor binding domain that was 99% identical. That in itself is very important because it tells you that that particular receptor binding domain exists in nature. Really importantly, too, is that it does not mean that pangolins themselves were necessarily involved in the recombination events of SARS-CoV-2, since we have seen in the Lao viruses, banal viruses, for example, we have found receptor binding domains that are, in fact, as similar to SARS-CoV-2 as the ones that we find in the pangolins. So as I mentioned to Chairman Wenstrup's earlier questions, is that these recombination events do not require these two animals to be in close proximity. We believe that these recombination events happen in bats.
And I think that and the way you just described it is consistent with the way that you and your co-authors discussed pangolins in the final product of the proximal origin.
That is correct. That is correct.
One point of clarification with respect to the February 1st conference call. We spent a lot of time talking about that. I just want to clarify, zooming out from a factual point of view, because I think it's natural for us to think of it as an American call, but there were quite a number of people on that call, just sort of starting at the center of it. It is correct to say that Dr. Farrar organized that call, is that right?
That is correct, and I don't think you can describe it as an American call because in terms of the scientists on the call, I believe it was probably only Dr. Garry and myself, and I'm not American, I'm actually Danish, but the rest of the scientists that were invited onto that call were primarily from Europe.
And that actually is what I sort of wanted to just clarify. There are some other folks on that call who we haven't talked about all that much today, but if I understand correctly, were significantly involved in the dialogue on that call, such as Eddie Holmes. Where's Dr. Holmes located?
He's in Sydney, Australia.
What about Andrew Rambo?
He's in Edinburgh, in Scotland.
Ron Fouchier and Marion Koopmans?
Yeah, they're in the Netherlands.
And Stefan Pullman?
Germany, I believe.
And Christian Drosten, where is he?
Also Germany.
Okay, so I just wanted to sort of set a broader context in terms of what that call was and how it came about. And there's just one more discrete thing I wanted to ask about. There has been discussion about the extent to which, from your original point of view, when we talk about January 31st or February 1st of 2020, the extent to which 2 days later your views changed or 3 days later your views changed. My understanding, but I'd appreciate you confirming, is that the drafts of the report at that point, I think, took the position that the data was indistinguishable as far as lab serial passage or zoonotic origin. Is that right?
That is correct. You can see those are the direct conclusions in those early summary statements, yes.
And so the work that you and your co-authors were doing and the input and the gathering of external information, if I understand, went on for the next 3, 4, or 5 weeks, ultimately culminating in the March final product. Is that right?
That is correct. The final paper is published 45 days later after that conference call, and of course our thinking evolved over that time, so did the analyses, and also just the availability of data.
I just wanted to ask a brief question. When we talk about the role of Dr. Farrar in the paper, I understand that as it relates to the direct drafting of the paper, his role was essentially limited to one particular ask for an edit. But when we talk about his role in the broader process of the paper, for example, Dr. Garry, there's an email from yourself saying Jeremy has been an amazing leader, should be an author. I think you both, when we talked in our transcribed interview, confirmed that that general premise, the phrase father figure, when we talk about navigating the paper process, talking about different publications that might make sense for the paper to go, that sort of role in the process is an accurate description of Dr. Farrar's role, I think. Either one of you can confirm that that's...
Yeah, that is correct. And I think importantly, too, is that Dr. Farrar is on later papers. We have a paper, I believe in 2021, in the journal Cell, which is a review on the available evidence. And Dr. Farrar is an author on that particular paper.
And when it comes to that sort of a role in the process of the proximal origin paper, you both confirmed in our interviews, but I just want to confirm one more time, neither Dr. Fauci nor Dr. Collins played that type of role or really any role at all.
That is correct.
Dr. Garry?
That is correct.
I have no more questions. I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize the ranking member for any closing statement that he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the course of today's hearing, we have heard baseless allegation after baseless allegation and unsubstantiated claim after unsubstantiated claim about Drs. Fauci and Collins and their involvement with the proximal origin paper. The Select Subcommittee has reviewed thousands of pages of internal documents and conducted transcribed interviews with authors of the paper, which has only revealed that Drs. Fauci and Collins had little to no involvement in the drafting of and publication of the paper. Findings that have only been confirmed once again by testimony in today's hearing. Rather than following the facts of their own investigation, my Republican colleagues have only doubled down on their unproven conspiratorial accusations, using this Select Subcommittee's far-reaching platform to vilify our nation's scientists and public health experts in the name of repairing trust after they have manufactured distrust and destroyed it. Every day, Select Subcommittee Republicans spend on advancing this partisan narrative. The American people pay the price. How? Every hour and taxpayer dollar of focusing and pushing this wrong, harmful, bias-centered narrative and political theater, instead of on investigating our experiences to garner forward-looking policy solutions to prevent and prepare for the next pandemic, comes at the expense of the American people and our public health. The fact is, the origins of the COVID-19 pandemic remain unknown. We have heard, this is a very interesting lab for the psychology of confirmation bias. Today, I mean, we've seen it. We have heard, you know, when you have confirmation bias, you are set on your thinking, and now everything you do has to prove your narrative. So you pick and choose evidence and data. That's one method of doing it. The second method is you take things out of context, or you misrepresent the data or things that were said, like putting it in places and a piece of a puzzle to show your or prove your narrative. The third is that there's a lot of disregard of evidence or the truth that is contrary to the narrative. So in other words, if you say something confirming a truth, it's skipped over, it's disregarded. The truth just doesn't matter if it doesn't fit the narrative. And we even seen flat out lying today. Lying. For example, we have heard that the intelligence community strongly supports that this was a lab leak theory. The reality is that you have one agency with low confidence, you have another agency with moderate confidence that this was a lab leak theory, okay? 2 out of the 6 so far. They do not strongly, with high confidence, say that this was a lab leak, but we heard that they do from the other side. That's a lie. The data is there. That's not an opinion, because the facts has been presented. They have been studied. The next lie, flat out, was that most of the intelligence community agencies believe that this was a lab leak theory, declaring it as if it was true. Yet you have 4 agencies, it's math, guys, 4 agencies with low confidence saying this was zoonotic. You have 2 agencies with low to moderate saying that with low and moderate confidence that this was a lab leak. 4 is more than 2. 4 is more than 2. So that statement that is aligned with their narrative was a flat-out lie. And in the absence of hard proof or access to information by the Chinese Communist Party, we may never know conclusively. I mean, we've looked at the intelligence agencies. We've passed a bill in a bipartisan way to make them public and reveal. There's no smoking gun in the intelligence community. It is still to low to moderate confidence on either side, with the majority saying they still think it's zoonotic. But that shouldn't stop us from considering both scenarios and working to keep us safer from the next deadly pandemic. We're, on this side of the aisle, we're committed to objectively looking at the data and taking what we have in order to create policies, whether it was a lab leak theory, it's true, or whether it was zoonotic, but let's do something about it that will actually result in saving lives. So we need to get unstuck from this partisan quicksand. As ranking member of this Select Subcommittee, I take seriously the charge of understanding the origins of the novel coronavirus. And as a physician and public health expert, I know how this is crucial to our ability to better prevent and prepare for a future public health crisis. Unfortunately, today's hearing brought us nowhere closer to that goal. It has only continued the partisan narrative, the confirmation bias that has produced threats, intimidation, violent threats to our public health officials, the vilification of our nation's scientists, and continued to manufacture distrust in our public health officials. This, at the end of the day, will only harm our ability to respond to future public health crises and cost more American lives in another pandemic. I yield back.
Thank you. You know, as chairman of this committee, and I think on behalf of the committee, we're working on behalf of the lives lost or severely damaged in America and across the globe by a deadly virus, a virus that should have united our country, but instead divided our nation and the world. I've said since the beginning, this is an after-action review for lessons to be learned so that we can provide a path forward. But we have to review the previous actions, or we learn no lessons. I feel, and talking to Dr. Garry for a moment beforehand, we can do better, and we have to do better going forward. This process that we have been through as a nation is not it. As a nation, as a world, is not it. And we can lead the way of doing better. You know, our staff report that's been out investigates our government processes, exploring how decisions were or are made, revealing statements made in the process, such as those behind me here, statements made by those involved directly or indirectly. Yeah, we're exploring a potential cover-up. That is what we are doing. It's exploring. That requires investigation. To both of you, you receive federal dollars. We appropriate those. Congress appropriates those federal dollars. We have a responsibility of oversight on behalf of our constituents and the very taxpayers that pay you. Sorry about that, but it's our job, whether you like it or not, and I take it seriously. We have discovered things like statements by Dr. Morens, who works for NIAID. Send things to my Gmail. I'm getting FOIA'd all the time. You both know what FOIA'd means, correct? Freedom of Information Act. Okay. Send things to my Gmail, and I'll delete anything I don't want the New York Times to see. And then he criticizes reporters and scientists like Dr. Metzel and others, calls them names that I won't repeat. And aren't we proud? Aren't we proud? Now, because of these revelations that we've uncovered, NARA, the National Archives Record Administration, is leading an investigation on Dr. Morens and his behavior. That is our responsibility as Congress. So you may call it going down a rabbit hole and trying to find vendettas, or somebody here might. But I do have a vendetta against dishonesty. And as a doctor, I'm against politically motivated science, which Dr. Anderson, you yourself, said we had to. You hate to go down, let me see if I can find the quote, but you hate to go down a political path, but you had to, and I'm paraphrasing there. You know, in the staff reports that have come out, the minorities today, talking about political, our report 0 times mentions Republicans or Democrats. 0 times. Their report mentions Republicans or Democrats 38 times. Who's being political? Who's being political? And when Dr. Collins sends an email to Dr. Fauci on April 15th saying, do more to squash the lab leak, which essentially is halting scientific debate, And Dr. Fauci goes out on the White House lawn the next day, quoting proximal origins, saying this came from nature, as if definitive. I want to know why. I want to know why that is. I'm a physician. I've served in public health. Science has always fascinated me. We ask why. We ask how. Dr. Garry, I think I have your quote here, where you cite, I'll put it in quotes, the finding of SARS-CoV-like coronaviruses from pangolins with nearly identical RBDs, however, provides a much stronger and more parsimonious explanation of how SARS-CoV-2 acquired these via recombination or mutation. I get that. I can see where you came up with that and wanted to know about that. But as we've heard today, and we've had testimony before, there were no pangolin viruses at the wet market or pangolins. They're 603 miles away. No evidence of a bat either. Yet, ODNI reports potentially epidemic viruses from pangolin samples are at the WIV and have been since 2019. That's not 603 miles away. I recognize the dangers of a wet market. I recognize the dangers of gain-of-function research. Dr. Fauci was asked to recognize that in an article I read from 2012 in, I think, Weekend Australia. Dr. Fauci on this gain-of-function research, I'm paraphrasing here, so forgive me. He said, aren't you concerned that doing something like this might get out of a lab and create a pandemic? And his response was basically that the benefits outweigh the risks. Well, if this came from a lab, I certainly don't see how the benefits outweigh the risk. In 2005, our own State Department talked about publicly how China is researching bioweapons. In 2015, they even published a book related to genetic bioweapons. I'm a soldier. I sit on the Intelligence Committee. I'm sorry. That matters to me. And it's not to be taken lightly. And when I look at some of the things, I hear like, they said, yeah, certain intelligence agencies said low confidence, but it came from nature, and others said it came from the lab. Well, I'm a physician that sits on the Intelligence Committee, and I've been looking at this since it came out, the very beginning. And when it comes to what the Intelligence Committee came up with, that 90-day commission, I want to know who they talked to, because it matters. And I'll get into that in a minute. This is looking at everything, not spouting about Republicans or Democrats. This is looking to what happened and what happened to this world and how did it happen, and let's have a scientific debate. And when Dr. Collins suggests to Dr. Fauci that we squash one of the theories, that is stopping the debate. And that concerns me because we pay them. And I want to know why they wanted to do that. That's not a vendetta. That's fair. It was important that the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic hear directly from the authors of Proximal Origin. Hear from you to better understand how it was drafted and published and who was involved with this process. And I thank you for your transcribed interviews, and I thank you for being here today. I have no personal preference as to whether COVID-19 came from a lab or if it came from nature. In fact, in many ways, I wish it came from nature, but we could prove that. I would feel a whole lot better than feeling something this deadly, this lethal is being made in a lab. or held at a lab. But I do care deeply also about gathering as much information as possible so we can learn from the COVID-19 pandemic, so we can prevent one in the future. I do care if science is tainted by politics, as the proximal origin authors wrote in their own emails. I didn't write that. We heard today that there are some in the intelligence community who have confidence that COVID-19 came from nature. But if those intelligence officials only spoke to those with views held by the proximal origin authors, then they haven't gathered all available evidence, have they? I'm looking into that, and I have some impressions already, having the opportunity to sit on the Intelligence Committee and get some of those answers. And I will tell you, my impression, and this is an opinion and impression of what I have seen, the FBI did more work than the others, in my opinion. Department of Energy has more scientists than any other agency. They have the national labs. Just so happens, those are two entities that think this came from the lab, and that should be respected. The Select Committee has gathered and continues to investigate information relating to the origins of COVID-19. The House and Senate unanimously passed a bill which the President signed to declassify intelligence relating to origins because it is that important for Americans to have all available facts and data on a pandemic that affected every single one of us. And in some ways, I feel the Intelligence Committee in the House of Representatives has done more digging than the intelligence community. And that's important. And I want you to know what we know. Because I worry when people don't know what they don't know, but speak with authority. The Select continues to investigate this information. We passed that bill, but ODNI violated the law with the report that they produced. I expected hundreds of pages. You probably have hundreds of pages, research, other things. I certainly do. I expected hundreds of pages, and I expected answers to questions that Americans and those on this Select have asked, such as to who did the intelligence agency speak to in order to draw their conclusions. I think that's important, but we don't know that. I have some idea because the Director of National Intelligence is cooperating and trying to provide me with as much information as I can get. What type of scientists, doctors, or expert did they work with to reach the answers that we have received so far? See, transparency is non-negotiable here. Honesty is non-negotiable as well. In this case, lives depend on it. Americans should be confident in the conclusions reached. But in order for them to be confident, they must be provided with facts. Gathering information and uncovering evidence is not a threat to science. It actually improves science. Calling those who believe in the plausibility of a lab leak conspiracy theorists does not lend credibility to vigorous scientific debate before producing a conclusion. In fact, it gives the appearance that the zoonotic theory was not only not rigorously tested, but that proximal origin was based on preconceived notions, and that evidence to the contrary was stifled. Grin as you may, Dr. Anderson, grin as you may. As to the involvement of NIH in the proximal origin, we learned important information today with respect to the influence exerted by Drs. Collins and Fauci. We know that Drs. Fauci and Collins prompted the origins paper, and seemingly maybe Dr. Farrar as well. We can get to the bottom of that. We know that the February 5th, 2020 draft sent to Drs. Fauci and Collins was used in the published proximal origin paper because portions of that draft appear verbatim in what Nature published. We have the email from Dr. Anderson specifically thanking Drs. Fauci and Collins for their advice and leadership as we have been working through the SARS-CoV-2 origins paper. You wrote that, Dr. Anderson, not me. And before it was finalized, Dr. Anderson sent an email to Drs. Fauci and Collins to ask if they had any comments, suggestions, or questions about the paper. That to me is pretty inclusive, about the paper, at all. Dr. Anderson has raised the point that there is substance difference between about the paper as opposed to on the paper. But are we expected to believe this email was not a solicitation to provide input with respect to the substance of the paper on a paper they prompted? Prompting's not my word. Anderson's own words clearly demonstrate the close coordination that occurred from the inception of proximal origin to its publication between the authors and NIH leadership. We too want to take a complete look at all the facts, something that was not done when proximal origin was published. We covered the reasons and motivations as to why debate and discourse were stifled today. If the breadcrumbs of the origin of COVID-19 lead us directly to the doorstep of a single wet market in central China, then we should start there and work backwards, smartly. Large portions of the intel community, however, numerous experts and the evidence gathered indicate confidence that the virus originated from a lab. Human-to-human transmission has been proven to be highly contagious, and we still haven't found the alleged animal that started it all. But many people have died. And that's why we brought the authors of Proximal Origins here today, on behalf of all those that have died or suffered otherwise, or the unintentional consequences of lockdowns, school closures, etc. But many Americans have lost loved ones. Millions across the globe have suffered from this pandemic. And we need to find out how COVID-19 originated so that we can prepare for a future pandemic. I believe that's in your hearts, but I don't think the process is right. We need to do this so that we make sure we base decisions off of sound science. We don't have the luxury during a pandemic to protect feelings or push preferred narratives or play politics. We have a duty to find the truth and to push forward. In closing, I do truly want to thank our panelists once again for their important and insightful testimony. But with that, without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and to submit additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. If there's no further business, without objection, the Select Subcommittee stands adjourned.
Kushner and Manafort downloaded encrypted communication apps on the date of the Trump Tower meeting. Kushner and Manafort downloaded encrypted communication apps on the date of the Trump Tower meeting.
Some idiot.
You think you'd wait for someone to say something first? Get the cameras there.
The Judiciary Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. We welcome everyone to today's hearing on oversight of the report on the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. I will now recognize myself for a brief opening statement. Director Mueller, thank you for being here. I want to say just a few words about our themes today: responsibility, integrity, and accountability. Your career, for example, is a model of responsibility. You are a decorated Marine officer. You were awarded a Purple Heart and the Bronze Star for Valor in Vietnam. You served in senior roles at the Department of Justice, and in the immediate aftermath of 9/11, you served as director of the FBI. 2 years ago, you returned to public service to lead the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 elections. You conducted that investigation with remarkable integrity. For 22 months, you never commented in public about your work, even when you were subjected to repeated and grossly unfair personal attacks. Instead, your indictments spoke for you, and in astonishing detail. Over the course of your investigation, you obtained criminal indictments against 37 people and entities. You secured the conviction of President Trump's campaign chairman, his deputy campaign manager, his national security advisor, and his personal lawyer, among others. In the Paul Manafort case alone, you recovered as much as $42 million, so that the cost of your investigation to the taxpayers approaches zero. And in your report, you offer the country accountability as well. In Volume 1, you find that the Russian government attacked our 2016 elections, quote, in a sweeping and systematic fashion, and that the attacks were designed to benefit the Trump campaign. Volume 2 walks us through 10 separate incidents of possible obstruction of justice, where, in your words, President Trump attempted to exert undue influence over your investigation. The president's behavior included, and I quote from your report, quote, public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate, close quote. Among the most shocking of these incidents, President Trump ordered his White House counsel to have you fired, and then to lie and deny that it had happened. He ordered his former campaign manager to convince the recused Attorney General to step in and limit your work. And he attempted to prevent witnesses from cooperating with your investigation. Although department policy barred you from indicting the president for this conduct, you made clear that he is not exonerated. Any other person who acted in this way would have been charged with crimes. And in this nation, not even the president is above the law. Which brings me to this committee's work: responsibility, integrity, and accountability. These are the marks by which we who serve on this committee will be measured as well. Director Mueller, we have a responsibility to address the evidence that you have uncovered. You recognize as much when you said, quote, the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, close quote. That process begins with the work of this committee. We will follow your example, Director Mueller. We will act with integrity. We will follow the facts where they lead. We will consider all appropriate remedies. We will make our recommendation to the House when our work concludes. We will do this work because there must be accountability for the conduct described in your report, especially as it relates to the President. Thank you again, Director Mueller. We look forward to your testimony. It is now my pleasure to recognize the ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being here. For 2 years leading up to the release of the Mueller report, and in the 3 months since, Americans were first told what to expect and then what to believe. Collusion, we were told, was in plain sight, even if the special counsel's team didn't find it. When Mr. Mueller produced his report and Attorney General Barr provided it to every American, we read no American conspired with Russia to interfere in our elections, but learned the depths of Russia's malice toward America. We are here to ask serious questions about Mr. Mueller's work, and we will do that. After an extended, unhampered investigation, today marks an end to Mr. Mueller's involvement in an investigation that closed in April. The burden of proof for accusations that remain unproven is extremely high, and especially in light of the special counsel's thoroughness. We are told this investigation began as an inquiry into whether Russia meddled in our 2016 election. Mr. Mueller, you concluded they did. Russians accessed Democrat servers and disseminated sensitive information by tricking campaign insiders into revealing protected information. The investigation also reviewed whether Donald Trump, the president, sought Russian assistance as a candidate to win the presidency. Mr. Mueller concluded he did not. His family or advisors did not. In fact, the report concludes no one in the president's campaign colluded, collaborated, or conspired with the Russians. The president watched the public narrative surrounding this investigation, assume his guilt while he knew the extent of his innocence. Volume 2 of Mr. Mueller's report details the president's reaction to a frustrating investigation where his innocence was established early on. The president's attitude toward the investigation was understandably negative, yet the president did not use his authority to close the investigation. He asked his lawyer if Mr. Mueller had conflicts that disqualified Mr. Mueller from the job, but he did not shut down the investigation. The president knew he was innocent. Those are the facts of the Mueller report. Russia meddled in the 2016 election, the president did not conspire with the Russian, and nothing we hear today will change those facts. But one element of this story remains, the beginnings of the FBI investigation into the president. I look forward to Mr. Mueller's testimony about what he found during his review of the origins of the investigation. In addition, the Inspector General continues to review how baseless gossip can be used to launch an FBI investigation against a private citizen and eventually a president. Those results will be released, and we will need to learn from them to ensure government intelligence and law enforcement powers are never again used and turned on a private citizen or a political candidate as a result of the political leanings of a handful of FBI agents. The origins and conclusions of the Mueller investigation are the same things, what it means to be American. Every American has a voice in our democracy, so it must protect the sanctity of their voice by combating election interference. Every American enjoys the presumption of innocence and guarantee of due process. If we carry anything away today, it must be that we increase our vigilance against foreign election interference while we ensure our government officials don't weaponize their power against the constitutional rights guaranteed to every U.S. citizen. Finally, we must agree that the opportunity cost here is too high. The months we have spent investigating from this dais failed to end the border crisis or contribute to the growing job market. Instead, we have gotten stuck, and it's paralyzed this committee and this House. And as a side note, every week I leave my family and kids, the most important things to me, to come to this place because I believe this place is a place where we can actually do things and help people. 6.5 years ago, I came here to work on behalf of the people of the 9th District in this country. And we accomplished a lot in those first 6 years on a bipartisan basis with many of my friends across the aisle sitting on this dais with me today. However, this year, because the majority's dislike of this president and the endless hearing into a closed investigation have caused us to accomplish nothing except talk about the problems of our country while our border is on fire and in crisis and everything else is stopped. This hearing is long overdue. We have had truth for months. No American conspired to throw our election. What we need today is to let that truth bring us confidence, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, closure. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. I will now introduce today's witness. Robert Mueller served as director of the FBI from 2001 to 2013, and most recently served as special counsel in the Department of Justice, overseeing the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 special election. He received his BA from Princeton University, an MA from New York University in my district, and his JD from the University of Virginia. Mr. Mueller is accompanied by counsel Aaron Zebley, who served as Deputy Special Counsel on the investigation. We welcome our distinguished witness, and we thank you for participating in today's hearing. Now, if you would please rise, I will begin by swearing you in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Left hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show the witness answered the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. Please note that your written statement will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. Director Mueller, you may begin.
Good morning, Chairman Nadler, and Ranking Member Collins, and the members of the committee. As you know, in May 2017, the Acting Attorney General asked me to serve as special counsel. I undertook that role because I believed that it was of paramount interest to the nation to determine whether a foreign adversary had interfered in the presidential election. As the Acting Attorney General said at the time, the appointment was necessary in order for the American people to have full confidence in the outcome. My staff and I carried out this assignment with that critical objective in mind: to work quietly, thoroughly, and with integrity so that the public would have full confidence in the outcome. The order appointing me as special counsel directed our office to investigate Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election. This included investigating any links or coordination between the Russian government and individuals associated with the Trump campaign. It also included investigating efforts to interfere with or obstruct our investigation. Throughout the investigation, I continually stressed two things to the team that we had assembled. First, we needed to do our work as thoroughly as possible and as expeditiously as possible. It was in the public interest for our investigation to be complete, but not to last a day longer than was necessary. Second, the investigation needed to be conducted fairly and with absolute integrity. Our team would not leak or take other actions that could compromise the integrity of our work. All decisions were made based on the facts and the law. During the course of our investigation, we charged more than 30 defendants with committing federal crimes, including 12 officers of the Russian military. 7 defendants have been convicted or pled guilty. Certain of the charges we brought remain pending today. And for those matters, I stress that the indictments contain allegations, and every defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. In addition to the criminal charges we brought, as required by Justice Department regulations, we submitted a confidential report to the Attorney General at the conclusion of our investigation. The report set forth the results of our work and the reasons for our charging and declination decisions. The Attorney General later made the report largely public. As you know, I made a few limited remarks about our report when we closed the Special Counsel's office in May of this year. But there are certain points that bear emphasis. First, our investigation found that the Russian government interfered in our election in sweeping and systematic fashion. Second, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired with the Russian government in its election interference activities. We did not address collusion, which is not a legal term. Rather, we focused on whether the evidence was sufficient to charge any member of the campaign with taking part in a criminal conspiracy, and it was not. Third, our investigation of efforts to obstruct the investigation and lie to investigators was of critical importance. Obstruction of justice strikes at the core of the government's effort to find the truth and to hold wrongdoers accountable. Finally, as described in Volume 2 of our report, we investigated a series of actions by the President towards the investigation. Based on Justice Department policy and principles of fairness, we decided we would not make a determination as to whether the President committed a crime. That was our decision then, and it remains our decision today. Let me say a further word about my appearance today. It is unusual for a prosecutor to testify about a criminal investigation. And given my role as a prosecutor, there are reasons why my testimony will necessarily be limited. First, public testimony could affect several ongoing matters. In some of these matters, court rules or judicial orders limit the disclosure of information to protect the fairness of the proceedings. And consistent with long-standing Justice Department policy, it would be inappropriate for me to comment in any way that could affect an ongoing matter. Second, the Justice Department has asserted privileges concerning investigative information and decisions, ongoing matters within the Justice Department, and deliberations within our office. These are Justice Department privileges that I will respect. The Department has released a letter discussing the restrictions on my testimony. I therefore will not be able to answer questions about certain areas that I know are of public interest. For example, I am unable to address questions about the initial opening of the FBI's Russia investigation, which occurred months before my appointment, or matters related to the so-called Steele dossier. These matters are subject of ongoing review by the Department. Any questions on these topics should therefore be directed to the FBI or the Justice Department. As I explained when we closed the Special Counsel's office in May, our report contains our findings and analysis and the reasons for the decisions we made. We conducted an extensive investigation over 2 years. In writing the report, we stated the results of our investigation with precision. We scrutinized every word. I do not intend to summarize or describe the results of our work in a different way in the course of my testimony today. And as I said on May 29th, the report is my testimony, and I will stay within that text. And as I stated in May, I will not comment on the actions of the Attorney General or of Congress. I was appointed as a prosecutor, and I intend to adhere to that role and to the Department standards that govern it. I'll be joined today by Deputy Special Counsel Aaron Zebley. Mr. Zebley has extensive experience as a federal prosecutor and at the FBI, where he served as my Chief of Staff. And Mr. Zebley was responsible for the day-to-day oversight of the investigations conducted by our office. Now, I also want to again say thank you to the attorneys, the FBI agents, the analysts, the professional staff who helped us conduct this investigation in a fair and independent manner. These individuals who spent nearly 2 years of working on this matter were of the highest integrity. And let me say one more thing. Over the course of my career, I have seen a number of challenges to our democracy. The Russian government's effort to interfere in our election is among the most serious. And as I said on May 29th, this deserves the attention of every American. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will now proceed under the 5-minute rule with questions. I will begin by recognizing myself for 5 minutes. Director Mueller, the President has repeatedly claimed that your report found there was no obstruction and that it completely and totally exonerated him. But that is not what your report said, is it?
Correct. It is not what the report said.
And now, reading from page 2 of volume 2 of your report that's on the screen, you wrote, quote, If we had confidence after a thorough investigation of the facts that the President clearly did not commit obstruction of justice, we would so state. Based on the facts and the applicable legal standards, however, we are unable to reach that judgment, close quote. Now, does that say there was no obstruction?
No.
In fact, you are actually unable to conclude the President did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
Well, we, at the outset, determined that we, when it came to the President's culpability, we needed to go forward only after taking into account the OLC opinion that indicated that a president, a sitting president, cannot be indicted.
So the report did not conclude that he did not commit obstruction of justice. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what about total exoneration? Did you actually totally exonerate the President?
No.
Now, in fact, your report expressly states that it does not exonerate the President.
It does.
And your investigation actually found, quote, multiple acts by the President that were capable of exerting undue influence over law enforcement investigations, including the Russian interference and obstruction investigations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, Director Mueller, can you explain in plain terms what that finding means so the American people can understand it?
Well, the finding indicates that the President was not exculpated for the acts that he allegedly committed.
In fact, you were talking about incidents, quote, in which the President sought to use his official power outside of usual channels, unquote, to exert undue influence over your investigations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, am I correct that on page 7 of volume 2 of your report, you wrote, quote, the President became aware that his own conduct was being investigated in an obstruction of justice inquiry. At that point, the President engaged in a second phase of conduct involving public attacks on the investigation, non-public efforts to control it, and efforts in both public and private to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation, close quote. So President Trump's efforts to exert undue influence over your investigation intensified after the President became aware that he personally was being investigated?
I stick with the language that you have in front of you.
Which
okay. Comes from page 7, volume 2.
Now, is it correct that if you concluded that the President committed the crime of obstruction, you could not publicly state that in your report or here today?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Is it correct that if you had concluded that the President committed the crime of obstruction, you could not publicly state that in your report or here today?
Well, I would say the statement would be that you would not indict, and you would not indict because under the OLC opinion, a sitting president, excuse me, cannot be indicted, be unconstitutional.
So you could not state that because of the OLC opinion, if that would have been your conclusion?
Well, OLC opinion was some guide, yes.
But under DOJ, under Department of Justice policy, the President could be prosecuted for obstruction of justice crimes after he leaves office, is correct?
True.
Thank you. Did any senior White House official refuse a request to be interviewed by you and your team?
I don't believe so.
The President?
Well, let me take that back. I would have to look at it, but I'm not certain that that was the case.
Did the President refuse a request to be interviewed by you and your team?
Yes.
Yes. And is it true that you tried for more than a year to secure an interview with the President?
Yes.
And is it true that you and your team advised the President's lawyer that, quote, an interview with the President is vital to our investigation, close
yes.
quote?
Yes.
And is it true that you also, quote, stated that it is in the interest of the Presidency and the public for an interview to take place, close quote?
Yes.
But the President still refused to sit for an interview by you or your team?
True. True.
And did you also ask him to provide written answers to questions on the 10 possible episodes of obstruction of justice crimes involving him?
Yes.
Did he provide any answers to a single question about whether he engaged in obstruction of justice crimes?
I would have to check on that. I'm not certain.
Director Mueller, we are grateful that you are here to explain your investigation and findings. Having reviewed your work, I believe anyone else who had engaged in the conduct described in your report would have been criminally prosecuted. Your work is vitally important to this committee and the American people because no one is above the law. I'll now recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we're moving, I know, understanding, just reiterating the 5-minute rule. Mr. Mueller, I have several questions, many of which that you just answered will be questioned here in a moment, but I want to lay some foundation. So we'll go through these fairly quickly. I'll talk slowly. I'm said that I talk fast. I will talk slowly.
Thank you, sir.
In your press conference, you stated any testimony from your office would not go beyond our report. We chose these words carefully. The work speaks for itself. I would not provide information beyond that which is already public in any appearance before Congress. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes.
Since closing the special counsel's office in May of 2019, have you conducted any additional interviews or obtained any new information in your role as special counsel?
In the wake of the report?
Since the closing of the office in May of 2019.
And the question was?
Have you conducted any new interviews and any new witnesses,
No.
anything? And you can confirm you're no longer special counsel, correct?
I am no longer special counsel.
At any time with the investigation, was your investigation curtailed or stopped or hindered?
No.
Were you or your team provided any questions by members of Congress of the majority ahead of your hearing today?
No.
Your report states that your investigative team included 19 lawyers and approximately 40 FBI agents and analysts and accountants. Are those numbers accurate?
Could you repeat that, please?
40 FBI agents, 19 lawyers, intelligence analysts, and forensic accountants. Are those numbers accurate? This was included in your report.
Generally, yes.
Is it also true that you issued over 2,800 subpoenas, executed nearly 500 search warrants, obtained more than 230 orders for communication records, and 50 pen registers?
That went a little fast for me.
Okay. In your report, I'll make this very simple. You did a lot of work, correct?
Yes, that I agree to.
A lot of subpoenas, a lot of pen registers.
A lot of subpoenas. Yes.
Okay, we'll walk this really slow if we need to.
A lot of search warrants.
All right, a lot of search warrants, a lot of things. So you're very thorough.
The what?
In your opinion, very thorough. You listed this out in your report, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is it true, the evidence gathered during your investigation, given the questions that you have just answered, is it true the evidence gathered during your investigation did not establish that the president was involved in the underlying crime related to Russian election interference as stated in Volume 1, page 7?
We found insufficient evidence of the president's culpability.
So that would be a yes.
Without, pardon?
That would be a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Isn't it true the evidence did not establish that the president or those close to him were involved in the charged Russian computer hacking or active measure conspiracies, or that the president otherwise had unlawful relationships with any Russian official? Volume 2, page 76, correct?
I leave the answer to our report.
So as a yes. Is that any true your investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with Russian government in the election interference activity? Volume 1, page 2, Volume 1, page 173.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Although your report states collusion is not so specific offense, and you've said that this morning, or a term of art in federal criminal law, conspiracy is. In the colloquial context, are collusion and conspiracy essentially synonymous terms?
You're going to have to repeat that for me.
Collusion is not a specific offense or a term of art in the federal criminal law. Conspiracy is.
Yes.
In the colloquial context, known public context, collusion and conspiracy are essentially synonymous terms, correct?
No.
If no, on page 180 of volume 1 of your report, you wrote, as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy, as that crime is set forth in the General Federal Conspiracy Statute 18 U.S.C. 371. You said at your May 29th press conference and here today, you choose your words carefully. Are you sitting here today testifying something different than what your report states?
Roads may close, but the way never does. Jimny, never turn back.
Well, what I'm asking is if you can give me the citation, I can look at the citation and evaluate whether it is accurate.
Okay, let me just be clarified. You stated that you would stay within the report. I just stated your report back to you. And you said that collusion and conspiracy were not synonymous terms. That was your answer, was no.
That's correct.
In that, page 180 of volume 1 of your report, it says, as defined in legal dictionaries, collusion is largely synonymous with conspiracy as that crime is set forth in General Conspiracy Statute 18 U.S.C. 371. Now, you said you chose your words carefully. Are you contradicting your report right now?
Not when I read it.
So you would change your answer to yes then?
No. If you look at the language.
I'm reading your report, sir. It's a yes or no answer.
Page 180.
Page 180, volume 1. Okay. This was from your report.
Correct. And I leave it with the report.
So the report says, yes, they are synonymous. Yes. Hopefully for finally, out of your own report, we can put to bed the collusion and conspiracy. One last question as we're going through. Did you ever look into other countries investigated in the Russian interference into our election? Were other countries investigated or found knowledge that they had interference in our election?
I'm not going to discuss other matters.
That I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California.
Director Mueller, as you've heard from the chairman, we're mostly going to talk about obstruction of justice today, but the investigation of Russia's attack that started your investigation is why evidence of possible obstruction is serious. To what extent did the Russian government interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Could you repeat that, ma'am?
To what extent did the Russian government interfere in the 2016 presidential election?
Well, particularly when it came to computer crimes and the like, the government was implicated.
So you wrote in volume 1 that the Russian government interfered in the 2016 presidential election in sweeping and systematic fashion. You also described in your report that the then Trump campaign chairman, Paul Manafort, shared with a Russian operative, Kalimnik, the campaign strategy for winning Democratic votes in Midwestern states and internal polling data of the campaign. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
They also discussed the status of the Trump campaign and Manafort's strategy for winning Democratic votes in Midwestern states. Months before that meeting, Manafort had caused internal data to be shared with Kalimnik, and the sharing continued for some period of time after their August meeting. Isn't that correct?
Accurate.
In fact, your investigation found that Manafort briefed Kalimnik on the state of the Trump campaign and Manafort's plan to win the election, and that briefing encompassed the campaign's messaging, its internal polling data. It also included discussion of battleground states, which Manafort identified as Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Did your investigation determine who requested the polling data to be shared with Kalimnik?
Well, I would direct you to the report and adopt what we have in the report with regard to that particular issue.
We don't have the redacted version. That's maybe another reason why we should get that for Volume 1. Based on your investigation, how could the Russian government have used this campaign polling data to further its sweeping and systematic interference in the 2016 presidential election?
That's a little bit out of our path.
Fair enough. Did your investigation find that the Russian government perceived it would benefit from one of the candidates winning?
Yes.
And which candidate would that be?
Well, it would be Trump.
Correct.
The president.
Now, the Trump campaign wasn't exactly reluctant to take Russian help. You wrote it expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Now, was the investigation's determination, what was the investigation's determination regarding the frequency with which the Trump campaign made contact with the Russian government?
Well, I would have to refer you to the report on that.
Well, we went through and we counted 126 contacts between Russians or their agents and Trump campaign officials or their associates. So would that sound about right?
I can't say. I understand the statistic and I believe it. I understand the statistic.
Well, Mr. Mueller, I appreciate your being here and your report. From your testimony and the report, I think the American people have learned several things. First, the Russians wanted Trump to win. Second, the Russians went on a sweeping cyber influence campaign. The Russians hacked the DNC, and they got the Democratic game plan for the election. The Russian campaign chairman met with Russian agents and repeatedly gave them internal data, polling, and messaging in the battleground states. So while the Russians were buying ads and creating propaganda to influence the outcome of the election, they were armed with inside information that they had stolen through hacking from the DNC and that they had been given by the Trump campaign chairman, Mr. Manafort. My colleagues will probe the efforts undertaken to keep this information from becoming public, but I think it's important for the American people to understand the gravity of the underlying problem that your report uncovered. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady.
Good morning, Director. If you'll let me quickly summarize your opening statement this morning. You said in Volume 1 on the issue of conspiracy, the special counsel determined that the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. And then in Volume 2, for reasons that you explained, the special counsel did not make a determination on whether there was an obstruction of justice crime committed by the president. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right, now in explaining that special counsel did not make what you called a traditional prosecution or declination decision, the report on the bottom of page 2 of volume 2 reads as follows. The evidence we obtained about the president's actions and intent presents difficult issues that prevent us from conclusively determining that no criminal conduct occurred. Accordingly, while this report does not conclude that the president committed a crime, it also does not exonerate him. Now, I read that correctly?
Yes.
All right. Now, your report, and today you said at all times the special counsel team operated under, was guided by, and followed Justice Department policies and principles. So, which DOJ policy or principle sets forth a legal standard that an investigated person is not exonerated if their innocence from criminal conduct is not conclusively determined?
Can you repeat the last part of that question?
Yeah. Which DOJ policy or principle set forth a legal standard that an investigated person is not exonerated if their innocence from criminal conduct is not conclusively determined? Where does that language come from, Director? Where is the DOJ policy that says that? Can you, let me make it easier.
Go ahead.
Can you give me an example other than Donald Trump where the Justice Department determined that an investigated person was not exonerated because their innocence was not conclusively determined?
I cannot, but this is a unique situation.
Okay, well, you can't, time is short, I've got 5 minutes. Let's just leave it at you can't find it because I'll tell you why. It doesn't exist. The special counsel's job, nowhere does it say that you were to conclusively determine Donald Trump's innocence or that the special counsel report should determine whether or not to exonerate him. It's not in any of the documents. It's not in your appointment order. It's not in the special counsel regulations. It's not in the OLC opinions. It's not in the Justice Manual, and it's not in the principles of federal prosecution. Nowhere do those words appear together because respectfully, Director, it was not the special counsel's job to conclusively determine Donald Trump's innocence or to exonerate him because the bedrock principle of our justice system is a presumption of innocence. It exists for everyone. Everyone is entitled to it, including sitting presidents. And because there is a presumption of innocence, prosecutors never, ever need to conclusively determine it. Now, Director, the special counsel applied this inverted burden of proof that I can't find and you said doesn't exist anywhere in the department policies, and you used it to write a report. And the very first line of your report, says, and as you read this morning, it authorizes the special counsel to provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by the special counsel. That's the very first word of your report, right?
That's correct.
Here's the problem, Director. The special counsel didn't do that. On Volume 1, you did. On Volume 2, with respect to potential obstruction of justice, the special counsel made neither a prosecution decision or a declination decision. You made no decision. You told us this morning and in your report that you made no determination. So respectfully, Director, you didn't follow the special counsel regulations. It clearly says write a confidential report about decisions reached. Nowhere in here does it say, write a report about decisions that weren't reached. You wrote 180 pages about decisions that weren't reached, about potential crimes that weren't charged or decided. And respectfully, by doing that, you managed to violate every principle and the most sacred of traditions about prosecutors not offering extra prosecutorial analysis about potential crimes that aren't charged. So Americans need to know this as they listen to the Democrats and socialists on the other side of the aisle, as they do dramatic readings from this report, that volume 2 of this report was not authorized under the law to be written. It was written to a legal standard that does not exist at the Justice Department. And it was written in violation of every DOJ principle about extra prosecutorial commentary. I agree with the chairman this morning when he said Donald Trump is not above the law. He's not. But he damn sure shouldn't be below the law, which is where volume 2 of this report puts him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Mueller, good morning. Your exchange with the gentlelady from California demonstrates what is at stake. The Trump campaign chair, Paul Manafort, was passing sensitive voter information and poll data to a Russian operative. And there were so many other ways that Russia subverted our democracy. Together with the evidence in Volume 1, I cannot think of a more serious need to investigate. So now I'm going to ask you some questions about obstruction of justice as it relates to Volume 2. On page 12 of Volume 2, you state, we determined that there were a sufficient factual and legal basis to further investigate potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. Is that correct?
And do you have the citations, ma'am?
Page 12, Volume 2.
And which portion of that page?
That is, we determined that there was a sufficient factual and legal basis to further investigate potential obstruction of justice issues involving the president. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your report also describes at least 10 separate instances of possible obstruction of justice that were investigated by you and your team. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, the table of contents serves as a very good guide of some of the acts of that obstruction of justice that you investigated, and I put it up on the screen. On page 157 of Volume 2, you describe those acts, and they range from the president's effort to curtail the special counsel's investigation, the president's further efforts to have the attorney general take over the investigation, the president's orders Don McGahn to deny that the president tried to fire the special counsel, and many others. Is that correct?
Yes.
I direct you now to what you wrote, Director Mueller. The president's pattern of conduct as a whole sheds light on the nature of the president's acts and the inferences that can be drawn about his intent. Does that mean you have to investigate all of his conduct to ascertain true motive?
No.
And when you talk about the president's pattern of conduct that include the 10 possible acts of obstruction that you investigated, is that correct? When you talk about the president's pattern of conduct, that would include the 10 possible acts of obstruction that you investigated, correct?
I direct you to the report for how that is characterized.
Thank you. Let me go to the screen again. And for each of those 10 potential instances of obstruction of justice, you analyze 3 elements of the crime of obstruction of justice: an obstructive act, a nexus between the act and an official proceeding, and corrupt intent. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wrote on page 178, Volume 2 in your report about corrupt intent, actions by the president to end a criminal investigation into his own conduct to protect against personal embarrassment or legal liability would constitute a core example of corruptly motivated conduct. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the screen again, even with the evidence you did find, is it true, as you note on page 76 of Volume 2, that the evidence does indicate that a thorough FBI investigation would uncover facts about the campaign and the president personally that the president could have understood to be crimes or that would give rise to legal, personal, and political concerns?
I rely on the language of the report.
Is that relevant to potential obstruction of justice? Is that relevant to potential obstruction of justice?
Yes.
You further elaborate on page 157, obstruction of justice can be motivated by a desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid personal embarrassment. Is that correct?
I have on the screen.
Is that correct on the screen?
Can you repeat the question? And now that I have the language on the screen.
Is it correct, as you further elaborate, obstruction of justice can be motivated by a direct desire to protect non-criminal personal interests, to protect against investigations where underlying criminal liability falls into a gray area, or to avoid? Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true that the impact, pardon?
Can you read the last question?
The last question was,
I want to make certain I got it accurate.
No, the last question was the language on the screen asking you if that's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Does a conviction of obstruction of justice result potentially in a lot of years of time in jail?
Yes. Well, again, can you repeat the question just to make certain that I have it accurate?
Does obstruction of justice warrant a lot of time in jail
Yes.
if you were convicted?
Yes.
And is
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by reading the special counsel regulations by which you were appointed. It reads, quote, "At the conclusion of the special counsel's work, he or she shall provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination's decisions reached by the special counsel." That correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when a regulation uses the word "shall provide," does it mean that the individual is in fact obligated to provide what's being demanded by the regulation or statute, meaning you don't have any wiggle room, right?
I'd have to look more closely at the statute.
Well, I just read it to you. Okay. Now, volume 2, page 1, your report boldly states we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment. Is that correct?
I'm trying to find that citation, Congressman.
Director, could you speak more directly into the microphone, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, it's volume 2, page...
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry.
Yes, volume 2, page 1, it said we determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment.
Yes.
That's right in the beginning. Now, since you decided under the OLC opinion that you couldn't prosecute a sitting president, meaning President Trump, why did we have all of this investigation of President Trump that the other side is talking about when you knew that you weren't going to prosecute him?
Well, you don't know where the investigation is going to lie, and the OLC opinion itself says that you can continue the investigation even though you are not going to indict the president.
Okay, well, if you're not going to indict the president, then you just continue fishing, and that's my observation. You know,
Well,
sure you. My time is limited. Sure, you can indict other people, but you can't indict the sitting president, right?
That's true.
Okay. Now, there are 182 pages in raw evidentiary material, including hundreds of references to 302, which are interviews by the FBI, for individuals who've never been cross-examined and which did not comply with the special counsel's governing regulation to explain the prosecution or declination decisions reached, correct?
And where are you reading from on that?
I'm reading from my question.
Then could you repeat it?
Okay. You have 182 pages of raw evidentiary material with hundreds of references to 302s who were never been cross-examined and which didn't comply with the governing regulation to explain the prosecution or declination decisions reached.
This is one of those areas which I declined to discuss.
Okay, then let...
And would direct you to the report itself.
Okay. Well, I looked at the
on that,
182 pages of it. You know, let me switch gears. Mr. Shabbat and I were on this committee during the Clinton impeachment. Now, while I recognize that the independent counsel statute under which Kenneth Starr operated is different from the special counsel statute. He, in a number of occasions in his report, stated that the President Clinton's actions may have risen to impeachable conduct, recognizing that it is up to the House of Representatives to determine what conduct is impeachable. You never used the term raising to impeachable conduct for any of the 10 instances that the gentlewoman from Texas did. Is it true that there's nothing in Volume 2 of the report that says that the president may have engaged in impeachable conduct?
Well, we have studiously kept in the center of our investigation our mandate, and our mandate does not go to other ways of addressing conduct. Our mandate goes to developing the report and turning the report into the Attorney General.
With due respect, it seems to me, that there are a couple of statements that you made, that said that this is not for me to decide, and the implication is that this is for this committee to decide. Now, you didn't use the word impeachable conduct like Starr did. There was no statute to prevent you from using the word impeachable conduct. And I go back to what Mr. Radcliffe said, and that is that even the president is innocent until proven guilty. My time is up.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd just like to restate that Mr. Nadler said about your career. It's a model of rectitude, and I thank you. Based upon your investigation, how did President Trump react to your appointment as special counsel?
Again, I send you the report for where that is stated.
Well, there is a quote from page 78 of your report, volume 2, which reads, when Sessions told the president that a special counsel had been appointed, the president slumped back in his chair and said, quote, oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm effed, unquote. Did Attorney General Sessions tell you about that little talk?
I'm not.
Director, please speak into the microphone.
Oh, surely. My apologies. I am not certain of the person who originally copied that quote.
Okay, well, Sessions apparently said it, and one of his aides had it in his notes too, which I think you had, but that's become record. He wasn't pleased. He probably wasn't pleased with the special counsel, and particularly you, because of your outstanding reputation.
Correct.
Prior to your appointment, the Attorney General recused himself from the investigation because of his role in the 2016 campaign. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Recusal means the Attorney General could not be involved in the investigation. Is that correct?
That's the effect of recusal, yes.
And so instead, another Trump appointee, as you know Mr. Sessions was, Mr. Rosenstein became in charge of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Wasn't Attorney General Sessions following the rules and professional advice of the Department of Justice ethics folks when he recused himself from the investigation?
Yes.
And yet the president repeatedly expressed his displeasure at Sessions' decision to follow those ethics rules to recuse himself from oversight of that investigation. Is that not correct?
That's accurate based on what is written in the report.
And the president's reaction to the recusal is noted in the report. Mr. Bannon recalled that the president was mad as Bannon had ever seen him, and he screamed at McGahn about how weak Sessions was. Do you recall that from the report?
That's in the report, yes.
Despite knowing that Attorney General Sessions was not supposed to be involved in the investigation, the president still tried to get the Attorney General to unrecuse himself after you were appointed special counsel. Is that correct?
Yes.
In fact, your investigation found that at some point after your appointment, quote, the president called Sessions at his home and asked if he would unrecuse himself. Is that not true?
It's true.
Now, that wasn't the first time the president had asked Sessions to unrecuse himself, was it?
I know there were at least 2 occasions.
And one of them was with Flynn, and one of them was when Sessions and McGahn flew to Mar-a-Lago to meet with the president. Sessions recalled that the president pulled him aside to speak alone and suggested he should do this unrecusal act. Correct?
Correct.
And then when Michael Flynn, a few days after Flynn entered a guilty plea for lying to federal agents and indicated his intent to cooperate with that investigation, Trump asked to speak to Sessions alone again in the Oval Office and again asked Sessions to unrecuse himself. True?
I refer you to the report for that.
Page 109, Volume 2. Thank you, sir. Do you know of any point when the President personally expressed anger or frustrations at Sessions?
I'd have to pass on that.
Do you recall, and I think it's at page 78 of Volume 2, the President told Sessions, "You were supposed to protect me. You were supposed to protect me," or words to that effect?
Correct.
And is the Attorney General supposed to be the Attorney General of the United States of America or the consigliere for the President?
United States of America.
Thank you, sir. In fact, you wrote in your report that the President repeatedly sought to convince Sessions to unrecuse himself so Sessions could supervise the investigation in a way that would restrict its scope. Is that correct?
Rely on the report.
How could Sessions have restricted the scope of your investigation?
Well, I'm not going to speculate. If he, quite obviously, if he took over or was Attorney General, he would have greater latitude in his actions that would enable him to do things that otherwise he could not.
On page 113, you said the President believed that an unrecused Attorney General would play a protective role and could shield the President from the ongoing investigation. Regardless of all that, I want to thank you, Director Mueller, for your life of rectitude and service to our country. It's clear from your report and the evidence that the President wanted former Attorney General Sessions to violate the Justice Department ethics rules by taking over your investigation and improperly interfering with it to protect himself and his campaign. Your findings are so important because in America, nobody is above the law. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman for yielding back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you. Director Mueller, my Democratic colleagues were very disappointed in your report. They were expecting you to say something along the lines of, here's why President Trump deserves to be impeached, much as Ken Starr did relative to President Clinton back about 20 years ago. Well, you didn't. So their strategy had to change. Now they allege that there's plenty of evidence in your report to impeach the president, but the American people just didn't read it. And this hearing today is their last best hope to build up some sort of groundswell across America to impeach President Trump. That's what this is really all about today. Now, a few questions. On page 103 of Volume 2 of your report, when discussing the June 2016 Trump Tower meeting, you reference, quote, the firm that produced the Steele reporting, unquote. The name of that firm was Fusion GPS. Is that correct?
And you're on page 103?
103, that's correct, Volume 2. When you talk about the firm that produced the Steele reporting, the name of the firm that produced that was Fusion GPS. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not familiar with that. And
let me just help you. It's not a trick question, right? It was Fusion GPS. Now, Fusion GPS produced the opposition research document widely known as the Steele dossier, and the owner of Fusion GPA was someone named Glenn Simpson. Are you familiar with?
This is outside my purview.
Okay. Glenn Simpson was never mentioned in the 448-page Mueller report, was he?
Well, as I say, it's outside my purview, and it's being handled in the department by others.
Okay. Well, he was not. 448 pages. The owner of Fusion GPS that did the Steele dossier, that started all this, he's not mentioned in there. Let me move on. At the same time, Fusion GPS was working to collect opposition research on Donald Trump from foreign sources on behalf of the Clinton campaign and the Democratic National Committee. It also was representing a Russian-based company, Prevazon, which had been sanctioned by the U.S. government. Are you aware of that?
It's outside my purview.
Okay, thank you. One of the key players I'll go to something different. One of the key players in the June 2016 Trump Tower meeting was Natalia Vizhnetska, who you described in your report as a Russian attorney who advocated for the repeal of the Magnitsky Act. Vizhnetska had been working with none other than Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS since at least early 2014. Are you aware of that?
Outside my purview.
Thank you. But you didn't mention that or her connections to Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS in your report at all. Let me move on. Now, NBC News has reported the following, quote, Russian lawyer Natalia Vizhnevskaya says she first received the supposedly incriminating information she brought to Trump Tower describing alleged tax evasion and donation to Democrats from none other than Glenn Simpson, the Fusion GPS owner. You didn't include that in the report, and I assume you're saying that would be
the matter
outside.
being handled by others at the Department of Justice.
Okay, thank you. Now, your report spends 14 pages discussing the June 9th, 2016 Trump Tower meeting. It would be fair to say, would it not, that you spent significant resources investigating that meeting?
Well, I refer you to the report.
Okay, and President Trump wasn't at the meeting?
No,
You're
he
aware
was
of that?
not.
Thank you. Now, in stark contrast to the actions of the Trump campaign, we know that the Clinton campaign did pay Fusion GPS to gather dirt on the Trump campaign from persons associated with foreign governments. But your report doesn't mention a thing about Fusion GPS in it, and you didn't investigate Fusion GPS's connections to Russia. So let me just ask you this. Can you see that from neglecting to mention Glenn Simpson and Fusion GPS's the Clinton campaign, to focusing on a brief meeting at the Trump Tower that produced nothing, to ignoring the Clinton campaign's own ties to Fusion GPS, why some view your report as a pretty one-sided attack on the president?
Well, I tell you, it is still outside my purview.
All right, and I would just note finally that I guess it's just by chance, by coincidence, that the things left out of the report tended to be favorable to the president. My time's expired.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I'd like to get us back on track here. Your investigation found that President Trump directed White House counsel Don McGahn to fire you. Isn't that correct?
True.
And the president claimed that he wanted to fire you because you had supposed conflicts of interest. Isn't that correct?
True.
Now, you had no conflicts of interest that required your removal. Isn't that a fact?
That's correct.
And in fact, Don McGahn advised the president that the asserted conflicts were, in his words, silly and not real conflicts. Isn't that true?
I refer to the report on that episode.
Well, page 85 of volume 2 speaks to that. And also, Director Mueller, DOJ ethics officials confirmed that you had no conflicts that would prevent you from serving as special counsel. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
But despite Don McGahn and the Department of Justice guidance, around May 23rd, 2017, the president, quote, prodded McGahn to complain to Deputy Attorney General Rosenstein about these supposed conflicts of interest, correct?
Correct.
And McGahn declined to call Rosenstein, telling the president that it would look like still trying to meddle in the investigation and knocking out Mueller would be another fact used to claim obstruction of justice. Isn't that correct?
Generally so, yes.
And in other words, Director Mueller, the White House counsel told the president that if he tried to remove you, that could be another basis to allege that the president was obstructing justice, correct?
That is generally correct, yes.
Now, I'd like to review what happened after the president was warned about obstructing justice. On Tuesday,
I'm sorry, Congressman, do you have a citation for the?
Yes, volume 2, page 81.
Thank you.
And 82. Now, I'd like to review what happened after the president was warned about obstructing justice. It's true that on Tuesday, June 13th, 2017, the president dictated a press statement stating he had, quote, no intention of firing you, correct?
Correct.
But the following day, June 14th, the media reported for the first time that you were investigating the president for obstructing of justice, correct?
Correct.
And then, after learning for the first time that he was under investigation, the very next day, the president, quote, issued a series of tweets acknowledging the existence of the obstruction investigation and criticizing it. Isn't that correct?
Generally so.
And then on Saturday, June 17th, 2 days later, the president called Don McGahn at home from Camp David on a Saturday to talk about you. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
What was the significant about that first weekend phone call that Don McGahn took from President Trump?
Well, I'm going to ask you to rely on what we wrote about those incidents.
Well, you wrote in your report that on at page 85, volume 2, that on Saturday, June 17, 2017, the president called McGahn at home to have the special counsel removed. Now, did the president call Don McGahn more than once that day?
Well, I gave...
I think it was 2 calls.
Sorry about that.
On page 85 of your report, you wrote, quote, on the first call, McGahn recalled that the president said something like, quote, you got to do this, you got to call Rod, correct?
Correct.
And your investigation and report found that Don McGahn was perturbed, to use your words, by the president's request to call Rod Rosenstein to fire him. Isn't that correct?
Well, there was a continuous colloquy. There was a continuous involvement of Don McGahn in responding to the president's entreaties.
And he did not want to put himself in the middle of that. He did not want to have a role in asking the Attorney General to fire the special counsel, correct?
Well, I would again refer you to the report and the way it is characterized in the report.
Thank you. At volume 2, page 85, it states that he didn't want to have the Attorney General, he didn't want to have a role in trying to fire the Attorney General. So at this point, I will yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, well, first, let me ask a unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to submit this article, Robert Mueller Unmasked, for the record.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. Mueller, who wrote the 9-minute comments you read at your May 29th press conference?
I'm not going to get into that.
Okay, so that's what I thought. You didn't write it. A 2013 puff piece in the Washingtonian about Comey said basically when Comey called, you drop everything you were doing. It gave examples. You're having dinner with your wife and daughter. Comey calls, you drop everything and go. The article quoted Comey as saying, if a train were coming down the track, and I quote, at least Bob Mueller will be standing on the tracks with me. You and James Comey have been good friends or were good friends for many years, correct?
We were business associates. We both started off in the Justice Department about the
You were
same
good
time.
friends. You can work together and not be friends, but you
We
and
were
Comey
friends.
were friends.
We were friends.
That's my question. Thank you for getting to the answer. Now, before you were appointed as special counsel, had you talked to James Comey in the preceding 6 months?
No.
When you were appointed as special counsel, was President Trump's firing of Comey something you anticipated investigating, potentially obstruction of
I'm
justice?
not going to get into that. That's internal deliberations in the Justice Department.
Actually, it goes to your credibility, and maybe you've been away from the courtroom for a while. Credibility is always relevant. It's always material, and that goes for you, too. You're a witness before us. Let me ask you, when you talked to President Trump the day before he appointed you, or you were appointed as special counsel, you were talking to him about FBI director position again. Did he mention the firing of James Comey?
Not as a candidate. I was asked.
Did he mention the firing of James Comey in your discussion with him?
Cannot remember.
Pardon?
Cannot remember. Don't believe so, but I'm not going to be specific.
You don't remember. But if he did, you could have been a fact witness as to the president's comments and state of mind on firing James Comey.
I suppose that's possible.
Yeah. So most prosecutors want to make sure there's no appearance of impropriety. But in your case, you hired a bunch of people that did not like the president. Let me ask you, when did you first learn of Peter Strzok's animus toward Donald Trump?
In the summer of 2017.
You didn't know before he was hired?
I'm sorry, what did
You didn't know before he was hired for your team?
know what?
Peter Strzok hated Trump.
Okay.
You didn't know that before he was made part of your team. Is that what you're
I
saying?
did not know that.
All right. When did you
And
first
acted
learn?
when he did find out, I acted swiftly to have him reassigned elsewhere in the FBI.
Well, there's some discussion about how swift that was, but when did you learn of the ongoing affair he was having with Lisa Page?
About the same time I learned from Strzok.
Did you ever order anybody to investigate the deletion of all of their texts off of their government phones?
Once we found that Peter Strzok was an author of...
Did you ever
May I finish?
order, well, you're not answering my question. Did you order an investigation into deletion and reformatting of their government phones?
No, there was an IG investigation ongoing.
Well, listen, regarding collusion or conspiracy, you didn't find evidence of any agreement, I'm quoting you, among the Trump campaign officials and any Russia-linked individuals to interfere with our U.S. election, correct?
Correct.
So you also note in the report that an element of any of those obstructions you referenced requires a corrupt state of mind, correct?
Corrupt intent, correct.
Right. And if somebody knows they did not conspire with anybody from Russia to affect the election, and they see the big Justice Department with people that hate that person coming after them, and then a special counsel appointed who hires dozen or more people that hate that person, and he knows he's innocent. He's not corruptly acting in order to see that justice is done. What he's doing is not obstructing justice. He is pursuing justice. And the fact that you ran it out 2 years means you perpetuated injustice.
I take your
Gentleman's
question.
time has expired. The witness may answer the question.
I take your question.
The gentleman from Florida.
Director Mueller, I'd like to get back to your findings covering June of 2017. There was a bombshell article that reported that the President of the United States was personally under investigation for obstruction of justice. And you said in your report on page 90, volume 2, and I quote, "News of the obstruction investigation prompted the President to call McGahn and seek to have the special counsel removed," close quote. And then in your report, you wrote about multiple calls from the President to White House counsel Don McGahn. And regarding the second call, you wrote, and I quote, "McGahn recalled that the President was more direct, saying something like, 'Call Rod. Tell Rod that Mueller has conflicts and can't be the special counsel.' McGahn recalled the President telling him, 'Mueller has to go, and call me back when you do it.'" Director Mueller, did McGahn understand what the President was ordering him to do?
I direct you to what we have written in the report in terms of characterizing his feelings.
And in the report it says, quote, "McGahn understood the President to be saying that the special counsel had to be removed." You also said on page 86 that, quote, "McGahn considered the President's request to be an inflection point, and he wanted to hit the brakes, and he felt trapped, and McGahn decided he had to resign." McGahn took action to prepare to resign, isn't that correct?
I direct you again to the report.
And in fact, that very day he went to the White House, and quoting your report, you said, quote, "He then drove to the office to pack his belongings and submit his resignation letter," close quote.
That is directly from the report.
It is. And before he resigned, however, he called the President's chief of staff, Reince Priebus, and he called the President's senior advisor, Steve Bannon. Do you recall what McGahn told them?
Whatever was said will appear in the report.
It is. And it says on page 87, quote, "Priebus recalled that McGahn said that the President asked him to do crazy expletive," In other words, crazy stuff. The White House counsel thought that the president's request was completely out of bounds. He said the president asked him to do something crazy. It was wrong. And he was prepared to resign over it. Now, these are extraordinarily troubling events, but you found White House counsel McGahn to be a credible witness, isn't that correct?
Correct.
Director Mueller, the most important question I have for you today is why? Director Mueller, why did the President of the United States want you fired?
I can't answer that question.
Well, on page 89 in your report on volume 2, you said, and I quote, substantial evidence indicates that the president's attempts to remove the special counsel were linked to the special counsel's oversight of investigations that involve the president's conduct, and most immediately, to reports that the president was being investigated for potential obstruction of justice, close quote. Director Mueller, you found evidence, as you lay out in your report, that the president wanted to fire you because you were investigating him for obstruction of justice. Isn't that correct?
That's what it says in the report, yes. And I stand behind the report.
Director Mueller, that shouldn't happen in America. No president should be able to escape investigation by abusing his power. But that's what you testified to in your report. The president ordered you fired. The White House counsel knew it was wrong. The president knew it was wrong. In your report, it says there's also evidence the president knew he should not have made those calls to McGahn. But the president did it anyway. He did it anyway. Anyone else who blatantly interfered with a criminal investigation like yours would be arrested and indicted on charges of obstruction of justice. Director Mueller, you determined that you were barred from indicting a sitting president. We've already talked about that today. That is exactly why this committee must hold the president accountable. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Alabama.
Director Mueller, you just said in response to two different lines of questionings that you would refer, as it relates to this firing discussion, that I would refer you to the report and the way it was characterized in the report. Importantly, the president never said fire Mueller or in the investigation, and one doesn't necessitate the other. And McGahn, in fact, did not resign. He stuck around for a year and a half. On March 24th, Attorney General Barr informed the committee that he had received the special counsel's report, and it was not until April 18th that the Attorney General released the report to Congress and the public. When you submitted your report to the Attorney General, did you deliver a redacted version of the report so that he would be able to release it to Congress and the public without delay, pursuant to his announcement of his intention to do so during his confirmation hearing?
I'm not going to engage in discussion about what happened after the production of our report.
Had the Attorney General asked you to provide a redacted version of the report?
We worked on the redacted versions together.
Did he ask you for a version where the grand jury material was separated?
Not going to get into details.
Is it your belief that an unredacted version of the report could be released to Congress or the public?
That's not within my purview.
Rule 6E material. Why did you not take a similar action so Congress could view this material?
We had a process that we were operating on with the Attorney General's office.
Are you aware of any Attorney General going to court to receive similar permission to unredact 6E material?
I'm not aware of that being done.
The Attorney General released the special counsel's report with minimal redactions to the public and an even lesser redacted version to Congress. Did you write the report with the expectation that it would be released publicly?
No, we did not have an expectation. We wrote the report understanding that it was demanded by the statute and would go to the Attorney General for further review.
And pursuant to the special counsel regulations, who is the only party that must receive the charging decision resulting from the special counsel's investigation?
With regard to the president or generally?
No, generally.
Attorney General?
At Attorney General Barr's confirmation hearing, he made it clear that he intended to release your report to the public. Do you remember how much of your report had been written at that point?
Do not.
Were there significant changes in tone or substance of the report made after the announcement that the report would be made available to Congress and the public?
I can't get into that.
During the Senate testimony of Attorney General William Barr, Senator Kamala Harris asked Mr. Barr if he had looked at all the underlying evidence that the special counsel's team had gathered. He stated that he had not. So I'm going to ask you, did you personally review all of the underlying evidence gathered in your investigation?
Well, to the extent that it came through the special counsel's office, yes.
Did any single member of your team review all the underlying evidence gathered during the course of your investigation?
As has been recited here today, a substantial amount of work was done, whether it be search warrants or
My point is there was no one member of the team that looked at everything.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Okay, it's fair to say that in an investigation as comprehensive as yours, it's normal that different members of the team would have reviewed different sets of documents, and few, if anyone, would have reviewed all of the underlying.
Thank you, yes.
How many of the approximately 500 interviews conducted by the special conference did you attend personally?
Very few.
On March 27, 2019, you wrote a letter to the Attorney General essentially complaining about the media coverage of your report. You wrote, and I quote, "The summary letter the department sent to Congress and released to the public late in the afternoon of March 24 did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of this office work and conclusions. We communicated that concern to the department on the morning of March 25th. There is now public confusion about critical aspects of the result of our investigation." Who wrote that March 27th letter?
Well, I can't get into who wrote it, the internal deliberation.
But you signed it.
What I will say is the letter stands for itself.
Okay. Why did you write a formal letter since you had already called the Attorney General to express those concerns?
I can't get into that, internal deliberations.
Did you authorize the letters released to the media, or was it leaked?
I have no knowledge on either.
Well, you went nearly 2 years without a leak. Why was this letter leaked?
I can't get into it.
Was this letter written and leaked for the express purpose of attempting to change the narrative about the conclusions of your report? And was anything in Attorney General Barr's letter referred to as principal conclusions inaccurate?
The time of the gentlelady has expired.
Can you answer the question, please?
And the question is?
Yes, you may answer the question.
Was anything in Attorney General Barr's letter referred to as the principal conclusions letter dated March 24th inaccurate?
Well, I am not going to get into that.
Time of the gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Mueller, as you know, we are focusing on 5 obstruction episodes today. I would like to ask you about the second of those 5 obstruction episodes. It is in the section of your report, beginning on page 113 of Volume 2, entitled, quote, "The President orders McGahn to deny that the President tried to fire the special counsel," end quote. On January 25th, 2018, the New York Times reported that, quote, "The President had ordered McGahn to have the Department of Justice fire you." Is that correct?
Correct.
And that story related to the events you already testified about here today. The President's calls to McGahn to have you removed, correct?
Correct.
After the news broke, did the President go on TV and deny the story?
Do not know.
In fact, the President said, quote, "Fake news, folks, fake news, a typical New York Times fake story," end quote, correct?
Correct.
But your investigation actually found substantial evidence that McGahn was ordered by the President to fire you, correct?
Yes.
Did the President's personal lawyer do something the following day in response to that news report?
I'd refer you to the coverage of this in the report.
On page 114, quote, "On January 26, 2018, the President's personal counsel called McGahn's attorney and said that the President wanted McGahn to put out a statement denying that he had been asked to fire the special counsel," end quote. Did McGahn do what the President asked?
I refer you to the report.
Communicating through his personal attorney, McCann refused because he said, quote, that the Times story was accurate in reporting that the president wanted the special counsel removed. Isn't that right?
I believe it is, but I refer you again to the report.
Okay, so Mr. McCann, through his personal attorney, told the president that he was not going to lie. Is that right?
True.
Did the president drop the issue?
I refer to the write-up of this in the report.
Okay, next, the president told the White House staff secretary, Rob Porter, to try to pressure McCann to make a false denial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What did he actually direct Porter to do?
And I would send you back to the report.
Okay, well, on page 113, it says, quote, the president then directed Porter to tell McCann to create a record to make it clear that the president never directed McCann to fire you, end quote. Is that correct?
That is, as it's stated in the report.
And you found, quote, the president said he wanted McCann to write a letter to the file for our records, correct?
Correct.
And to be clear, the president is asking his White House counsel, Don McCann, to create a record that McCann believed to be untrue while you were in the midst of investigating the president for obstruction of justice, correct?
Generally correct.
And Mr. McCann was an important witness in that investigation, wasn't he?
I'd have to say yes.
Did the president tell Porter to threaten McCann if he didn't create the written denial?
I'd refer you to the write-up of it in the report.
In fact, didn't the president say, quote, and this is on page 116, if he doesn't write a letter, then maybe I'll have to get rid of him, end quote.
Yes.
Did Porter deliver that threat?
I again refer you to the discussion that's found on page 115.
Okay, but the president still didn't give up, did he? So the president told McCann directly to deny that the president told him to have you fired. Can you tell me exactly what happened?
I can't beyond what's in the report.
Well, on page 116, it says the president met him in the Oval Office. Quote, the president began the Oval Office meeting by telling McCann that the New York Times story didn't look good and McCann needed to correct it. Is that correct?
It's correct. So, as it's written in the report, yes.
The president asked McCann whether he would do a correction, and McCann said no. Correct?
That's accurate.
Well, Mr. Mueller, thank you for your investigation uncovering this very disturbing evidence. My friend, Mr. Richmond, will have additional questions on the subject. However, it is clear to me, if anyone else had ordered a witness to create a false record and cover up acts that are subject of a law enforcement investigation, that person would be facing criminal charges. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Director, the FBI interviewed Joseph Mifsud on February 10th, 2017. In that interview, Mr. Mifsud lied. You point this out on page 193, volume 1. Mifsud denied. Mifsud also falsely stated. In addition, Mifsud omitted. 3 times he lied to the FBI, yet you didn't charge him with the crime.
Excuse me, did you say one? I'm sorry, did you say 193?
Volume 1, 193. He lied 3 times. You pointed out in the report. Why didn't you charge him with the crime?
I can't get into internal deliberations with regard who would or would not be
Charge a lot of other people for making false statements. Let's remember this. Let's remember this. In 2016, the FBI did something they probably haven't done before. They spied on 2 American citizens associated with a presidential campaign, George Papadopoulos and Carter Page. With Carter Page, they went to the FISA court. They used the now famous dossier as part of the reason they were able to get the warrant and spy on Carter Page for a better part of a year. With Mr. Papadopoulos, they didn't go to the court. They used human sources. All kinds of, from about the moment Papadopoulos joins the Trump campaign, you got all these people all around the world starting to swirl around him. Names like Halper, Downer, Mifsud, Thompson, meeting in Rome, London, all kinds of places. The FBI even sent a lady posing as somebody else, went by the name Azra Turk, even dispatched her to London to spy on Mr. Papadopoulos. In one of these meetings, Mr. Papadopoulos is talking to a foreign diplomat, and he tells the diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. That diplomat then contacts the FBI, and the FBI opens an investigation based on that fact. You point this out on page 1 of the report. July 31st, 2016, they open the investigation based on that piece of information. Diplomat tells Papadopoulos, Russians have dirt, Papadopoulos tells a diplomat, Russians have dirt on Clinton. Diplomat tells the FBI. What I'm wondering is, who told Papadopoulos? How'd he find out?
I can't get into the evidentiary
Yes, you can, because you wrote about it. You gave us the answer. Page 192 of the report, you tell us who told him. Joseph Mifsud. Joseph Mifsud's the guy who told Papadopoulos. The mysterious professor who lives in Rome and London, teaches in 2 different universities. This is the guy who told Papadopoulos. He's the guy who starts it all. And when the FBI interviews him, he lies 3 times, and yet you don't charge him with a crime. You charge Rick Gates for false statements. You charge Paul Manafort for false statements. You charge Michael Cohen with false statements. You charge Michael Flynn, a 3-star general, with false statements. But the guy who puts the country through this whole saga, starts it all for 3 years we've lived this now, he lies, and you guys don't charge him. And I'm curious as to why.
Well, we can't get into it, and it's obvious, I think, that we can't get into charging decisions.
When the FBI interviewed him in February, FBI interviews him in February, when the special counsel's office interviewed Mifsud, did he lie to you guys too?
Can't get into that.
Did you interview Mifsud?
Can't get into that.
Is Mifsud Western intelligence or Russian intelligence?
Can't get into that.
A lot of things you can't get into. What's interesting, you can charge 13 Russians no one's ever heard of, no one's ever seen, no one's ever going to hear of them, no one's ever going to see them. You can charge them. You can charge all kinds of people who are around the president with false statements. But the guy who launches the guy who puts this whole story in motion, you can't charge him. I think that's amazing.
I'm not certain I agree with your characterizations.
Well, I'm reading from your report. Mifsud told Papadopoulos. Papadopoulos tells the diplomat tells the FBI opens the investigation July 31st, 2016, and here we are 3 years later, July of 2019, the country's been put through this, and the central figure who launches it all lies to us, and you guys don't hunt him down and interview him again, and you don't charge him with a crime. Now here's the good news. Here's the good news. The president was falsely accused of conspiracy. The FBI does a 10-month investigation, and James Comey, when we deposed him a year ago, told us at that point they had nothing. You do a 22-month investigation. At the end of that 22 months, you find no conspiracy. And what's the Democrats want to do? They want to keep investigating. They want to keep going. Maybe a better course of action is to figure out how the false accusation started. Maybe it's to go back and actually figure out why Joseph Mifsud was lying to the FBI. And here's the good news. Here's the good news. That's exactly what Bill Barr's doing. And thank goodness for that. That's exactly what the Attorney General and John Durham are doing. They're going to find out why we went through this three-year saga and get to the bottom of it.
Time of the gentleman has expired. In a moment, we will take a very brief 5-minute break. First, I ask everyone in the room to please remain seated and quiet while the witness exits the room. I also want to announce to those in the audience that you may not be guaranteed your seat if you leave the hearing room at this time. It is time the committee will take a very short recess. Committee will come to order. People will please take their seats before the special counsel returns.
Great job. It's already been written. It was pre-written. Somebody wrote it last night.
Yep.
At least I'm hiding behind the TV. Sure. I'll see. There you go.
Gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, Congressman Deutsch addressed Trump's request to McGahn to fire you. Representative Bass talked about the president's request of McGahn to deny the fact that the president made that request. So I want to pick up where they left off, and I want to pick up with the president's personal lawyer. In fact, there was evidence that the president's personal lawyer was alarmed at the prospect of the president meeting with Mr. McGahn to discuss Mr. McGahn's refusal to deny the New York Times report about the president trying to fire you, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the president's counsel was so alarmed by the prospect of the president's meeting with McGahn that he called Mr. McGahn's counsel and said that McGahn could not resign no matter what happened in the Oval Office that day, correct?
Correct.
So it's accurate to say that the president knew that he was asking McGahn to deny facts that McGahn, quote, had repeatedly said were accurate, unquote. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Your investigation also found, quote, by the time of the Oval Office meeting with the president was aware, one, that McGahn did not think the story was false, two, did not want to issue a statement or create a written record denying facts that McGahn believed to be true. The president nevertheless persisted and asked McGahn to repudiate facts that McGahn had repeatedly said were accurate. Isn't that correct?
Generally true.
I believe that's on page 119. Thank you. In other words, the president was trying to force McGahn to say something that McGahn did not believe to be true.
That's accurate.
I want to reference you to a slide, and it's on page 120. And it says, substantial evidence indicates that in repeatedly urging McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, the president acted for the purpose of influencing McGahn's account in order to deflect or prevent further scrutiny of the president's conduct towards the investigation.
It's accurate.
Can you explain what you meant there?
I'm just going to believe it as it appears in the report.
So it's fair to say the president tried to protect himself by asking staff to falsify records relevant to an ongoing investigation.
I would say that's generally a summary.
Would you say that that action, the president tried to hamper the investigation by asking staff to falsify records relevant to your investigation?
I'm just going to refer you to the report, if I could, for review of that episode.
Thank you. Also, the president's attempt to get McGahn to create a false written record were related to Mr. Trump's concerns about your obstruction of justice inquiry, correct?
I believe that to be true.
In fact, at that same Oval Office meeting, did the president also ask McGahn why he had told, quote, why he had told special counsel's office investigators that the president told him to have you removed, unquote?
And what was the question, sir, if I might?
Let me go to the next one. The president, quote, criticized McGahn for telling your office about the June 17, 2017 events when he told McGahn to have you removed, correct?
Correct.
In other words, the president was criticizing his White House counsel for telling law enforcement officials what he believed to be the truth.
I again go back to the text of the report.
Well, let me go a little bit further. Would it have been a crime if Mr. McGahn had lied to you about the president ordering him to fire you?
I don't want to speculate.
Okay. Is it true that you charged multiple people associated with the president for lying to you during your investigation?
That is accurate.
The president also complained that his staff were taking notes during the meeting about firing McGahn. Is that correct?
That's what the report says. Yeah, the report.
But in fact, it's completely appropriate for the president's staff, especially his counsels, to take notes during a meeting, correct?
Well, I rely on the wording of the report.
Well, thank you, Director Mueller, for your investigation into whether the president attempted to obstruct justice by ordering his White House counsel, Don McGahn, to lie to protect the president and then to create a false record about it. It is clear that any other person who engaged in such conduct would be charged with a crime. We will continue our investigation and we will hold the president accountable because no one is above the law.
Thank
The gentleman from Florida.
Director Mueller, can you state with confidence that the Steele dossier was not part of Russia's disinformation campaign?
No, as I said in my opening statement, that part of the building of the case predated me, and by at least 10 months.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Manafort's alleged crimes regarding tax evasion predated you. You had no problem charging them. And matter of fact, this Steele dossier predated the Attorney General, and he didn't have any problem answering the question. When Senator Cornyn asked the Attorney General the exact question I asked you, Director, the Attorney General said, and I'm quoting, "No, I can't state that with confidence." And that's one of the areas I'm reviewing. I'm concerned about it, and I don't think it's entirely speculative. Now, if something is not entirely speculative, then it must have some factual basis, but you identify no factual basis regarding the dossier or the possibility that it was part of the Russia disinformation campaign. Now, Christopher Steele's reporting is referenced in your report. Steele reported to the FBI that senior Russian foreign ministry figures, along with other Russians, told him that there was, and I'm quoting from the Steele dossier, extensive evidence of conspiracy between the Trump campaign team and the Kremlin. So here's my question. Did Russians really tell that to Christopher Steele, or did he just make it all up and was he lying to the FBI?
Let me back up a second, if I could, and say, as I said earlier, with regard to the Steele, that's beyond my purview.
No, it is exactly your purview, Director Mueller, and here's why. Only one of two things is possible, right? Either Steele made this whole thing up and there were never any Russians telling him of this vast criminal conspiracy that you didn't find, or Russians lied to Steele. Now, if Russians were lying to Steele to undermine our confidence in our duly elected president, that would seem to be precisely your purview, because you stated in your opening that the organizing principle was to fully and thoroughly investigate Russia's interference. But you weren't interested in whether or not Russians were interfering through Christopher Steele. And if Steele was lying, then you should have charged him with lying like you charged a variety of other people, but you say nothing about this in your report.
Well,
Meanwhile, Director, you're quite loquacious on other topics. You write 3,500 words about the June 9 meeting between the Trump campaign and Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya. You write on page 103 of your report that the president's legal team suggested, and I'm quoting from your report, that the meeting might have been a setup by individuals working with the firm that produced the Steele reporting. So I'm going to ask you a very easy question, Director Mueller. On the week of June 9, who did Russian lawyer Veselnitskaya meet with more frequently? The Trump campaign or Glenn Simpson, who was functionally acting as an operative for the Democratic National Committee?
Well, what I think is missing here is the fact that this is under investigation elsewhere in the Justice Department. And if I can finish, sir, and consequently, it's not within my purview. Department of Justice and FBI should be responsive to questions on this particular issue.
It is absurd to suggest that an operative for the Democrats was meeting with this Russian lawyer the day before and the day after the Trump Tower meeting, and yet that's not something you referenced. Now, Glenn Simpson testified under oath. He had dinner with Veselnitskaya the day before and the day after this meeting with the Trump team. Do you have any basis, as you sit here today, to believe that Steele was lying?
As I said before, and I'll say again, it's not my purview. Others are investigating what you
So it's not your purview to look into whether or not Steele's lying. It's not your purview to look into whether or not anti-Trump Russians are lying to Steele. And it's not your purview to look at whether or not Glenn Simpson was meeting with the Russians the day before and the day after you write 3,500 words about the Trump campaign meeting. So I'm wondering how these decisions are guided. I look at the Inspector General's report. I'm citing from page 404 of the Inspector General's report. It states, Page stated, Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right. Strzok replied, no, he's not. We'll stop it. Also in the Inspector General's report, there's someone identified as attorney number 2. Attorney number 2, this is page 419, replied, hell no, and then added, viva la resistance. Attorney number 2 in the Inspector General's report and Strzok both worked on your team, didn't they?
Pardon me? Can you ask?
They both worked on your team, didn't they?
I know, I heard struck. Who else were you talking about?
Attorney number 2 identified in the Inspector General's report.
Okay. And the question was?
Did he work for you? The guy who said Viva la Resistance.
Peter Strzok worked for me for a period of time, yes.
Yeah, but so did the other guy that said Viva la Resistance. And here's what I'm kind of noticing, Director Mueller. When people associated with Trump lied, you threw the book at them. When Christopher Steele lied, nothing. And so it seems to be that when Glenn Simpson met with Russians, nothing. When the Trump campaign met with Russians, 3,500 words. And maybe the reason why there are this discrepancies in what you focused on is because the team was so biased.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Pledged to stop
Mr.
Trump.
Jeffries of New York is recognized.
Mr. Mueller, obstruction of justice is a serious crime that strikes at the core of an investigator's effort to find the truth, correct?
Correct.
The crime of obstruction of justice has 3 elements, true?
True.
The first element is an obstructive act, correct?
Correct.
An obstructive act could include taking an action that would delay or interfere with an ongoing investigation as set forth in Volume 2, page 87 and 88 of your report, true?
I'm sorry, could you again repeat the question?
An obstructive act could include taking an action that would delay or interfere with an ongoing investigation.
That's true.
Your investigation found evidence that President Trump took steps to terminate the special counsel, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Mueller, does ordering the termination of the head of a criminal investigation constitute an obstructive act?
That would be,
Let me refer you
to the report.
Let me refer you to page 87 and 88 of Volume 2, where you conclude the attempt to remove the special counsel would qualify as an obstructive act if it would naturally obstruct the investigation and any grand jury proceedings that might flow from the inquiry, correct?
Yes, I've got that now. Thank you.
Thank you. The second element of obstruction of justice is the presence of an obstructive act in connection with an official proceeding, true?
True.
Does the special counsel's criminal investigation into the potential wrongdoing of Donald Trump constitute an official proceeding?
And that's an area which I cannot get into.
Okay, President Trump tweeted on June 16th, 2017, quote, "I am being investigated for firing the FBI director by the man who told me to fire the FBI director, witch hunt." The June 16th tweet just read was cited on page 89 in Volume 2, constitutes a public acknowledgement by President Trump that he was under criminal investigation, correct?
I think generally correct.
One day later, on Saturday, June 17th, President Trump called White House counsel Don McGahn at home and directed him to fire the special counsel, true?
I believe it to be true. I think I may have stated in response to questions some.
That is correct. President Trump told Don McGahn, quote, "Mueller has to go," close quote, correct?
Correct.
Your report found on page 89, Volume 2, that substantial evidence indicates that by June 17th, the president knew his conduct was under investigation by a federal prosecutor who could present any evidence of federal crimes to a grand jury, true?
True.
The third element, second element having just been satisfied, the third element of the crime of obstruction of justice is corrupt intent, true?
True.
Corrupt intent exists if the president acted to obstruct an official proceeding for the improper purpose of protecting his own interests, correct?
That's generally correct.
Thank you.
The only thing I would say is we are going through the 3 elements of the proof of the obstruction of justice charges. When the fact of the matter is, we got. Excuse me, just one second.
Well, thank you. Mr. Mueller, let me move on in the interest of time. Upon learning about the appointment of the special counsel, your investigation found that Donald Trump stated to the then Attorney General, quote, "Oh my God, this is terrible. This is the end of my presidency. I'm effed." Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that Donald Trump viewed the special counsel's investigation into his conduct as adverse to his own interests?
I think that generally is true.
The investigation found evidence, quote, that the president knew that he should not have directed Don McGahn to fire the special counsel, correct?
And where do you have that quote?
Page 90, Volume 2. There's evidence that the president knew he should not have made those calls to McGahn, close quote.
I see that, yes, that's accurate.
The investigation also found substantial evidence that President Trump repeatedly urged McGahn to dispute that he was ordered to have the special counsel terminated, correct?
Correct.
The investigation found substantial evidence that when the president ordered Don McGahn to fire the special counsel and then lie about it, Donald Trump, 1, committed an obstructive act, 2, connected to an official proceeding, 3, did so with corrupt intent. Those are the elements of obstruction of justice. This is the United States of America. No one is above the law. No one. The president must be held accountable one way or the other.
Now, let me just say, if I might, I don't subscribe necessarily to your the way you analyze that. I'm not saying it's out of the ballpark, but I'm not supportive of that analytical charge.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller over here.
Hi.
Hi. I want to start by thanking you for your service. You joined the Marines and led a rifle platoon in Vietnam, where you earned a Bronze Star, Purple Heart, and other commendations. You served as an assistant United States attorney leading the homicide unit here in D.C., U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts and later Northern District of California, assistant attorney general for DOJ's criminal division, and the FBI director. So thank you. I appreciate that. But having reviewed your biography, it puzzles me why you handled your duties in this case the way you did. The report contradicts what you taught young attorneys at the Department of Justice, including to ensure that every defendant is treated fairly, or as Justice Sutherland said in the Berger case, a prosecutor is not the representative of an ordinary party to a controversy, but of a sovereignty, whose interest in a criminal prosecution is not that it shall win a case, but that justice shall be done, and that the prosecutor may strike hard blows, but he is not at liberty to strike foul ones. By listing the 10 factual situations and not reaching a conclusion about the merits of the case, you unfairly shifted the burden of proof to the president, forcing him to prove his innocence while denying him a legal forum to do so. And I've never heard of a prosecutor declining a case and then holding a press conference to talk about the defendant. You noted 8 times in your report that you had a legal duty under the regulations to either prosecute or decline charges. Despite this, you disregarded that duty. As a former prosecutor, I'm also troubled with your legal analysis. You discussed 10 separate factual patterns involving alleged obstruction, and then you failed to separately apply the elements of the applicable statutes. I looked at the 10 factual situations, and I read the case law. And I have to tell you, just looking at the Flynn matter, for example, the 4 statutes that you cited for possible obstruction, 1503, 1505, 1512B3 and 1512C2. When I look at those concerning the Flynn matter, 1503 is inapplicable because there wasn't a grand jury or trial jury impaneled, and Director Comey was not an officer of the court as defined by the statute. Section 1505 criminalizes acts that would obstruct or impede administrative proceedings as those before Congress or an administrative agency. The Department of Justice Criminal Resource Manual states that the FBI investigation is not a pending proceeding. 1512B3 talks about intimidation, threats of force to tamper with a witness. General Flynn at the time was not a witness, and certainly Director Comey was not a witness. And 1512C2 talks about tampering with a record. And as Joe Biden described the statute as being debated on the Senate floor, he called this a statute criminalizing document shredding, and there's nothing in your report that alleges that the president destroyed any evidence. So what I have to ask you, and what I think people are working around in this hearing is, let me lay a little foundation for it. The ethical rules require that a prosecutor have a reasonable probability of conviction to bring a charge. Is that correct?
Sounds generally accurate.
Okay. And the regulations concerning your job as special counsel state that your job is to provide the Attorney General with a confidential report explaining the prosecution or declination decisions reached by your office. You recommended declining prosecution of President Trump and anyone associated with his campaign because there was insufficient evidence to convict for a charge of conspiracy with Russian interference in the 2016 election. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Was there sufficient evidence to convict President Trump or anyone else with obstruction of justice?
We did not make that calculation.
How could you not have made the calculation with
Because
the regulation?
the OLC opinion, Office of Legal Counsel, indicates that we cannot indict a sitting president. So one of the tools that a prosecutor would use is not there.
Okay, but let me just stop. You made the decision on the Russian interference. You couldn't have indicted the president on that, and you made the decision on that. But when it came to obstruction, you threw a bunch of stuff up against the wall to see what would stick. And that is fundamentally unfair.
I would not agree to that characterization at all. What we did is provide to the Attorney General in the form of a confidential memorandum our understanding of the case, those cases that were brought, those cases that were declined, and that one case where the president cannot be charged with a crime.
Okay, but could you charge the president with a crime after he left office?
Yes.
You believe that you could charge the president of the United States with obstruction of justice after he left office?
Yes.
Ethically, under the ethical standards?
Well, I'm not certain because I haven't looked at the ethical standards, but the OLC opinion says that the prosecutor, while he cannot bring a charge against the sitting president, nonetheless he can continue the investigation to see if there are any other persons who might be drawn into the conspiracy.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Rhode Island.
Director, as you know, we are specifically focusing on 5 separate obstruction episodes here today. I'd like to ask you about the third episode. It's the section of your report entitled "The President's Efforts to Curtail the Special Counsel Investigation," beginning at page 90. And by curtail, you mean limit, correct?
Correct.
My colleagues have walked through how the president tried to have you fired through the White House counsel, and because Mr. McGahn refused the order, the president asked others to help limit your investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And was Corey Lewandowski one such individual?
And again, can you remind me what character?
Well, Corey Lewandowski is the president's former campaign manager, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any official position in the Trump administration?
I don't believe so.
Your report describes an incident in the Oval Office involving Mr. Lewandowski on June 19, 2017, at volume 2, page 91. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what's the citation, sir?
Page 91.
Of the second volume?
Yes.
And
A meeting in the Oval Office between Mr. Lewandowski and the president.
Okay.
And that was just 2 days after the president called Don McGahn at home and ordered him to fire you. Is that correct?
Apparently so.
So right after his White House counsel, Mr. McGahn, refused to follow the president's order to fire you, the president came up with a new plan. And that was to go around all of his senior advisors and government aides to have a private citizen try to limit your investigation. What did the president tell Mr. Lewandowski to do? Do you recall he dictated a message to Mr. Lewandowski for Attorney General Sessions and asked him to write it down. Is that correct?
True.
And did you and your team see this handwritten message?
I'm not going to get into what we may or may not have included in our investigation.
Okay, the message directed Sessions to give, and I'm quoting from your report, to give a public speech saying that he planned to meet with the special prosecutor to explain this is very unfair and let the special prosecutor move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections. That's at page 91. Is that correct?
Yes, I see that. Thank you. Yes, it is.
In other words, Mr. Lewandowski, a private citizen, was instructed by the President of the United States to deliver a message from the President to the Attorney General that directed him to limit your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And at this time, Mr. Sessions was still recused from oversight of your investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate
The Attorney
that?
General was recused from oversight.
Yes.
So the Attorney General would have had to violate his own department's rules in order to comply with the President's order, correct?
Well, I'm not going to get into the subsidiary details.
Okay.
I just refer you again to page 91, 92 of the report.
And if the Attorney General had followed through with the President's request, Mr. Mueller, it would have effectively ended your investigation into the President and his campaign, as you note on page 97, correct?
Could you?
At page 97, you write, and I quote, "Taken together, the President's directives indicate that Sessions was being instructed to tell the special counsel to end the existing investigation into the President and his campaign, with the special counsel being permitted to move forward with investigating election meddling for future elections." Is that correct?
Generally true. Yes, sir.
And an unsuccessful attempt to obstruct justice is still a crime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. Lewandowski tried to meet with the Attorney General. Is that right?
True.
And he meet with them in his office so he would be certain there wasn't a public log of the visit.
According to what we gathered for the report.
And the meeting never happened, and the president raised the issue again with Mr. Lewandowski, and this time he said, and I quote, "If Sessions does not meet with you, Lewandowski should tell Sessions he was fired." Correct?
Correct.
So immediately following the meeting with the president, Lewandowski then asked Mr. Dearborn to deliver the message, who's the former chief of staff to Mr. Sessions, and Mr. Dearborn refuses to deliver it because he doesn't feel comfortable. Isn't that correct?
Generally correct, yes.
So just so we're clear, Mr. Mueller, 2 days after the White House counsel, Don McGahn, refused to carry out the president's order to fire you, the president directed a private citizen to tell the Attorney General of the United States, who was recused at the time, to limit your investigation to future elections, effectively ending your investigation into the 2016 Trump campaign. Is that correct?
I'm not going to adopt your characterization. I'll say that the facts as laid out in the report are accurate.
Well, Mr. Mueller, in your report, you in fact write at page 97, substantial evidence indicates that the president's effort to have Sessions limit the scope of the special counsel's investigation to future elections interference was intended to prevent further investigative scrutiny of the president and his campaign conduct. Is that correct?
Generally.
And so, Mr. Mueller, you have seen the letter where 1,000 former Republican and Democratic federal prosecutors have read your report and said anyone but the president who committed those acts would be charged with obstruction of justice. Do you agree with those former colleagues, 1,000 prosecutors who came to that conclusion?
Those prosecutors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over here. Thanks. Mr. Mueller, you guys, your team wrote in the report, quote, this is the top of page 2, volume 1, also on page 173, by the way. You said that you'd come to the conclusion that, quote, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities, close quote. That's an accurate statement, right?
That's accurate.
And I'm curious, when did you personally come to that conclusion?
Can you remind me which paragraph you're adverting to?
Top of page 2.
On 2?
Volume 1.
Okay. And exactly which paragraph are you looking at on 2?
The investigation did not establish.
Of course. I see it. Yes.
See it?
What was your question?
My question now is, when did you personally reach that conclusion?
Well, we were ongoing for 2 years.
Right, you were ongoing, you wrote it at some point during that 2-year period, but at some point you had to come to a conclusion that that I don't think there's not a conspiracy going on here. There was no conspiracy between this president. I'm not talking about the rest of the president's team. I'm talking about this president and the Russians.
As you understand, developing a criminal case, you get pieces of information, witnesses, and the like, as you make your case.
Right.
And when you make a decision on a particular case depends on a number of factors.
Right, I understand
So I
all
cannot
this.
say specifically that we reached a decision on a particular defendant at a particular point in time.
But it was some time well before you wrote the report, fair enough? I mean, you wrote the report dealing with a whole myriad of issues. Certainly at some time prior to that report is when you reached the decision that, okay, with regard to the president himself, I don't find anything here. Fair enough?
Well, I'm not certain I do agree with that.
So you waited till the last minute when you were actually writing the report and say, oh, okay.
No, but there are various aspects of a development of
Sure, and that's my point. There are various aspects that happen, but somewhere along the pike, you will come to a conclusion. There's no there for this defendant. Isn't that right? So apparently,
I can't speak.
You can't say when. Fair enough. So you know, I'm asking the sworn witness. Mr. Mueller, evidence suggests that on May 10th, 2017, at approximately 7:45 a.m., 6 days before the DAG, Deputy Attorney General, appointed you special counsel, Mr. Rosenstein called you and mentioned the appointment of a special counsel. Not necessarily that you'd be appointed, but that you had a discussion of that. Is that true? May 10th, 2017.
I don't have any. I don't have any knowledge of that occurring.
You don't have any knowledge, or you don't recall?
I don't have any knowledge.
Evidence also suggests.
Given that what I saw you do, are you questioning that?
Well, I just find it intriguing. Let me just tell you that there's evidence that suggests that that phone call took place and that that's what was said. So let's move to the next question. Evidence suggests that also on May 12, 2017, 5 days before the DAG appointed you special counsel, you met with Mr. Rosenstein in person. Did you discuss the appointment of a special counsel then? Not necessarily that you, but that there would be a special counsel.
I've gone into waters that don't allow me to give you an answer to that particular question. It relates to the internal discussions he would have in terms of indicting an individual.
It has nothing to do with indictment. It has to do with special counsel and whether you discussed that with Mr. Rosenstein. Evidence also suggests that on May 13, 4 days before you were appointed special counsel, you met with former Attorney General Sessions and Rosenstein, and you spoke about special counsel. Do you remember that?
Not offhand, no.
Okay. And on May 16th, the day before you were appointed special counsel, you met with the president and Rod Rosenstein. Do you remember having that meeting?
Yes.
And discussion of the position of FBI director took place. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And did you discuss at any time in that meeting Mr. Comey's termination?
No.
Did you discuss at any time in that meeting the potential appointment of a special counsel? Not necessarily you, but just in general terms.
I can't get into the discussions on that.
How many times did you speak to Mr. Rosenstein before May 17th, which is the day you got appointed, regarding the appointment of special counsel? How many times prior to that did you discuss?
I can't tell you how many times.
Is that because you don't recall, or are you just?
I do not recall.
Okay, thank you. How many times did you speak with Mr. Comey about any investigations pertaining to Russia prior to May 17, 2017? Did you have any?
Zero.
Zero?
Zero.
Okay. Now, my time has expired, so.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from California.
Director Mueller, going back to the president's obstruction via Corey Lewandowski, it was referenced that 1,000 former prosecutors who served under Republican and Democratic administrations with 12,000 years of federal service wrote a letter regarding the president's conduct. Are you familiar with that letter?
I've read about that letter, yes.
And some of the individuals who signed that letter, the statement of former prosecutors, are people you worked with. Is that right?
Quite probably, yes.
People that you respect?
Quite probably, yes.
And in that letter, they said all of this conduct, trying to control and impede the investigation against the president by leveraging his authority over others, is similar to conduct we have seen charged against other public officials and people in powerful positions. Are they wrong?
They have a different case.
Do you want to sign that letter, Director Mueller?
They have a different case.
Director Mueller, thank you for your service, going all the way back to the 60s when you courageously served in Vietnam. Because I have a seat on the Intelligence Committee, I'll have questions later, and because of our limited time, I will ask to enter this letter into the record under unanimous consent and yield to my colleague from California, Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Director Mueller, for your long history of service to our country, including your service as a Marine, where you earned a Bronze Star with a V device. I'd like to now turn to the elements of obstruction of justice as applied to the President's attempts to curtail your investigation. The first element of obstruction of justice requires an obstructive act, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to direct you to page 97 of Volume 2 of your report. And you wrote there on page 97, quote, Sessions was being instructed to tell the special counsel to end the existing investigation into the president and his campaign, unquote. That's in the report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That would be evidence of an obstructive act because it would naturally obstruct their investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's turn now to the second element of the crime of obstruction of justice, which requires a nexus to an official proceeding. Again, I'm going to direct you to page 97, the same page of Volume 2, and you wrote, quote, by the time of the President's initial one-on-one meeting with Lewandowski on June 19, 2017, the existence of a grand jury investigation supervised by the special counsel was public knowledge. That's in the report, correct?
Correct.
That would constitute evidence of a nexus to an official proceeding because a grand jury investigation is an official proceeding, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay. I'd like to now turn to the final element of the crime of obstruction of justice. On that same page, page 97, do you see where there's the intent section on that page?
I do see
Part
that.
C. All right. Would you be willing to read the first sentence?
And that was starting with,
Substantial evidence.
indicates that the president's,
Yeah, if you could read that first sentence, would you be willing to do that?
I'm happy to have you read it.
Okay, I will read it then. You wrote, quote, substantial evidence indicates that the president's effort to have Sessions limit the scope of the special counsel's investigation to future election interference was intended to prevent further investigative scrutiny of the president's and his campaign's conduct, unquote. That's in the report, correct?
That is in the report, and I rely what's in the report to indicate what's happened in the paragraphs that we've been discussing.
Thank you. So to recap what we've heard, we have heard today that the president ordered former White House counsel Don McGahn to fire you. The president ordered Don McGahn to then cover that up and create a false paper trail. And now we've heard the president ordered Corey Lewandowski to tell Jeff Sessions to limit your investigation so that you stop investigating the president. I believe a reasonable person looking at these facts could conclude that all three elements of the crime of obstruction of justice have been met. And I'd like to ask you, the reason, again, that you did not indict Donald Trump is because of OLC opinion stating that you cannot indict a sitting president, correct?
That is correct.
The fact that the orders by the president were not carried out, that is not a defense to obstruction of justice because the statute itself is quite broad. It says that as long as you endeavor or attempt to obstruct justice, that would also constitute a crime.
I'm not going to get into that at this juncture.
Okay, thank you. And based on the evidence that we have heard today, I believe a reasonable person could conclude that at least 3 crimes of obstruction of justice by the president occurred. We're going to hear about 2 additional crimes, and that would be the witness tamperings of Michael Cohen and Paul Manafort.
All that,
I yield back.
the only thing I want to add is that I'm going through the elements with you does not mean that I subscribe to what you're trying to prove through those elements.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady from Arizona. I'm sorry, gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mueller, over here. Thanks for joining us today. You had 3 discussions with Rod Rosenstein about your appointment as special counsel, May 10th, May 12th, and May 13th, correct?
If you say so, I have no reason to dispute that.
Then you met with the president on the 16th with Rod Rosenstein present, and then on the 17th you were formally appointed as special counsel. Were you meeting with the president on the 16th with knowledge that you were under consideration for appointment to special counsel?
I did not believe I was under consideration for counsel. I had served 2 terms as FBI director.
So the answer is no.
And the answer is no.
Greg Jarrett describes your office as the team of partisans. And as additional information is coming to light, there's a growing concern that political bias caused important facts to be omitted from your report in order to cast the president unfairly in a negative light. For example, John Dowd, the president's lawyer, leaves a message with Michael Flynn's lawyer on November 17th of 2017, November 2017. The edited version in your report makes it appear that he was improperly asking for confidential information, and that's all we know from your report, except that the judge in the Flynn case ordered the entire transcript released, in which Dowd makes it crystal clear that's not what he was suggesting. So my question is, why did you edit the transcript to hide the exculpatory part of the message?
Well, I'm not certain I would agree with your characterization as that we did anything to hide.
Well, you omitted it. You quoted the part where he says we need some kind of heads up just for the sake of protecting all of our interests if we can, but you omitted the portion where he says without giving up any confidential information.
Well, I'm not going to go further in terms of discussing the...
Well, let's go on. You extensively discussed Konstantin Kilimnik's activities with Paul Manafort. You describe him as, quote, a Russian-Ukrainian political consultant and longtime employee of Paul Manafort, assessed by the FBI to have ties to Russian intelligence. And again, that's all we know from your report, except we've since learned from news articles that Kilimnik was actually a U.S. State Department intelligence source, yet nowhere in your report is he so identified. Why was that fact?
I don't necessarily credit what you're saying occurred.
Were you aware that Kilimnik was
I'm not going to go into the ins and outs. I'm not going to go in the ins and outs of what we had in the course of our investigation.
Did you interview Konstantin Kilimnik?
Pardon?
Did you interview Konstantin Kilimnik?
I can't go into the discussion of our investigative moves.
And yet that is the basis of your report. Again, the problem we're having is we have to rely on your report for an accurate reflection of the evidence, and we're starting to find out that's not true. For example, your report famously links Russian internet troll farms with the Russian government. Yet at a hearing on May 28th in the Concord Management IRA prosecution that you initiated, the judge excoriated both you and Mr. Barr for producing no evidence to support this claim. Why did you suggest Russia was responsible for the troll farms when in court you've been unable to produce any evidence to support it?
Well, I'm not going to get into that any further than I already have.
But you have left the clear impression throughout the country through your report that it was the Russian government behind the troll farms, and yet when you're called upon to provide actual evidence in court, you fail to do so.
Well, I would again dispute your characterization of what occurred in that proceeding.
In fact, the judge, considered holding prosecutors in criminal contempt. She backed off only after your hastily called press conference the next day in which you retroactively made the distinction between the Russian government and the Russia troll farms. Did your press conference of May 29th have anything to do with the threat to hold your prosecutors in contempt the previous day for publicly misrepresenting the evidence?
What was the question?
The question is, did your May 29th press conference have anything to do with the fact that the previous day the judge threatened to hold your prosecutors in contempt for misrepresenting evidence?
No.
Now, the fundamental problem is, as I said, we've got to take your word. Your team faithfully, accurately, impartially, and completely described all of the underlying evidence in the Mueller report, and we're finding more and more instances where this just isn't the case. And it's starting to look like, having desperately tried and failed to make a legal case against the president, you made a political case instead. You put it in a paper sack, lit it on fire, dropped it on our porch, rang the doorbell, and ran.
I don't think you reviewed a report that is as thorough, as fair, as consistent as the report that we have in front of us.
Then why is contradictory
Time of the gentleman
information
has expired. The
continuing to come out?
gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Director Mueller, let's go to a fourth episode of obstruction of justice in the form of witness tampering, which is urging witnesses not to cooperate with law enforcement, either by persuading them or intimidating them. Witness tampering is a felony punishable by 20 years in prison. You found evidence that the president engaged in efforts, and I quote, to encourage witnesses not to cooperate with the investigation. Is that right?
That's correct. Do you have a citation?
I'm page 7 on volume 2.
Thank you.
Now, one of these witnesses was Michael Cohen, the president's personal lawyer, who ultimately pled guilty to campaign violations based on secret hush money payments to two women the president knew, and also to lying to Congress about the hoped-for $1 billion Trump Tower deal. After the FBI searched Cohen's home, the president called him up personally, he said, to check in and told him to, quote, hang in there and stay strong. Is that right? Do you remember finding that?
If it's in the report as stated, yes, it is right.
Yes, also in the report, actually, are a series of calls made by other friends of the president. One reached out to say he was with the boss in Mar-a-Lago, and the president said, he loves you. His name is redacted. Another redacted friend called to say, the boss loves you, and a third redacted friend called to say, everyone knows the boss has your back. Do you remember finding that sequence of calls?
Generally, yes.
When the news, and in fact, Cohen said that following the receipt of these messages, I'm quoting here, page 147 of volume 2, he believed he had the support of the White House if he continued to toe the party line, and he determined to stay on message and be part of the team. That's at page 147. Do you remember generally finding that?
Generally, yes.
Well, Robert Costello, a lawyer close to the president's legal team, emailed Cohen to say, quote, you are loved, they are in our corner, sleep well tonight, and you have friends in high places. And that's up on the screen, page 147. You remember reporting that. Okay. Now, when the news first broke that Cohen had arranged payoffs to Stormy Daniels, Cohen faithfully stuck to this party line. He said that publicly that neither the Trump Organization nor the Trump campaign was a party to the transaction, and neither reimbursed him. Trump's personal attorney at that point quickly texted Cohen to say, quote, "Client says thank you for what you do." Mr. Mueller, who is the capital C client thanking Cohen for what he does?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, the assumption in the context suggests very strongly it's President Trump.
I can't speak to that.
Okay. Cohen later broke and pled guilty to campaign finance offenses and admitted fully they were made, quote, "at the direction of candidate Trump." Do you remember that?
Yes.
After Cohen's guilty plea, the president suddenly changed his tune towards Mr. Cohen, didn't he?
I would say I rely on what's in the report.
Well, he made the suggestion that Cohen family members had committed crimes. He targeted, for example, Cohen's father-in-law and repeatedly suggested that he was guilty of committing crimes, right?
Generally accurate.
Okay. On page 154, you give a powerful summary of these changing dynamics. And you said, I'm happy to have you read it, but I'm happy to do it if not.
I have it in front of me. Thank you.
Would you like to read it?
I would.
Can you read it out loud to everybody?
I would be happy to have you read it out.
Okay, fair. We'll read it at the same time. The evidence concerning this sequence of events could support an inference that the president used inducements in the form of positive messages in an effort to get Cohen not to cooperate, and then turn to attacks and intimidation to deter the provision of information or to undermine Cohen's credibility once Cohen began cooperating.
I believe that's accurate.
Okay, and in my view, if anyone else in America engaged in these actions, they would have been charged with witness tampering. We must enforce the principle in Congress that you emphasize so well in the very last sentence of your report, which is that in America, no person is so high as to be above the law. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just recently, Mr. Mueller, you said Mr. Liu was asking you questions. And Mr. Liu's question, I quote, "The reason you didn't indict the president is because of the OLC opinion." And you answered, "That is correct." But that is not what you said in the report, and it's not what you told Attorney General Barr. And in fact, in a joint statement that you released with DOJ on May 29th, after your press conference, your office issued a joint statement with the Department of Justice that said, "The Attorney General has previously stated that the special counsel repeatedly affirmed that he was not saying that but for the OLC opinion, he would have found the president obstructed justice. The special counsel's report and his statement today made clear that the office concluded it would not reach a determination one way or the other whether the president committed a crime. There is no conflict between these statements." So, Mr. Miller, do you stand by your joint statement with DOJ that you issued on May 29th as you sit here today?
I would have to look at it more closely before I said I agree with it.
Well, my conclusion is that what you told Mr. Liu really contradicts what you said in the report, and specifically what you said apparently repeatedly to Attorney General Barr, and then you issued a joint statement on May 29th saying that the Attorney General has previously stated that the special counsel repeatedly affirmed that he was not saying but for the OLC report that we would have found the president obstructed justice. So I just say there's a conflict. I do have some more questions. Mr. Mueller, there's been a lot of talk today about firing the special counsel and curtailing the investigation. Were you ever fired, Mr. Mueller, from
Was I what?
Were you ever fired as special counsel, Mr. Mueller?
No.
No. Were you allowed to complete your investigation unencumbered?
Yes.
And in fact, you resigned as special counsel when you closed up the office in late May 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Mueller, on April 18th, the Attorney General held a press conference in conjunction with the public release of your report. Did Attorney General Barr say anything inaccurate, either in his press conference or his March 24th letter to Congress summarizing the principal conclusions of your report?
Well, what you are not mentioning is a letter we sent on March 27th to Mr. Barr that raised some issues. And that letter speaks for itself.
But then I don't see how you that could be, since AG Barr's letter detailed the principal conclusions of your report, and you have said before that there wasn't anything inaccurate. In fact, you had this joint statement. But let me go on to another question. Mr. Mueller, rather than purely relying on the evidence provided by witnesses and documents, I think you relied a lot on media. I'd like to know how many times you cited the Washington Post in your report.
How many times I what?
Cited the Washington Post in your report.
I do not have knowledge of that
Yeah.
figure, but well, that's it. I don't have knowledge of that figure.
I counted about 60 times. How many times did you cite the New York Times? I counted.
Again, I have no idea.
I counted about 75 times. How many times did you cite Fox News?
As with the other two, I have no idea.
About 25 times. I've got to say, it looks like Volume 2 is mostly regurgitated press stories. Honestly, there's almost nothing in Volume 2 that I couldn't already hear or know simply by having a $50 cable news subscription. However, your investigation cost the American taxpayers $25 million. Mr. Mueller, you cited media reports nearly 200 times in your report. Then in a footnote, a small footnote, number 7, page 15 of volume 2 of your report, you wrote, I quote, "This section summarizes and cites various news stories not for the truth of the information contained in the stories, but rather to place candidate Trump's response to those stories in context. Since nobody but lawyers reads footnotes, are you concerned that the American public took the embedded news stories at
Time of the
face value?"
gentlelady has expired. The gentlelady from Washington.
Can Mr. Mueller
No.
answer the question?
No, we're running short on time. I said the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you. Director Mueller, let's turn to the fifth of the obstruction episodes in your report, and that is the evidence of whether President Trump engaged in witness tampering with Trump campaign chairman Paul Manafort, whose foreign ties were critical to your investigation into Russia's interference in our elections. And this starts at volume 2, page 123. Your office got indictments against Manafort and Trump deputy campaign manager Rick Gates in 2 different jurisdictions, correct?
Correct.
And your office found that after a grand jury indicted them, Manafort told Gates not to plead guilty to any charges because, quote, he had talked to the president's personal counsel and they were going to take care of us. Is that correct?
That's accurate.
And according to your report, one day after Manafort's conviction on 8 felony charges, quote, the president said that flipping was not fair and almost ought to be outlawed. Is that correct?
I'm aware of that.
In this context, Director Mueller, what does it mean to flip?
Have somebody cooperate in a criminal investigation?
And how essential is that cooperation to any efforts to combat crime?
Well, I'm not going to go beyond that, characterizing that
Thank you.
effort.
In your report, you concluded that President Trump and his personal counsel, Rudy Giuliani, quote, made repeated statements suggesting that a pardon was a possibility for Manafort, while also making it clear that the president did not want Manafort to flip and cooperate with the government, end quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you stated earlier, witness tampering can be shown where someone with an improper motive encourages another person not to cooperate with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, on page 123 of volume 2, you also discuss the president's motive, and you say that as court proceedings moved forward against Manafort, President Trump, quote, discussed with aides whether and in what way Manafort might be cooperating and whether Manafort knew any information that would be harmful to the president, end quote. Is that correct?
And that was a quote from?
From page 123, volume 2.
I have it. Thank you. Yes.
And when someone tries to stop another person from working with law enforcement and they do it because they're worried about what that person will say, it seems clear from what you wrote that this is a classic definition of witness tampering. Now, Mr. Manafort did eventually decide to cooperate with your office, and he entered into a plea agreement, but then he broke that agreement. Can you describe what he did that caused you to tell the court that the agreement was off?
I'd refer you to the court proceedings on that issue.
So on page 127 of Volume 2, you told the court that Mr. Manafort lied about a number of matters that were material to the investigation, and you said that the Manafort's lawyers also, quote, regularly briefed the president's lawyers on topics discussed and the information that Manafort had provided in interviews with the special counsel's office. Does that sound right?
And the source of that is?
That's page 127, Volume 2. That's a direct quote.
If it's from the report, yes, I'd support it.
And 2 days after you told the court that Manafort broke his plea agreement by lying repeatedly, did President Trump tell the press that Mr. Manafort was, quote, very brave because he did not flip? This is page 128 of Volume 2.
If it's in the report, I support it as it is set forth.
Thank you. Director Mueller, in your report, you make a very serious conclusion about the evidence regarding the president's involvement with the Manafort criminal proceedings. Let me read to you from your report. Evidence concerning the president's conduct toward Manafort indicates that the president intended to encourage Manafort to not cooperate with the government. It is clear that the president both publicly and privately discouraged Mr. Manafort's cooperation or flipping while also dangling the promise of a pardon if he stayed loyal and did not share what he knew about the president. Anyone else who did these things would be prosecuted for them. We must ensure that no one is above the law. And I thank you for being here, Director Mueller. Yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, I'm over here, I'm sorry. Mr. Mueller, are you familiar with the now expired independent counsel statute? It's the statute under which Ken Starr was appointed.
That Ken Starr did what? I'm sorry.
Are you familiar with the independent counsel statute?
Are you talking about the one we operating under now or a previous?
No, under which Ken Starr was appointed?
I am not that familiar with that, but I'd be happy to take your question.
Well, the Clinton administration allowed the independent counsel statute to expire after Ken Starr's investigation. The final report requirement was a major reason why the statute was allowed to expire. Even President Clinton's AG, Janet Reno, expressed concerns about the final report requirement. And I'll quote AG Reno. She said, "On one hand, the American people have an interest in knowing the outcome of an investigation of their highest officials. On the other hand, the report requirement cuts against many of the most basic traditions and practices of American law enforcement. Under our system, we presume innocence and we value privacy. We believe that information obtained during a criminal investigation should, in most cases, be made public only if there is an indictment and prosecution, not in a lengthy and detailed report filed after a decision has been made not to prosecute. The final report provides a forum for unfairly airing a target's dirty laundry, and it also creates yet another incentive for an independent counsel to over-investigate in order to justify his or her tenure and to avoid criticism that the independent counsel may have left a stone unturned." Again, Mr. Mueller, those are AG Reno's words. Didn't you do exactly what AG Reno feared? Didn't you publish a lengthy report unfairly airing the target's dirty laundry without recommending charges?
I disagree with that.
Okay. Did any of your witnesses have the chance to be cross-examined?
Can I just finish my answer on that?
Quickly.
I operate under the current statute, not the original statute. So I am most familiar with the current statute, not the older statute.
Did any of the witnesses have a chance to be cross-examined?
Did any of the witnesses in our investigation?
Yes.
I'm not going to answer that.
Okay. Did you allow the people mentioned in your report to challenge how they were characterized?
I'm not going to get into into that.
Given that AG Barr stated multiple times during his confirmation hearing that he would make as much of your report public as possible, did you write your report knowing that it would likely be shared with the public?
No.
Did knowing that the report could and likely would be made public, did that alter the contents which you included?
I can't speak to that.
Despite the expectations that your report would be released to the public, you left out significant exculpatory evidence. In other words, evidence favorable to the president, correct?
Well, I actually would disagree with you. I think we strove to put into the report
I think
exculpatory
I'm pretty sure
evidence as
Tom
well.
McClintock got into that with you, where he said you said there was evidence you left out.
Well, you make a choice as to what goes into
Isn't it
an
true,
indictment.
Mr. Mueller, isn't it true that on page 1 of volume 2, you state, when you're quoting the statute, that you had an obligation to either prosecute or not prosecute?
Well, generally, that is the case.
Right.
Although most cases are not done in the context of the president.
And in this case, you made a decision not to prosecute, correct?
No, we made a decision not to decide whether to prosecute or not.
So essentially what your report did was everything that AG Reno warned against.
I can't agree with that characterization.
Okay, well, what you did is you compiled nearly 450 pages of the very worst information you gathered against the target of your investigation, who happens to be the President of the United States. And you did this knowing that you were not going to recommend charges and that the report would be made public.
Not true.
Mr. Mueller, as a former officer in the United States JAG Corps, I prosecuted nearly 100 terrorists in a Baghdad courtroom. I cross-examined the Butcher of Fallujah in defense of our Navy SEALs. As a civilian, I was elected a magisterial district judge in Pennsylvania, so I'm very well versed in the American legal system. The drafting and the publication of some of the information in this report without an indictment, without prosecution, frankly flies in the face of American justice. And I find those facts, this entire process, un-American. I yield the remainder of my time to my colleague, Jim Jordan.
Director Mueller, the third FISA renewal happens a month after you're named special counsel. What role did your office play in the third FISA renewal of Carter Page?
Not going to talk to that.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentlelady from Florida.
Director Mueller, a couple of my colleagues right here wanted to talk to you or ask you about lies. So let's talk about lies. According to your report, page 9, volume 1, witnesses lied to your office and to Congress. Those lies materially impaired the investigation of Russia interference, according to your report. Other than the individuals who pled guilty to crimes based on their lying to you and your team, did other witnesses lie to you?
I think there are probably a spectrum of witnesses in terms of those who are not telling the full truth, and those are outright liars.
Thank you very much. Outright liars. It is fair to say then that there were limits on what evidence was available to your investigation of both Russia election interference and obstruction of justice.
That's true, and it's usually the case.
And that lies by Trump campaign officials and administration officials impeded your investigation.
I would generally agree with that.
Thank you so much, Director Mueller. You will be hearing more from me in the next hearing, so I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Correa. Thank you.
Mr. Mueller, first of all, let me welcome you. Thank you for your service to our country. You're a hero, Vietnam War vet, wounded war vet. We won't forget your service to our country.
Thank you, sir.
I may begin. Because of time limits, we have gone in depth on only 5 possible episodes of obstruction. There's so much more. And I want to focus on another section of obstruction, which is the president's conduct concerning Michael Flynn, the president's national security advisor. In early 2017, the White House counsel and the president were informed that Mr. Flynn had lied to government authorities about his communications with the Russian ambassador during the Trump campaign and transition. Is this correct?
Correct.
If a hostile nation knows that a U.S. official has lied publicly, that can be used to blackmail that government official, correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I don't disagree with it necessarily, but I'm not going to speak to any more to that issue.
Thank you very much, sir. Flynn resigned on February 13, 2016. And the very next day, when the president was having lunch with New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, did the president say, open quotes, "Now that we fired Flynn, the Russia thing is over," close quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is it true that Christie responded by saying, open quotes, "No way, and this Russia thing is far from over," close quote?
That's the way we have it in the report.
Thank you. And after President met with Christie, Later that same day, the president arranged to meet with then FBI Director James Comey, alone in the Oval Office, correct?
Correct, particularly if you have the citation to the report.
Page 3940, Volume 2.
Thank you very much.
And according to Comey, the president told him, I hope, open quote, I hope you can see your way to letting this thing go, to letting Flynn go. He's a good guy, and I hope you can let it go, close quote. Page 40, Volume 2.
Accurate.
What did Comey understand the president to be asking?
I'm not going to get into what was in Mr. Comey's mind.
Comey understood this to be a direction because of the president's position and the circumstances of the one-to-one meeting. Page 40, Volume 2.
Well, I understand it's in the report, and I support it as being in the report.
Thank you, sir. Even though the president publicly denied telling Comey to drop the investigation, you found, open quote, substantial evidence corroborating Comey's account over the president's. Is this correct?
That's correct.
The president fired Comey on May 9th. Is that correct, sir?
I believe that's the accurate date.
That's page 77, Volume 2. You found substantial evidence that the catalyst for the president's firing of Comey was Comey's, open quote, unwillingness to publicly state that the president was not personally under investigation.
I'm not going to delve more into the details of what happened. If it's in the report, then I'm supportive because it's already been reviewed and appropriately appears in the report.
And that's page 75, Volume 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. And in fact, the very next day, the president told the Russian foreign minister, open quote, I just fired the head of the FBI. He was crazy, a real nut job. I faced great pressure because of Russia. That's taken off. I'm not under investigation, close quote. Is that correct?
That's what was written in the report, yes.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mueller, we've heard a lot about what you're not going to talk about today. So let's talk about something that you should be able to talk about, the law itself, the underlying obstruction statute, and your creative legal analysis of the statutes in Volume 2, particularly your interpretation of 18 U.S.C. 1512C. Section 1512C is an obstruction of justice statute created as part of auditing and financial regulations for public companies. And as you write on page 164 of Volume 2, this provision was added as a floor amendment in the Senate and explained as closing a certain loophole with respect to document shredding. And to read the statute, whoever corruptly alters, destroys, mutilates, or conceals a record, document, or other object, or attempts to do so with the intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, or otherwise obstructs, influences, or impedes any official proceeding or attempts to do so, shall be fined under the statute or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. Your analysis and application of the statute proposes to give Clause C2 a much broader interpretation than commonly used. First, your analysis proposes to read Clause C2 in isolation, reading it as a freestanding, all-encompassing provision prohibiting any act influencing a proceeding if done with an improper motive. And second, your analysis of the statute to apply this proposes to apply this sweeping prohibition to lawful acts taken by public officials exercising their discretionary powers if those acts influence a proceeding. So, Mr. Mueller, I'd ask you, in analyzing the obstruction, you state that you recognize that the Department of Justice and the courts have not definitively resolved these issues, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree that not everyone in the Justice Department agreed with your legal theory of the obstruction of justice statutes, correct?
I'm not going to be involved in the discussion on that at this juncture.
In fact, the Attorney General himself disagrees with your interpretation of the law, correct?
I leave that to the Attorney General to identify.
And you would agree that prosecutors sometimes incorrectly apply the law, correct?
I would have to agree with that one. Yes.
And members of your legal team, in fact, have had convictions overturned because they were based on an incorrect legal theory, correct?
I don't know to what you advert. We've all who spent time in the trenches trying cases have not won every one of those cases.
Well, let me ask you about one in particular. One of your top prosecutors, Andrew Weissman, obtained a conviction against auditing firm Arthur Anderson, lower court, which was subsequently overturned in a unanimous Supreme Court decision that rejected the legal theory advanced by Weissman, correct?
Well, I'm not going to get in and delve into
Well,
the...
let me read from that, maybe it'll
May I
refresh
just
your memory.
finish? May I just finish
Yes.
my answer to say that I'm not going to get involved in a discussion on that. I will refer you to that citation that you gave me at the outset for the lengthy discussion on just what you're talking about, and to the extent that I have anything to say about it, it is what we've already put into the report on that
And
issue.
I am reading from your report when discussing this section, and I'll read from the decision of the Supreme Court unanimously reversing Mr. Weissman when he said, indeed, it's striking how little culpability the instructions required. For example, the jury was told that even if petitioner honestly and sincerely believed his conduct was lawful, the jury could convict. The instructions also diluted the meaning of corruptly such that it covered innocent conduct.
Let me just say, put in a word for...
Let me move on. I have limited time. Your report takes the broadest possible reading of this provision and applying it to the president's official acts, and I'm concerned about the implications of your theory for over-criminalizing conduct by public officials and private citizens alike. So to emphasize how broad your theory of liability is, I want to ask you about a few examples. On October 11th, 2015, during the FBI investigation into Hillary Clinton's use of a private email server, President Obama said, "I don't think it posed a national security problem." And he later said, "I can tell you that this is not a situation in which America's national security was endangered." Assuming for a moment that his comments did influence the investigation, couldn't President Obama be charged, under your interpretation, with obstruction of justice?
Well, again, I refer you to the report, but let me say with Andrew Weissman, who is one of the more talented attorneys that we have and have on board.
Okay, well, I'll take that as
over a period of time. He has run a number of units.
I have very limited time. In August 2015, a very senior DOJ official called FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, expressing concern that FBI agents were still openly pursuing the Clinton Foundation probe. The DOJ official was apparently very pissed off, quote unquote. McCabe questioned this official, asking, "Are you telling me I need to shut down a validly predicated investigation?" To which the official replied, "Of course not." This seems to be a clear example of somebody within the executive branch attempting to influence an FBI investigation. So under your theory, couldn't that person be charged with obstruction as long as a prosecutor could come up with a potentially corrupt motive?
I refer you to our lengthy dissertation on exactly those issues that appears in at the end of the report.
Mr. Mueller, I'd argue that it says above the Supreme Court, equal justice under law.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
Not stretched.
Our intent was to conclude this hearing in 3 hours. Given the break, that would bring us to approximately 11:40. With Director Mueller's indulgence, we will be asking our remaining Democratic members to voluntarily limit their time below the 5 minutes so that we can complete our work as close to that time frame as possible. And I recognize the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Director Mueller. I want to ask you some questions about the President's statements regarding advanced knowledge of the WikiLeaks dumps. So the President refused to sit down with your investigators for an in-person interview, correct?
Correct.
So the only answers we have to questions from the President are contained in Appendix C to your report.
That's correct.
Okay, so looking at Appendix C on page 5, you asked the President over a dozen questions about whether he had knowledge that WikiLeaks possessed or might possess the emails that were stolen by the Russians.
I apologize.
Sure.
Can you start it again?
Okay, sure. So we're looking at Appendix C.
Right.
And at Appendix C, page 5, you asked the President about a dozen questions about whether he had knowledge that WikiLeaks possessed the stolen emails that might be released in a way helpful to his campaign or harmful to the Clinton campaign. Is that correct? You asked those questions? Okay. In February of this year, Mr. Trump's personal attorney, Michael Cohen, testified to Congress under oath that, quote, Mr. Trump knew from Roger Stone in advance about the WikiLeaks drop of emails, end quote. That's a matter of public record, isn't it?
Well, are you referring to the report or some other public record?
This was testimony before Congress by Mr. Cohen. Do you know if he told
And
you?
I'm not familiar with it, explicitly familiar with what he testified to before Congress.
Okay. Let's look at an event described on page 18 of volume 2 of your report. Now, according, and we're going to put it up in a slide, I think, according to Deputy Campaign Manager Rick Gates, in the summer of 2016, he and candidate Trump were on the way to an airport shortly after WikiLeaks released its first set of stolen emails. And Gates told your investigators that candidate Trump was on a phone call, and when the call ended, Trump told Gates that more releases of damaging information would be coming, end quote. Do you recall that from the report?
If it's in the report, I support it.
Okay, and that's on page 18 of Volume 2. Now, on page 77 of Volume 2, your report also stated, quote, in addition, some witnesses said that Trump privately sought information about future WikiLeaks releases, end quote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in Appendix C, where the president did answer some written questions, he said, quote, I do not recall discussing WikiLeaks with him, nor do I recall being aware of Mr. Stone having discussed WikiLeaks with individuals associated with my campaign, end quote. Is that correct?
If it's from the report, it is correct.
Okay. So is it fair to say the president denied ever discussing WikiLeaks with Mr. Stone and denied being aware that anyone associated with his campaign discussed WikiLeaks with Stone?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one?
Is it fair then that the president denied knowledge of himself or anyone else discussing WikiLeaks dumps with Mr. Stone?
Yes.
Okay. And with that, I would yield back.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mueller, over here. Mr. Mueller, did you indeed interview for the FBI director job one day before you were appointed a special counsel?
My understanding, I was not applying for the job. I was asked to give my input on what it would take to do the job, which triggered the interview you're talking about.
So you don't recall on May 16, 2017, that you interviewed with the president regarding the FBI director job?
I interviewed with the president, and
Regarding
was
the
about
FBI director job?
was about the job and not about me applying for the job.
So your statement here today is that you didn't interview to apply for the FBI director job?
That's correct.
So did you tell the vice president that the FBI director position would be the one job that you would come back for?
Don't recall that one.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. Given your 22 months of investigation, tens of millions of dollars spent, and millions of documents reviewed, did you obtain any evidence at all that any American voter changed their vote as a result of Russians' election interference?
I'm not going to speak to that.
You can't speak to that? After 22 months of investigation, there's not any evidence in that document before us that any voter changed their vote because of their interference, and I'm asking you based on all the documents that you reviewed.
That was outside our purview.
Russian meddling was outside your purview?
But the impact of that meddling was undertaken by other agencies.
Okay, you stated in your opening statement that you would not get into the details of the Steele dossier. However, multiple times in Volume 2 on page 23, 27, and 28, you mentioned the unverified allegations. How long did it take you to reach the conclusion that it was unverified?
I'm not going to speak to that.
It's actually in your report multiple times that it's unverified, and you're telling me that you're not willing to tell us how you came to the conclusion that it was unverified.
True.
When did you become aware that the unverified Steele dossier was included in the FISA application to spy on Carter Page?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When did you become aware that the unverified Steele dossier was included in the FISA application to spy on Carter Page?
I'm not going to speak to that.
Your team interviewed Christopher Steele, is that correct?
Not going to get into that.
You can't tell this committee as to whether or not you interviewed Christopher Steele in a 22-month investigation with 18 lawyers.
As I said at the outset, that is one of the investigations that is being handled by others in the Department of Justice.
Yeah, but you're here testifying about this investigation today. And I am asking you directly, did any members of your team or did you interview Christopher Steele in the course of your investigation?
And I am not going to answer that question, sir.
You had 2 years to investigate. Not once did you consider it worthy to investigate how an unverified document that was paid for by a political opponent was used to obtain a warrant to spy on the opposition political campaign. Did you do any investigation in that whatsoever?
I do not accept your characterization of what occurred.
What would be your
I'm not going to
characterization?
speak any more to it.
So you can't speak any more to it, but you're not going to agree with my characterization. Is that correct?
Yes.
The FISA application makes reference to Source One, who was Christopher Steele, the author of the Steele dossier. The FISA application says nothing Sources One's reason for conducting the research into candidate one's ties to Russia, based on Sources One previous reporting history with FBI, whereby Source One provided reliable information to the FBI. The FBI believes Source One's reporting herein to be credible. Do you believe the FBI's representation that Source One's reporting was credible to be accurate?
I'm not going to answer that.
So you're not going to respond to any of the questions regarding Christopher Steele or your interviews with them?
Well, as I said at the outset this morning, that was one of the investigations that I could not speak to.
Well, I don't understand how, if you interviewed an individual on the purview of this investigation that you're testifying to us today, that you've closed that investigation, how that's not within your purview to tell us about that investigation and who you interviewed.
I have nothing to add.
Okay, well, I can guarantee that the American people want to know. And I'm very hopeful and glad that AG Barr is looking into this and the Inspector General is looking into this, because you're unwilling to answer the questions of the American people as it relates to the very basis of this investigation into the president and the very basis of this individual who you did interview. You're just refusing to answer those questions. Can't the president fire the FBI director at any time without reason under Article 1 of the Constitution?
Yes.
Article 2?
Yes.
That's correct. Can't he also fire you as special counsel at any time without any reason?
I believe that to be the case.
Under Article 2?
Well, I would, hold on just a second. You said without any reason. I know that special counsel can be fired, but I'm not certain it extends to for whatever reason is given.
Well, and you've testified that you weren't fired. You were able to complete your investigation in full. Is that correct?
I'm not going to add to what I've stated before.
My time's expired.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania. From Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Mueller, for being with us close to the afternoon now. Director Mueller, now I would like to ask you about the president's answers relating to Roger Stone. Roger Stone was indicted for multiple federal crimes, and the indictment alleges that Mr. Stone discussed future WikiLeaks email releases with the Trump campaign. Understanding there's a gag order on the Stone case, I will keep my questions restricted to publicly available information. Mr. Stone's indictment...
Let me just say at the outset, I don't mean to disrupt you, but I'm not, I would like some demarcation of that which is applicable to this, but also in such a way that it does not hinder the other prosecution that is taking place in D.C.
I understand that I'm only going to be talking about the questions that you asked in writing to the president.
Thank you, ma'am.
That relate to Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone's indictment states, among other things, the following, quote, Stone was contacted by senior Trump officials to inquire about future releases of Organization 1 being WikiLeaks. The indictment continues, quote, Stone thereafter told the Trump campaign about potential future releases of damaging material by WikiLeaks. So in short, the indictment alleges that Stone was asked by the Trump campaign to get information about more WikiLeaks releases, and that Stone, in fact, did tell the Trump campaign about potential future releases, correct?
Yes, ma'am, but I see you're quoting from the indictment, and even though the indictment is a public document, I feel uncomfortable discussing anything having to do with the Stone prosecution.
Right, the indictment is of record, and we pulled it off of the, I'm reading straight from it. Well, turning back to the president's answers to your questions then on this very subject, the president denied ever discussing future WikiLeaks releases with Stone and denied knowing whether anyone else on his campaign had those discussions with Stone. If you had learned that other witnesses, putting aside the president, if other witnesses had lied to your investigators in response to Pacific's questions, whether in writing or in an interview, could they be charged with false statement crimes?
Well, I'm not going to speculate. I think you're asking for me to speculate, given a set of circumstances.
Well, let's put it more specific. What if I had made a false statement to an investigator on your team? Could I go to jail for up to 5 years?
Yes.
Yes.
Although it's Congress, so.
Well, that's the point, though, isn't it? That no one is above the law.
That's true.
Not you, not the Congress, and certainly not the president. And I think it's just troubling to have to hear some of these things. And that's why the American people deserve to learn the full facts of the misconduct described in your report, for which any other person would have been charged with crimes. So thank you for being here. And again, the point has been underscored many times, but I'll repeat it. No one is above the law. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
The gentleman from North Dakota is recognized.
Mr. Mueller, how many people did you fire? How many people on your staff did you fire during the course of the investigation?
How many people?
Did you fire?
I'm not going to discuss that.
You fired, according to the Inspector General's report, attorney number 2 was let go, and we know Peter Strzok was let go, correct?
Yes, and there may have been other persons on other issues that have been either transferred or fired.
Peter Strzok testified before this committee on July 12, 2018, that he was fired because you were concerned about preserving the appearance of independence. Do you agree with this testimony?
Say that again, if you could.
That he said he was fired at least partially because you were worried about concerned about preserving the appearance of independence with the special counsel's investigation. Do you agree with that statement?
The statement was by whom?
Peter Strzok at this hearing.
And I am not familiar with that.
Did you fire him because you were worried about the appearance of independence of the investigation?
No, he was transferred as a result of instances involving texts.
Do you agree that your office did not only have an obligation to operate with independence, but to operate with the appearance of independence as well?
Absolutely, we strove to do that over the 2 years.
Andrew Weissman?
Part of that was making certain that.
Andrew Weissman's one of your top attorneys?
Yes.
Did Weissman have a role in selecting other members of your team?
He had some role, but not a major role.
Andrew Weissman attended Hillary Clinton's election night party. Did you know that before or after he came onto the team?
Don't know when I found that out.
On January 30th, 2017, Weissman wrote an email to Deputy Attorney General Yates stating, "I am so proud and in awe," regarding her disobeying a direct order from the president. Did Weissman disclose that email to you before he joined the team?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that.
Is that not a conflict of interest?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Are you aware that Ms. Jeannie Rhee represented Hillary Clinton in litigation regarding personal emails originating from Clinton's time as Secretary of State?
Yes.
Did you know that before she came on the team?
No.
Aaron Zelbley, the guy sitting next to you, represented Justin Cooper, a Clinton aide who destroyed one of Clinton's mobile devices. And you must be aware by now that 6 of your lawyers donated $12,000 directly to Hillary Clinton. I'm not even talking about the $49,000 they donated to other Democrats, just the donations to the opponent who was the target of your investigation.
Can I speak for a second to the hiring practices?
Sure.
We strove to hire those individuals that could do the job. I've been in this business for almost 25 years, and in those 25 years, I have not had occasion once to ask somebody about their political affiliation. It is not done. What I care about is the capability of the individual to do the job and do the job quickly and seriously and with integrity.
But that's what I'm saying, Mr. Mueller. This isn't just about you being able to vouch for your team. This is about knowing that the day you accepted this role, you had to be aware no matter what this report concluded, half of the country was going to be skeptical of your team's findings. And that's why we have recusal laws that define bias and perceive bias for this very reason. 28 United States Code 528 specifically lists not just political conflict of interest, but the appearance of political conflict of interest. It's just simply not enough that you vouch for your team. The interests of justice demand that no perceived bias exists. I can't imagine a single prosecutor or judge that I have ever appeared in front of would be comfortable with these circumstances where over half of the prosecutorial team had a direct relationship to the opponent of the person being investigated.
Let me one other fact that I put on the table, and that is we hired 19 lawyers over the period of time. Of those 19 lawyers, 14 of them were transferred from elsewhere in the Department of Justice. Only 5 came from outside.
And
so
half of them had a direct relationship, political or personal, with the opponent of the person you were investigating. And that's my point. I wonder if not a single word in this entire report was changed, but rather the only difference was we switched Hillary Clinton and President Trump. If Peter Strzok had texted those terrible things about Hillary Clinton instead of President Trump, if a team of lawyers worked for, donated thousands of dollars to, and went to Trump's parties instead of Clinton's, I don't think we'd be here trying to prop up an obstruction allegation. My colleagues would have spent the last 4 months accusing your team of being bought and paid for by the Trump campaign, and we couldn't trust a single word of this report. They would still be accusing the president of conspiracy with Russia, and they would be accusing your team of aiding and abetting in that, with that conspiracy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Colorado.
Director Mueller, thank you for your service to our country. I'd like to talk to you about one of the other incidents of obstruction, and that's the evidence in your report showing the president directing his son and his communications director to issue a false public statement in June of 2017 about a meeting between his campaign and Russian individuals at Trump Tower in June of 2016. According to your report, Mr. Trump Jr. was the only Trump associate who participated in that meeting and who declined to be voluntarily interviewed by your office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Trump Jr. or his counsel ever communicate to your office any intent to invoke his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination?
I'm not going to answer that.
You did pose written questions to the president about his knowledge of the Trump Tower meeting. You also asked him about whether or not he had directed a false press statement. The president did not answer at all that question, correct?
I don't have it in front of me. I take your word.
I can represent to you that Appendix C, specifically C13, states as much. According to page 100 of Volume 2 of your report, your investigation found that Hope Hicks, the president's communications director, in June of 2017 was shown emails that set up the Trump Tower meeting, and she told your office that she was, quote, shocked by the emails because they looked, quote, really bad. True?
Do you have the citation?
Sure. It's page 100 of Volume 2. While you're flipping to that page, Director Mueller, I will also tell you that according to page 99 of Volume 2, those emails in question stated, according to your report, that the Crown Prosecutor of Russia had offered to provide the Trump campaign with some official documents and information that would incriminate Hillary and her dealings with Russia as part of Russia and its government's support for Mr. Trump. Trump Jr. responded, if it's what you say, I love it. And he, Kushner, and Manafort met with the Russian attorneys and several other Russian individuals at Trump Tower on June 9th, 2016, end quote, correct?
Generally accurate.
Isn't it true that Ms. Hicks told your office that she went multiple times to the president to, quote, urge him that they should be fully transparent about the June 9th meeting, end quote, but the president each time said no, correct?
Accurate.
And the reason was because of those emails, which the president, quote, believed would not leak, correct?
Well, I'm not certain how it's characterized, but generally correct.
Did the president direct Ms. Hicks to say, quote, only that Trump Jr. took a brief meeting and it was about Russian adoption, end quote, because Trump Jr.'s statement to the New York Times, quote, said too much, according to page 102 of Volume 2.
Okay.
Correct?
Let me just check one thing. Yes.
And according to Ms. Hicks, the president still directed her to say the meeting was only about Russian adoption, correct?
Yes.
Despite knowing that to be untrue. Thank you, Director Mueller. I yield back the balance of my own time.
Mr. Mueller, you've been asked over here on the far right, sir. You've been asked a lot of questions here today, and to be frank, you performed as most of us expected. You've stuck closely to your report, and you have declined to answer many of our questions on both sides. As the closer for the Republican side, I know you're glad to get to the close, I want to summarize the highlights of what we have heard and what we know. You spent 2 years and nearly 30 million taxpayer dollars and unlimited resources to prepare a nearly 450-page report, which you described today as very thorough. Millions of Americans today maintain genuine concerns about your work, in large part because of the infamous and widely publicized bias of your investigating team members, which we now know included 14 Democrats and 0 Republicans. Campaign finance reports later showed that team, excuse me, it's my time. That team of Democrat investigators you hired donated more than $60,000 to the Hillary Clinton campaign and other Democratic candidates. Your team also included Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, which have been discussed today, and they had the lurid text messages that confirmed they openly mocked and hated Donald Trump and his supporters, and they vowed to take him out. Mr. Ratcliffe asked you earlier this morning, quote, can you give me an example other than Donald Trump where the Justice Department determined that an investigated person was not exonerated because their innocence was not conclusively determined, unquote? You answered, I cannot. Sir, that is unprecedented. The president believed from the very beginning that you and your special counsel team had serious conflicts. This is stated in the report and acknowledged by everybody. And yet, President Trump cooperated fully with the investigation. He knew he had done nothing wrong, and he encouraged all witnesses to cooperate with the investigation and produced more than 1.4 million pages of information and allowed over 40 witnesses who were directly affiliated with the White House or his campaign. Your report acknowledges on page 61, volume 2, that a volume of evidence exists of the president telling many people privately, quote, The president was concerned about the impact of the Russian investigation on his ability to govern and to address important foreign relations issues and even matters of national security. And on page 174 of Volume 2, your report also acknowledges that the Supreme Court has held, quote, the president's removal powers are at their zenith with respect to principal officers, that is, officers who must be appointed by the president and who report to him directly. The president's exclusive and illimitable power of removal of those principal officers furthers the president's ability to ensure that the laws are faithfully executed, unquote. And that would even include the Attorney General. Look, in spite of all of that, nothing ever happened to stop or impede your special counsel's investigation. Nobody was fired by the president, nothing was curtailed, and the investigation continued unencumbered for 22 long months. As you finally concluded in Volume 1, the evidence, quote, did not establish that the president was involved in an underlying crime related to Russian election interference, unquote. And the evidence, quote, did not establish that the president or those close to him were involved in any Russian conspiracies or had an unlawful relationship with any Russian official, unquote. Over those 22 long months that your investigation dragged along, the president became increasingly frustrated, as many of the American people did, with its effects on our country and his ability to govern. He vented about this to his lawyer and his close associates, and he even shared his frustrations, as we all know, on Twitter. But while the president's social media accounts might have influenced some in the media or the opinion of some of the American people, none of those audiences were targets or witnesses in your investigation. The president never affected anybody's testimony. He never demanded to end the investigation or demanded that you be terminated, and he never misled Congress, the DOJ, or the special counsel. Those, sir, are undisputed facts. There will be a lot of discussion, I predict today, and great frustration throughout the country about the fact that you wouldn't answer any questions here about the origins of this whole charade, which was the infamous Christopher Steele dossier, now proven to be totally bogus, even though it is listed and specifically referenced in your report. But as our hearing is concluding, we apparently will get no comment on that from you. Mr. Mueller, there's one primary reason why you were called here today and by the Democrat majority of our committee. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle just want political cover. They desperately wanted you today to tell them they should impeach the president. But the one thing you have said very clearly today is that your report is complete and thorough, and you completely agree with and stand by its recommendations and all of its content. Is that right?
True.
Mr. Mueller, one last important question. Your report does not recommend impeachment, does it?
I'm not going to talk about recommendations.
It does not conclude that impeachment would be appropriate here, right?
I'm not going to talk about that issue.
That's one of the many things you wouldn't talk about today, but I think we can all draw our own conclusions. I do thank you for your service to the country, and I'm glad this charade will come to an end soon, and we can get back to the important business of this committee with its broad jurisdiction of so many important issues for the country. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I want to announce that our intent was to conclude this hearing at around 11:45. All of the Republican members have now asked their questions, but we have a few remaining Democratic members. They will be limiting their questions, so with Director Mueller's indulgence, we expect to finish within 15 minutes. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Mueller. Your investigations of the Russian attack on our democracy and of obstruction of justice were extraordinarily productive. In under 2 years, you charged at least 37 people or entities with crimes. You convicted 7 individuals, 5 of whom were top Trump campaign or White House aides. Charges remain pending against more than 24 Russian persons or entities and against others. Now let me start with those 5 Trump campaign or administration aides that you convicted. Would you agree with me that they are Paul Manafort, President Trump's campaign manager, Rick Gates, President Trump's deputy campaign manager, Michael Flynn, President Trump's former national security advisor, Michael Cohen, the president's personal attorney, George Papadopoulos, President Trump's former campaign foreign policy advisor, correct?
Correct.
And the 6th Trump associate will face trial later this year, correct? And that person would be Roger Stone, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Well, I'm not certain what you said by Stone, but he is in another court system, as I indicated before.
Exactly. He's still under
I
investigation.
want to discuss.
Correct. Thank you. And there are many other charges as well, correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I just want to thank you so much in my limited time today for your team, the work that you did and your dedication. In less than 2 years, your team was able to uncover an incredible amount of information related to Russia's attack on our elections and to obstruction of justice. And there's still more that we have to learn. Despite facing unfair attacks by the president, and even here today, your work has been substantive and fair. The work has laid the critical foundation for our investigation, and for that, I thank you. I thank you. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. Director Mueller, I'm disappointed that some have questioned your motives throughout this process, and I want to take a moment to remind the American people of who you are and your exemplary service to our country. You are a Marine. You served in Vietnam and earned a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart, correct?
Correct.
Which president appointed you to become the United States Attorney for Massachusetts?
Which senator?
Which president?
Oh, which president? I think that was President Bush.
According to my notes, it was President Ronald Reagan had the honor to do so. Under whose
My mistake.
Under whose administration did you serve as the Assistant Attorney General in charge of the DOJ's Criminal Division?
Under which president?
Yep.
That would be George Bush 1.
That is correct, President George H.W. Bush. After that, you took a job at a prestigious law firm, and after only a couple years, you did something extraordinary. You left that lucrative position to re-enter public service, prosecuting homicides here in Washington, D.C. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you were named director of the FBI, which president first appointed you?
Bush.
And the Senate confirmed you with a vote of 98-0, correct?
Surprising.
And you were sworn in as director just 1 week before the September 11th attacks.
True.
You helped to protect this nation against another attack. You did such an outstanding job that when your 10-year term expired, the Senate unanimously voted to extend your term for another 2 years, correct?
True.
When you were asked in 2017 to take the job as special counsel, the president had just fired FBI Director James Comey. The Justice Department and the FBI were in turmoil. You must have known there would be an extraordinary challenge. Why did you accept?
I'm not going to get into that's a little bit off track.
Some-
It was a challenge, period.
Some people have attacked the political motivations of your team, even suggested your investigation was a witch hunt. When you considered people to join your team, did you ever even once ask about their political affiliation?
Never once.
In your entire career as a law enforcement official, have you ever made a hiring decision based upon a person's political affiliation?
No.
I'm not
And,
surprised.
if I might just interject, the capabilities that we have shown in the report that's been discussed here today was a result of a team of agents and lawyers who were absolutely exemplary, and were hired because of the value they could contribute to getting the job done and getting it done expeditiously.
Sir, you're a patriot, and clear to me in reading your report and listening to your testimony today, you acted fairly and with restraint. There were circumstances where you could have filed charges against other people, mentioned in the report, but you declined. Not every prosecutor does that, certainly in a one on a witch hunt. The attacks made against you and your team intensified because your report is damning. And I believe you did uncover substantial evidence of high crimes and misdemeanors. Let me also say something else that you are right about. The only remedy for this situation is for Congress to take action. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Good morning, Director Mueller. Madeline Dean.
Gotcha, sorry.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about public confusion connected with Attorney General Barr's release of your report. I will be quoting your March 27th letter. Sir, in that letter, and at several other times, did you convey to the Attorney General that the, quote, introductions and executive summaries of our 2-volume report accurately summarize this office's work and conclusions, end quote?
And I'd have to say that the letter itself speaks for itself.
And those were your words in that letter. Continuing with your letter, you wrote to the Attorney General that, quote, the summary letter that the department sent to Congress and released to the public late in the afternoon of March 24th did not fully capture the context, nature, and substance of this office's work and conclusions, end quote. Is that correct?
Again, I rely on the letter itself for its terms.
Thank you. What was it about the report's context, nature, substance that the Attorney General's letter did not capture?
I think we captured that in the March 27th responsive letter.
And this is from the 27th letter. What were some of the specifics that you thought?
I direct you to the letter itself.
Okay. You finished that letter by saying there is now public confusion about critical aspects as a result of our investigation. Could you tell us specifically some of the public confusion you identified?
Not generally. Again, I go back to the letter, and the letter speaks for itself.
And could Attorney General Barr have avoided public confusion if he had released your summaries and executive introduction and summaries?
And I don't feel comfortable speculating on that.
Shifting to May 30th, the Attorney General in an interview with CBS News said that you could have reached, quote, you could have reached a decision as to whether it was criminal activity, end quote, on the part of the president. Did the Attorney General or his staff ever tell you that he thought you should make a decision on whether the president engaged in criminal activity?
I'm not going to speak to what the Attorney General was thinking or saying.
If the Attorney General had directed you or ordered you to make a decision on whether the president engaged in criminal activity, would you have so done?
I can't answer that question in the vacuum.
Director Mueller, again, I thank you for being here. I agree with your March 27th letter. There was public confusion, and the president took full advantage of that confusion by falsely claiming your report found no obstruction. Let us be clear, your report did not exonerate the president. Instead, it provided substantial evidence of obstruction of justice, leaving Congress to do its duty. We shall not shrink from that duty. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of inquiry over on your left.
Gentleman will state his point of inquiry.
Was the point of this hearing to get Mr. Mueller to recommend impeachment?
That is not a fair point of inquiry. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, wait a minute.
Director Mueller,
Mr. Chairman.
to your
The gentlelady
Thank you
from
so
Florida
much
is recognized.
for coming here. You're a patriot. I want to refer to persons who surrounded the president declined to carry out orders or accede to his requests. Is that right?
That is accurate, and that is what we found.
And you're basically referring to senior advisors who disobeyed the president's orders, like White House counsel Don McGahn, former Trump campaign manager Corey Lewandowski. Is that right?
Well, we have not specified the persons mentioned.
Well, in page 158, White House counsel Don McGahn, quote, did not tell the acting attorney general that the special counsel must be removed, but was instead prepared to resign over the president's orders. You also explained that an attempt to obstruct justice does not have to succeed to be a crime, right?
True.
Simply attempting to obstruct justice can be a crime, correct?
Yes.
So even though the president's aides refused to carry out his orders to interfere with your investigation, that is not a defense to obstruction of justice by this president, is it?
I'm not going to speculate.
So to reiterate, simply trying to obstruct justice can be a crime, correct?
Yes.
And you say that the president's efforts to influence the investigation were, quote, mostly unsuccessful. And that's because not all of his efforts were unsuccessful, right?
You're reading into what we have written in the report.
I was going to ask you if you could just tell me which ones you had in mind as successful when you wrote that sentence.
I'm going to pass on that.
Yeah. Director Mueller, today we've talked a lot about the separate acts by this president, but you also wrote in your report that, quote, the overall pattern of the president's conduct towards the investigations can shed light on the nature of the president's acts, and the inferences can be drawn about his intent, correct?
Accurate recitation from the report.
Right, and on page 158, again, I think it's important for everyone to note that the president's conduct had a significant change when he realized that the investigations were conducted to investigate his obstruction acts. So in other words, when the American people are deciding whether the president committed obstruction of justice, they need to look at all of the president's conduct and overall pattern of behavior. Is that correct?
I don't disagree.
Thank you. Dr. Mueller, Director Mueller, Doctor also, I'll designate that too. I have certainly made up my mind about whether what we have reviewed today meets the elements of obstruction, including whether there was corrupt intent. And what is clear is that anyone else, including some members of Congress, would have been charged with crimes for these acts. We would not have allowed this behavior from any of the previous 44 presidents. We should not allow it now or for the future to protect our democracy. And yes, we will continue to investigate because, as you clearly state at the end of your report, no one is above the law. I yield back my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas.
Director Mueller, you wrote in your report that you, quote, determined not to make a traditional prosecutorial judgment, end quote. Was that in part because of an opinion by the Department of Justice, Office of Legal Counsel, that a sitting president can't be charged with a crime?
Yes.
Director Mueller, at your May 29th, 2019 press conference, you explained that, quote, the opinion says that the Constitution requires a process other than the criminal justice system to formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, end quote. That process other than the criminal justice system for accusing a president of wrongdoing, is that impeachment?
I'm not going to comment on that.
In your report, you also wrote that you did not want to, quote, potentially preempt constitutional processes for addressing presidential misconduct, end quote. For the non-lawyers in the room, what did you mean by, quote, potentially preempt constitutional processes?
I'm not going to try to explain that.
That actually is coming from page 1 of volume 2. In the footnote is the reference to this. What are those constitutional processes?
I think I heard you mention at least one.
Impeachment, correct?
I'm not going to comment.
Okay, that is one of the constitutional processes listed in the report in the footnote in volume 2. Your report documents the many ways the president sought to interfere with your investigation. And you state in your report on page 10, volume 2, that interfering with a congressional inquiry or investigation with corrupt intent can also constitute obstruction of justice.
True.
Well, the president has told us that he intends to fight all the subpoenas. His continued efforts to interfere with investigations of his potential misconduct certainly reinforce the importance of the process the Constitution requires to, quote, formally accuse a sitting president of wrongdoing, as you cited in the report. And this hearing has been very helpful to this committee as it exercises its constitutional duty to determine whether to recommend articles of impeachment against the president. I agree with you, Director Mueller, that we all have a vital role in holding this president accountable for his actions. More than that, I believe we in Congress have a duty to demand accountability and safeguard one of our nation's highest principles, that no one is above the law. From everything that I have heard you say here today, it's clear that anyone else would have been prosecuted based on the evidence available in your report. It now falls on us to hold President Trump accountable. Thank you for being here. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back.
Just a point of privilege, you and I agree.
Point of personal privilege.
I just want to thank the chairman. We did get in our time after this was first developed to us. We did both get in time. Our side got our 5 minutes in. Also, Mr. Mueller, thank you for being here. And I join the chairman and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Director Mueller, we thank you for attending today's hearing. Before we conclude, I ask everyone to please remain seated and quiet while the witness exits the room. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness or additional materials for the record. And without objection, the hearing is now adjourned.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Michael Green. I'm Senior Vice President of Asia and the Japan Chair here at CSIS and a professor at Georgetown. This is our 7th annual Asia Forecast event. We come together every January to draw on the regional and functional expertise on Asia we have, take a little bit of risk, and predict what we think might happen in the coming year. And as those of you who've joined us before know, the audience participates in this forecasting exercise with the use of these clickers, which I'll explain in just a moment. We started this 7 years ago at a time when the Asia program here was really exploding, as were parts of Asia. And we thrive, like a lot of intellectual places, think tanks, universities, by really recruiting the best athletes and letting them go forward on the issues they know about, the networks they have, the research they've established. But with growth, we wanted to maintain and develop, if possible, an even more coherent and cohesive picture of what's happening in the region as a whole. So we've done that in a couple of ways. We've used technology. You may have seen AMTI or Reconnecting Asia or Beyond Parallel, where we've used overhead imagery, which when I was in the White House was highly classified and now you can buy, to geolocate developments in the maritime domain or infrastructure. We've used surveys of elites in Asia, and we've tried different ways to add data to the historical and other expertise we have to map out the trends in the region. And one of the things we've done is this forecasting event, where we take a stab at what we think will happen in the region. We do 3 panels. The first one I'll moderate on political and geopolitical questions of leadership and alignment. The second panel, Bonnie Glaser will moderate, and that's on security crises, hotspots. And the third panel, Matt Goodman will run on economics. I'm stealing Matt's line, but we do life, liberty, and then his panel is the pursuit of happiness, hopefully. And then we ask you to help us vote. This year we're going to go back to some of our predictions from last year. Did pretty well. Not perfect, but as Yogi Berra said, prediction is difficult, especially about the future. And we'll show you some of the predictions last year in each panel and try to explain what didn't happen and why, or what did happen that we didn't see. But for the most part, we and you, the audience, called it pretty well. So the way the clickers work is you have them on your seat. You have to turn them on, which is the little yellow button at the top. And then you have A, B, C, D, and E choices. This is anonymous. We are not creating social credit scores on you as you vote, like our friends in Beijing. You can only vote once. This is not Chicago. You can click frequently if it makes you feel good, but you only get one vote. And what we find is that they move, the bar graphs, because people change their mind as they see others, so there's a lot of socializing. But at a few seconds, we'll freeze the frame and see where we are. So why don't we vote? Turn on your clicker. And the question we'll test is, in 2019, how prominent will Asia be in U.S. headlines? A, more prominent than 2018, B, about the same, and C, less prominent. This is a bit of a self-selecting audience because you all care about Asia. So, so as you can see, the answer is, if we freeze it there, more than half of you expect more headlines on Asia And what we'll do is we'll put these questions up, we'll turn to the panel for expert analysis, and then at the end of each panel, we'll leave 10 minutes or so for questions from the audience. So with that, let's start with the first panel and the first set of questions, which I am going to moderate from over here. So this panel, we're going to take a look at the geopolitical and domestic political trends in the region, political alignment, political fortune, who's up, who's down. Nobody gets hurt on this panel. That's Bonnie's panel, where we talk about things that go bang. This is more about politics. And we have a group of senior scholars here at CSIS. On my far right, not literally, but geographically, is Chris Johnson, Freeman Chair in China Studies. Many of you know him for his deep expertise on developments inside Zhongnanhai. And then Amy Seawright, who runs our Southeast Asia program with experience in the Pentagon, State Department, and AID. Rick Rosso, who runs the India projects here and provides detailed analysis at the national and state and local level in India. And then Sumi Terry with the Korea Chair. So we'll look at leaders in these countries. I'll fill in a bit for Japan. And let's get started. So the first question on this panel is, coming into this year, it's a rough year for U.S. allies everywhere. Coming to this year, looking at Asia, which of the following alliances or partnerships is going to be in the biggest trouble? And this is with the United States. Doesn't mean, we're not saying whose fault it is, but where are we going to have the most friction, the greatest difficulties? With the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, or Taiwan? I guess the panel's allowed to vote. Okay. All right, Sue, what's going on in Seoul, or what's going on in Seoul and Washington that we should be worried about? Or do you disagree?
No, I agree. I think this says a lot about how we feel about North Korea prospect. Because if we think that the next summit is going to go well, if there's going to be a deal on North Korea, maybe it's not as strong, right? Because it's kind of interdependent, right? If it goes well, North Korea summit, and there is a deal, there will be less friction between U.S. and South Korea. But if it does not go well, I think there's going to be a number of challenges, right? Because North Korea is going to continually press South Korea for inter-Korea things to move forward. But if the United States does not make a deal with North Korea and allow, for example, South Korea to get go to United Nations to get sanctions exemption, to reopen the Kaesong Industrial Complex, to reopen the Mount Kumgang, and all that, then I think we are going to have a problem. We also have challenges that are very, very real. Right now we have burden sharing agreement. There's no agreement that has fallen apart. South Korea right now pays, I think, $864 million a year, but now President Trump has insisted that they have to pay double that. It's like $1.6 billion. So South Korea says that's non-starter. So again, there are challenges, and there's an OPCON issue, there's burden sharing issue, and if North Korea deal does not go well, I can see why the audience voted this way.
So, two quick follow-up questions. Is the stalking horse here that the president wants to withdraw from the Korean Peninsula, that this is all a setup? That's one scenario, that the extreme demands, in some people's view, for burden sharing are all designed to give the president an excuse, combined with a summit with Kim Jong-un, to get off the peninsula. Do you buy into that? Do you think there's something to it? And then the second question, if we're going to have a rough year with South Korea, give us some scale. So, compared to Jimmy Carter's promise to pull off the Korean Peninsula in the 70s, how bad do you think this could be? As bad, worse? We'll manage it because more people get Korea?
Yeah. So obviously, I don't know what President Trump is thinking, but I think that possibility that when he meets with Kim, that he might put troop withdrawal on the table, obviously is there. You cannot rule it out. Just considering even the Syria decision to pull out the troops from Syria without really coordinating. And when you look at not only that, but the people like Mattis, McMaster, they're all gone. With the burden sharing, really pushing hard, President Trump pushing hard on burden sharing, I don't think we can we can be comfortable in saying that he's not going to put this on the table, and that is very much of a concern. I don't think still it's likely. I don't think anybody else besides President Trump in the administration or in Congress supports that. So I still like to believe that it's not likely, but you cannot rule out that possibility. But because of this possibility, the Congress already passed the McCain Defense Authorization Act last August to say you cannot pull out troops below 22,000 unless Secretary of Defense, says this is in national security interest. But again, Mattis is gone, dynamic is different. So again, President Trump could definitely put this on the table. I would like to still think if he does that, because there's no support for it, I really don't think anybody in the Trump administration or in Seoul, there's no support for this. Even though the public broadly supports the engagement policy with North Korea, they also broadly supports the alliance. And this is sort of a nightmare scenario for South Koreans. So I think even if President Trump does that, there is going to be a lot of pushback on this.
The polling on the alliance and the U.S. presence in Korea, in both U.S. and Korea, is pretty high. But the other factor here would be Japan, because I would think, the polling, thank you, the polling on the U.S. ROK alliance is quite strong in both the ROK and U.S. But the other factor would be, if you did have a proposal to pull troops out of Korea, then the U.S.-Japan alliance would also be in bigger trouble. Amy, you got second place with the Philippines.
So I think it's about right, although I myself might have put Taiwan ahead of the Philippines. This is obviously, there's been concern about the alliance since Duterte came into office in 2016, and President Duterte has made clear that he is less favorable towards the U.S. alliance. He's talked about a separation from the United States. He called into question the value of the mutual defense treaty that we've long had with the Philippines, pointing to the incident in Scarborough Shoal, where the Philippines lost control over Scarborough, and the United States did not sort of muscularly intervene to prevent that or reverse that outcome. So Duterte has, has put quite a strain on the relationship. Having said that, the Philippines government has managed to keep the alliance pretty strong. The mill-to-mill cooperation has remained strong. There's been somewhat of a disappointing momentum in terms of implementing the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. But other than that, there's been, we're really back to pretty much business as usual in terms of our exercises and our assistance. But recently, and I think this is why people are pointing to the Philippines, there's new concern because Secretary Lorenzana, the Secretary of Defense, who's a former general, very well respected, a real friend of the United States. He was former defense attaché here in Washington for a long time. He's been the strongest voice in the Philippine government, speaking up for the Philippines' territorial claims and protecting them. And he isn't always particularly strong on that, but given the other characters in the Duterte government, he's been sort of the strongest voice of maintaining the U.S. alliance and protecting Philippine territory, maritime claims. So having him come out in December and with a series of statements continuing until last week, calling for a review of the Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States and openly questioning its relevance now, and saying that, that the Philippines should sit down with the United States, review the treaty obligations, and that walking away from the treaty, if it's no longer relevant, is an option, in his words. So that obviously is concerning and surprised a lot of people. But I think if we step back, I think what this is about is a real legitimate, in my view, concern that the Philippines have about what exactly are the commitments that the United States sees in the Mutual Defense Treaty. Successive administrations have been rather vague on that question. There's a continual invocation of the ironclad commitment to the U.S.-Philippine alliance. And that kind of verbiage has gotten old for the Philippines because they understandably want to know what will happen if they are caught in a real escalatory kind of conflict with China. What would the United States do? Scarborough Shoal is not a particularly reassuring episode in the U.S.-Philippine alliance. So I think what Lorenzana may be up to is really just trying to force a conversation that, again, previous administrations have managed to avoid, to get more of a clear and public sense of what U.S. how far the U.S. really will go in a potential conflict. And frankly, I think it would be relatively easy for the Trump administration to come up with a formula, a clarification of obligations that might just sort of settle this whole thing rather quickly. So we'll see.
So, Amy, the dilemma is complicated by Duterte himself. First of all, because Lorenzano may convince the new Secretary of Defense to give a more explicit security commitment, something closer to what we've done with Japan on the Senkakus, where successive administrations at high levels have said Article 5 of our security treaty would apply in any scenario involving the Senkakus in force against Japan. We've never been willing to go that far with the Philippines. The treaty is written differently, deliberately, to give the U.S. more wiggle room, but there's a lot at stake. So the dilemma with Duterte is if the administration comes out and says, we have that commitment, the Duterte factor could end up, with him saying, we don't need you, or cutting a deal. So really risky in that sense. And the other dilemma is, I think the Defense Department, the Armed Services Committees in Congress can agree we should make a more explicit statement, but we have a new Congress, a new House leadership, and the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Elliot Engels and company, are very focused on human rights, more so than their predecessors were in the Philippines and elsewhere. And it fits this larger narrative that I think the Democrats in the House are going to push about President Trump being too closely to, autocrats. And so it's a real tricky. So what's your prediction? Do you think there will be a statement? And if so, what would you recommend? What kind of language would work to thread that needle I just described?
You really are forcing me to go on record here. It's a tough prediction. I do predict that there will be some kind of a statement coming out of the administration and also potentially Congress, although your point about the Democrats in the House is a good one. I think there will be some concern about giving too much to Duterte at a time when there's real concern about human rights. But if you can peel away just the security and the alliance questions, I think there would be a lot of support in the Senate and the House to come up with a sort of sense of Congress that's a little more reassuring than anything they've said in the past. I don't want to give a precise formulation because I think there's several formulations. There's sort of two questions out there. One is, what is the geographic scope of the treaty? Are the maritime claims that the Philippines have covered in the language in the treaty, which talks about the Pacific? The United States government has hedged on that question in the past. I think the answer is pretty clear that the Pacific includes the South China Sea, and that can be stated much more clearly. But then you get into the question of hypotheticals and how far, obviously what the Philippines would like is a clear statement that under certain kinds of contingencies, the United States would take certain kinds of actions. And that's where the United States is going to be understandably very, very cautious. Part of the problem, as you alluded to, Mike, about the treaty is the Mutual Defense Treaty with the Philippines, Articles 4 and 5, if they apply, they only call for consultation between the governments. So in other words, if, for example, China were to attack the Philippine naval vessel at Sierra Madre at Second Thomas Shoal, if the articles apply, all that it commits the United States to is to consult with the Philippine government according to democratic processes or constitutional processes, which means, they'd have to consult Congress and the rest. So really, there's not much of a commitment there, but if you clarify that we take that commitment very seriously, it would be an utmost, a priority for us in our regional alliances and objectives, and that we would take it very seriously and act quickly, and that all the articles would apply. I think that would go a long way.
Thank you. Chris, I think our friends in the Washington-based Taiwan media will be disappointed that Taiwan didn't win this, but how do you see the coming year with Taipei?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised the result is as high as it is, because the question's about it being in trouble, and from my perspective, the defense relationship with Taiwan is not in